Imagine getting kidnapped by a homeless Santa and waking up in your underwear locked inside a medieval slave cart. Bright Christmas lights illuminate the snowy city streets as holiday tunes echo through the cold winter air. While adorable families walk hand in hand celebrating the holidays, our lonely protagonist watches them with a quiet pang of envy deep in his chest. Host commentary. Starting a story with holiday warmth right before throwing our MC into absolute chaos is peak manhwa writing. You just know his life is about to explode. Pausing on the sidewalk, he finds his path blocked by a towering figure wrapped in an oversized winter coat, making the nearby couple quickly nudge their child out of the way.
The tiny girl tilts her head in absolute awe, whispering to her parents about how impossibly massive the stranger standing before them is.
Glancing back over his shoulder, the man watches the happy family walk away safely, his quiet gaze filled with an unspoken longing. Walking down the bustling sidewalk, he realizes with a heavy sigh that out of every single person walking these festive streets, he's the only one completely alone. Host critique. The artist lighting choice highlighting him alone in the crowd is straight emotional damage. MC is literally drowning in solo player depression. Heading toward the subway station entrance, he keeps his hands buried in his pockets to block out the freezing chill. Pausing right near the staircase, his tired eyes catch a strange sight sitting directly on the icy pavement. A shivering homeless man dressed as Santa Claus bows deeply in the falling snow, begging passersby for any spare change. Curled tightly on the frozen ground, the ragged old Santa desperately clutches his cup, pleading for a holiday miracle. Written on a crude cardboard sign are the words asking people to tell Santa their wish, causing our protagonist to pause despite his usual distant personality. Host commentary, rule number 1 of anime, never interact with weirdly persistent street monks or fake Santas. That sign is a walking isekai contract. Squatting down beside the trembling old man, he gently sets down a bag of warm food right on top of the cardboard sign. Reaching into his leather wallet, he pulls out a crisp stack of 10,001 bills without a moment's hesitation. Handing over a packaged triangle gimbap alongside the cash, he softly tells the homeless man to eat up while it's still good. Suddenly, Santa's hands snap forward like a steel trap, snatching the protagonist's wrists while screaming praise about what a kind soul he is. Host reaction. Whoa, that homeless guy snapped on him so fast. Bro's reflex speed is higher than an S-rank hunter. Clinging to his hands with terrifying force, the old man refuses to let go while kneeling desperately on the frozen pavement. Sweating in pure frustration, the hero mentally berates himself for breaking his personal rule, aggressively ordering the crazy old man to drop his hands. But no matter how hard he pulls back, Santa's grip tightens like unbreakable iron clamps, leaving him completely locked in place. A eerie, supernatural red glow surges around Santa as he roars that he came specifically to grant a wish for a good soul, leaving our overpowered hero shocked that he can't even budge an inch. Pleading with tearful eyes reflected in the hero's vision, Santa begs him to state a wish so he can finally return home to Santa Village, forcing a tired sigh out of the protagonist. Exhausted by the absurd scene, the young man asks if making a wish will finally get him released, which Santa eagerly confirms with a wide grin. Host critique. Santa holding him hostage until he makes a wish is the most aggressive customer service ever. Bro literally forced an isekai quest. Staring into space with a hollow expression, whispers the hero takes a slow breath as he prepares to state his answer. When he lazily blurts out that he wants to win the lottery jackpot, Santa instantly rejects it, demanding to hear his true heart's deepest desire. Dropping his cynical posture, a shadow falls over the hero's eyes as he ponders what he truly wants from life. A tragic memory flashes through his mind, revealing him sitting completely isolated at his family's funeral hall, remembering how desperately he longed for a loving family that would never abandon him. Now, gently resting his palm against Santa's hands, a faint, genuine smile crosses his face as he admits his deepest yearning. Sniffing the air dramatically, Santa cries out that he can smell the intense, genuine longing of a soul who has lived in dark isolation for far too long. Host reaction. Wait, Santa can smell emotional trauma now? This old guy's senses are totally off the charts. Beaming with pure delight, Santa chuckles that it's his lucky day to meet a soul so remarkably similar to his own. Suddenly, Santa's eyes flash blood red with a terrifying wild grin as he promises to find him a wife pure as snow and a daughter who worships her dad.
Shouting at the top of his lungs, Santa blesses him with a joyful future while the protagonist panics in absolute confusion.
Ripping his hands free, the hero sprints down the street as fast as his legs can carry him, gasping, convinced the old man is completely out of his mind. Diving down the subway stairs, he hears Santa's crazy voice echoing from afar, yelling that every Santa in Santa Village is cheering for him. Sitting on the subway car as the train rattles down the tracks, he tries to shake off the bizarre encounter, convincing himself it was just the local lunatic. Looking down with a somber glint in his eye, he silently admits to himself why he actually entertained the crazy old man's request. Gazing up at a family insurance poster inside the train car, he sighs softly, realizing deep down that he just wanted a chance to be happy too. Host commentary, look at his heartbreaking expression while looking at that poster. My man just wanted a hug and now he's about to get transmigrated. Closing his eyes tightly, he lets out a quiet breath and drifts off to sleep on the bench. Suddenly, a pitch-black void surrounds him as a strange, pungent odor wafts through his senses. Trembling from an unnatural, bone-chilling cold, he wonders why the atmosphere suddenly feels so freezing. Groaning in agony, he opens his eyes and clutches his head, realizing he's completely stripped to the waist. His eyes widen in sheer horror as he snaps to full awareness, recoiling in utter disbelief at his surroundings. Outside, a horse-drawn wooden cage cart bounces violently across cobblestone streets in a strange medieval town. Clutching the heavy iron bars in his underwear, he roars out in pure panic, demanding to know where on earth he is. Host reaction. Bro went from riding the subway in a cozy coat to being locked in a slave wagon in his blue boxers. Santa did not hold back on the transport service. Glancing around the cramped cage, he notices a dirt-covered old man staring back at him with dead, hollow eyes. Beside him, a ragged blonde prisoner sits drooling silently, completely broken by captivity. Realizing the terrifying truth, he sees an entire group of shackled, half-naked men crowded into the filth-stained cage with him. Hearing heavy armored footsteps approach, he quickly turns his head toward the side of the moving cart. Watching armored guards babble in an unrecognizable ancient tongue, he realizes with mounting dread that there's not a single other Asian person around, looking like a literal medieval movie set. Gripping the cold iron bars with trembling hands, he struggles to process whether this surreal nightmare is an insane dream or harsh reality. The scenery blurs rapidly around him as the slave cart continues its ominous journey forward. As the cart pushes deeper into the unknown fantasy realm, his brand new life as an unwitting family man begins in the most chaotic way possible. Host critique, what an insane chapter transition. Next batch is going to be insane watching him escape the slave cage and build his dream family. What if you were plucked from your cozy life, slapped with iron chains, and tossed into a literal cage on wheels? Our poor protagonist Ju-Han is pushed to his absolute breaking point where breathing feels like torture. Stripped of every ounce of dignity and dragged through dirt paths and ragged clothes, his body trembles from cold and sheer exhaustion. How much torment can one guy take before he completely snaps? Let's jump into the story and see how Ju-Han handles this hell. Inside a grim, dimly lit prison cell, Ju-Han glances over at a fellow captive slumped lifelessly against the cold bars. He silently ponders whether the poor soul has already passed away. Man, talk about a depressing start to an isekai journey. As he gazes at his fallen cellmate, a bitter realization hits him. No matter how unbearable the suffering gets, the living have no choice but to keep surviving. Classic dark manhwa wisdom right there. Struggle or die. Bare-chested and drenched in sweat, Ju-Han reaches out to support the fading inmate, whispering a quiet apology for being unable to save him. You can really feel the weight of despair crushing his spirit here. Slipping his threadbare shirt back over his shoulders, Ju-Han tries to compose himself despite the overwhelming misery surrounding him. Exhausted to his very core, he collapses onto the wooden planks, staring up at the ceiling while panting heavily. Honestly, the artist went all out capturing that dead-eyed, soul-crushed aesthetic. As he lies motionless, a ridiculous memory flashes in his head about some sketchy Santa Claus promising to grant his ultimate wish using magical powers. Wait, a literal Santa in a dark fantasy realm? Now that's a wild plot twist. Ju-Han sarcastically questions if being locked in a slave cage was the happiness Santa was babbling about, realizing he got completely scammed. Seriously, guys, never accept life advice from a random fantasy Santa. The scene shifts to a heavy wooden cage carriage rolling down an isolated forest road, carrying bound captives deeper into unknown lands. Sitting quietly inside the moving prison, Ju-won takes stock of his miserable reality, and everyone else trapped in this wagon are officially slaves.
He exhales a tired sigh while trying to figure out where these ruthless guards are transporting them. Imagine getting transmigrated just to become trade goods on wheels.
Looking around the carriage, he sees several other faceless prisoners sitting in silence, all shackled with heavy iron weights attached to their ankles.
The carriage finally grinds to a halt, and a guard's hand reaches out to unbolt the thick metal lock securing the cage door.
The guards bark orders in a strange fantasy dialect as they drag bound captives out into the sunlight one by one. Watching the guards parade the slaves around, a small ember of hope flickers inside Ju-won. Maybe being bought by someone is his only way out of this mobile hellhole. A dramatic text screen reinforces his internal determination. This auction might be his single chance to escape the hellish carriage for good. Ju-won examines his own broad shoulders and decent physique, convincing himself that a healthy young guy like him should get bought up instantly. Bro is really trying to market himself like a top-tier product.
He puts on a hopeful expression, waiting eagerly for a buyer to step forward and bid on him.
Fast forward through several village stops, and Ju-won's hope completely evaporates into pure soul-crushing despair. Nobody wants him, and his face looks completely dead inside now. The wagon continues its endless journey, traveling further into dense, desolate mountain woodlands. Fully armored guards ride alongside the cage, ensuring none of the weak, starving captives even think about making a break for it.
Driven mad by the endless humiliation, Ju-won slams himself onto the floor, unable to take the mental torment any longer.
In the depths of his agony, his mother's gentle voice echoes in his mind, reminding him to work hard at whatever he does, no matter what. A warm flashback shows young Ju-won staring up at his mother's loving face as she rests a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Man, hitting us with wholesome childhood memories right in the middle of a breakdown is pure emotional damage. Back in the gloomy cage, Ju-won lies flat on his back, calling out to his parents in his thoughts and wondering if he can survive this hell. His mind drifts back to the bizarre moment when a sketchy old Santa held his hands in the snow, promising full power to grant his wish. Look at Santa's goofy face here. That guy definitely scammed our boy. Ju-won yells out in his mind, completely cursing Santa's fake promises of happiness. His hand desperately grips a sharp metal fork lying on the carriage floor, his knuckles turning white from rage. Driven by pure madness, Ju-won raises the fork high, preparing to plunge it straight into his own neck to end his suffering once and for all. The sharp tines prick his skin, drawing a small drop of blood, but he suddenly freezes as a dark realization washes over his face. A glowing memory of a happy family portrait flashes before his eyes, reminding him that he desperately wants to experience true happiness too. Talk about a clutch memory saving a life at the very last second. Lowering the fork slightly, Ju-won stares into the void, panting quietly as he abandons his dark urge to end it all. Suddenly, a soft hand reaches through the iron bars, holding out a fresh, warm loaf of bread. Ju-won looks up to see a stunning, kind-hearted village woman with warm brown hair smiling gently down at him through the cage. Hold on. Did an absolute angel just descend into this miserable story? Speaking in a gentle, melodic voice, the sweet woman offers the bread directly to Ju-won's trembling hands. Peeking shyly from behind her mother's long skirt, adorable little blonde girl looks into the cage with big, curious eyes. Okay, this child is outrageously cute. Ju-won kneels on the cage floor in total utter shock, unable to believe that someone is showing him genuine human kindness in this brutal world. Scene cuts to a peaceful, cozy wooden cabin nestled safely in a sunlit forest glade. Inside the humble home, the kind mother and her sweet little daughter sit together at a simple wooden dinner table with 2 bowls of warm soup. The vibe shifted so fast from pure horror to ultimate cozy comfort. The little blonde girl eagerly drinks her soup, holding the wooden bowl with both hands and enjoying every single drop. Seeing her child's appetite, the mother gently slides her own untouched bowl across the table, urging her little girl to eat more. The cute toddler stops mid-bite, looking up at her mother with wide, surprised eyes. She mentions how hungry she was, and her mother smiles softly, explaining that's exactly why she wants her to have the extra food. Pointing a tiny finger at her mother, the sharp little girl innocently notes that her mom Lizzie must be starving too. What a sweet, caring little daughter. With a heart of gold, the little girl pushes half of the warm soup back toward Lizzie so they can share it together. Lizzie gazes at her daughter with overwhelming affection, her eyes shining with warmth at the child's selfless gesture. Out of nowhere, harsh, heavy fists slam against the cabin door, and a stern voice announces himself as the village chief. Bro, why do village chiefs always show up to ruin wholesome family moments? Lizzie instantly scoops her frightened child into a tight, protective hug as the chief yells through the door, announcing that the village council decided to force one of the newly brought slave men to become her new husband tomorrow. Lizzie's face pales in absolute terror, whisper as the chief commands her to prepare to pack up and head back up the mountain with her assigned slave husband the very next day. Talk about a massive cliffhanger. Outside the drafty wooden hut, an elderly villager shouts through the window, ordering the woman to bring food for the soldiers at daybreak. Hugging her young child against her chest, she trembles uncontrollably as terror grips her soul, terrifying that disobeying will lead to another merciless beating. Sweating in pure dread, she squeezes her eyes shut while trying to steady her shivering breath, realizing escape is completely impossible. Looking down at the little blonde child resting against her shoulder, she knows in her heart that despite how recently they met, leaving her behind is never an option. Host commentary: this poor woman is carrying so much emotional trauma. Her survival instinct is pure heroic mother energy. Tears overflow and stream down her bruised face as she realizes abandoning this defenseless child. The tiny blonde girl sniffs softly, whimpering, sensing the heavy sadness suffocating the room. Wailing out in sheer sorrow, crying, the little girl bursts into uncontrollable tears, her big golden eyes filled with pure heartbreak. Screaming into the darkness of the empty wooden room, her tragic cries echo against the cold, bare floorboards. Host critique: the artist really pulled out all the emotional damage cards for this scene. You can literally feel the heartbreak radiating off the screen. Staring into the dark abyss, the woman helplessly ponders what horrifying cruelties await her next. Sitting completely motionless on the bare wooden floor, whispers, her face remains buried in deep shadow. Hugging her knees tightly against her chest, she mentally prays to never relive the horrifying nightmare of her past. Looking up with a sorrowful expression, her hollow eyes reveal the quiet pain of a broken woman. Host reaction: her backstory is turning out to be straight depression fuel. Gosh, someone get this lady a protective powerhouse husband ASAP. Glancing across the room, she watches the sweet blonde girl sleeping peacefully while hugging a battered teddy bear. Staring at the innocent 5-year-old child who doesn't even have a name yet, she remembers that this child is the daughter of the dead man who tormented her. A dark memory flashes through her mind, recalling how her own biological father sold her away like livestock for a single worthless rabbit skin. Arriving at the secluded hut long ago, she was savagely beaten by her prospective husband before even unpacking her belongings. Host critique: sold for a single rabbit skin? Her bio-dad deserves the absolute worst villain punishment in manhwa history. Recalling his terrifying silhouette towering over her trembling body, whispers she remembers how he brutalized her simply because she arrived a few minutes late. The soul-crushing realization struck her hard as she learned that her new life was nothing more than a living hell. Lying battered and unconscious on the cold wooden floor, her bruised body was left completely helpless. Watching through the darkness, the tiny blonde orphan slowly took her very first cautious steps toward the wounded woman. Host commentary: look at this adorable little angel stepping up. My heart can't take this wholesome moment. Opening her swollen eyes with a weak groan, the bruised woman stared up in complete shock. Standing directly above her with wide, innocent eyes, the tiny girl gazed down with genuine worry. Kneeling softly on the floorboards, the little child sat down right beside her broken body. Reaching forward with a tender touch, the sweet girl gently caressed her forehead to soothe her agonizing pain. Host reaction: this little girl is literal pure sunshine in a world full of dark trash. Protect her at all costs. Realizing this angelic child was the only living soul who ever showed her warmth, tears swelled in the woman's eyes. Curling up tightly together on the icy wooden floor, the two lonely souls found solace in each other's warm embrace. Memory shifts as she recalls the local villagers finding her husband's torn garments, confirming wild wolves mauled him to death in the woods. Hearing news of his sudden demise, a brief wave of relief washed over her traumatized heart. Host critique: getting eaten by wolves is top-tier karma for an abuser. The forest wolves did everyone a public service. Lowering her gaze with a heavy heart, her temporary relief quickly evaporated into dark uncertainty. Sitting inside the empty hut, She realizes a defenseless widow without a husband is like a stray sheep outside the village fence. Walking along the dusty dirt pathway, she holds the little girl's hand while carrying a basket of warm bread toward the outpost. Suddenly, the bright blonde girl gasps loudly, excitedly pointing her small finger toward the nearby trees. Staring through the forest canopy, the little child shouts that an oversized carriage is rolling into sight. Host commentary? Wait. Carriage? Bro, that's literally MC's slave cage rolling up right on schedule. Stopping dead in her tracks, the young woman gazes toward the heavily guarded wooden cage. Standing under the warm sunlight, the two of them watch the prisoner cart roll to a complete stop. Gasping in total disbelief, she notices a mysterious, muscular man kneeling inside the iron-barred wagon. Her eyes dilate in sudden extreme terror, panting, staring intently at the stranger sitting in captivity. Host reaction, look at her face in this panel, it's total shock. The artist nailed that traumatized sudden reaction. A terrifying flashback surges back into her mind as she remembers her abusive husband screaming abuse while violently punching her in the face. Recalling his terrifying dark glare, she remembers him towering over them, enraged that she was getting close to the child. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the dead husband barked that their presence completely ruined his appetite. Dropping his eating utensils onto the floor with a harsh metallic ring, his menacing shadow completely consumed her vision. Host critique, that dead ex-husband was a total monster. Glad he's wolf food now, but the emotional scars are running real deep. Recalling the shiny silver fork bouncing off the wooden floor, her heart races with paralyzing panic. Focusing her trembling gaze on the prisoner inside the cage, her eyes widen as she sees our protagonist holding a fork and eating bread. Reaching inside the woven basket, a gentle hand lifts out a fresh loaf of baked bread. Holding the bread firmly beside the child, she takes a cautious step toward the wooden cart. Host reaction? Wait, is she about to offer MC food? Talk about an instant destiny meeting. Extending her arm forward with the loaf of bread, slowly approaches the heavy iron bars. Walking over with quick steps, an elderly villager suddenly interrupts her, gasping, taking notice of her arrival. Taking the basket of bread into his hands, the old villager gently tells her to head straight back to the village while they handle the guards. Turning around with a quiet nod, she takes the little girl's hand to leave while our hero hungrily munches on bread inside his cage. Looking back over her tiny shoulder, the little blonde child stares intently at the mysterious stranger locked in the cart. Host critique, that eye contact right at the end? The dad-daughter connection is officially sparking. Next batch is going to be insane. Still kneeling inside the wooden cage, Ju-won stares blankly at the loaf of fresh bread resting in his dirt-covered hands, completely paralyzed by the unexpected gesture of warmth. The iron latch on the cage door snaps open with a sharp clink, snapping him out of his daze as guards prepare to haul him out. Two fully armored guards kick open the cage door and barge inside, brutally barking at Ju-won to get his miserable rear moving. Without giving him a second to stand up, a guard shoves Ju-won out of the carriage, sending him crashing face first onto the wooden platform. Clinging desperately to his precious loaf of bread, Ju-won groans in pain as dirt smudges across his bruised face. The guards parade Ju-won and two other shackled prisoners into the center of a rustic mountain village where the local chief stands waiting. Mockingly, look at these guards acting like top-tier warlords over three starving guys. Without warning, a guard draws a dagger, slashes open each captive's palm, causing fresh blood to spill onto the dirt. Drops of red blood fall directly onto a pair of official parchments resting on the ground, binding the men through a gruesome feudal ritual. The blood-stained documents emit a brilliant cyan light, causing Ju-won's eyes to widen in complete shock as magical runes bind his soul. Wait, magical slave contracts exist in this world? Catching his breath after the blinding spell fades, Ju-won exhales heavily, but while trying to make sense of what kind of crazy fantasy dimension he was transported into. The village chief leans in close to an armored guard, muttering hushed instructions in a strange native dialect while glancing over at Ju-won. Standing bound in front of the villagers, Ju-won and his fellow blonde captive kneel silently in the grass, awaiting whatever bizarre fate this mountain town has planned for him. Sensing the heavy gazes locked onto him, Ju-won tilts his head up with a bewildered look on his face, wondering why everyone is staring like he's a rare prize exhibit. The scene shifts to a charming, sunlit timber cabin tucked away in a quiet corner of the village glade. Inside the cozy house, a large fabric sack packed tight with emergency food supplies sits resting on the polished wooden
floorboards. An older village woman stands with her arms crossed, sternly reminding Lizzie that her assigned foreign husband cannot speak a word of their language, so she will have to repay every single coin the village spent on him. Crossing her arms tighter, the old woman bluntly reveals that nobody in town ever liked Lizzie's late husband, and they only tolerated him because they desperately needed a mountain hunter. Man, talk about dropping brutal truth bombs on a widowed mom. A dark silhouette flashes in Lizzie's mind as the elderly neighbor reassures her that although her new man looks massive and intimidating, whisper, his soft hands show he's never hit a soul in his life. Grasping Lizzie's trembling hands, the neighbor promises she will live a comfortable life as long as he's a decent hunter, but Lizzie softly looks away, whispering that she doesn't care about living luxuriously. Lizzie lowers her head with a bittersweet expression, admitting that her only humble prayer is for her assigned husband to be a gentle, nonviolent person. Gazing down affectionately at her sweet blonde toddler sleeping soundly in her lap, Lizzie whispers that as long as he leaves her and her daughter in peace, she will be completely satisfied. Right on cue, heavy knuckles slam violently against the wooden cabin door as a stern voice announces his arrival. Lizzie gasps in panic, instinctively pulling her child close as she catches a glimpse of a giant silhouette standing right outside the window frame. The village chief pushes the front door wide open, marching inside while announcing that he has brought the man who is to become her new husband. Lizzie's cheeks turn pale with pure anxiety as she stammers out, "My husband?" while waiting in dread for the mysterious stranger to step through the threshold. Now cleaned up and dressed in a brown leather tunic over a white shirt, Ju-won steps into the sunlit room, completely clueless as to why he keeps getting dragged around from place to place. Looking down at the frightened mother and child crouching on the floor, Ju-won internally complains about being paraded around while still covered in bruises and cuts. Lizzie glances up from the floor, her heart hammering against her ribs as she takes in the towering frame of her assigned spouse. Trembling uncontrollably, Lizzie stares up at Ju-won's broad shoulders, terrified by the fact that she has never laid eyes on a man this ridiculously huge in her entire life. Bro's built like a brick house compared to these villagers. Ju-won squints down at Lizzie's face, suddenly recognizing the warm brown hair and gentle features of the sweet woman who handed him bread through the cage bars. Spotting her trembling hands, Ju-won cocks his head in utter confusion, wondering why this kind-hearted angel looks like she's staring at an absolute demon. The village chief grabs Ju-won's forearm, barking at him to stop standing around like an idiot, move his legs. Dragging the giant young man forward, the chief shoves Ju-won right toward the terrified young widow. Standing Ju-won directly in front of Lizzie, the chief aggressively points at her, making it crystal clear that this woman is his newly assigned partner. The chief forcibly grabs Lizzie's delicate wrist, scolding her not to act so stiff when she's getting married. With a swift shove, the chief forces Lizzie's soft hand directly into Ju-won's large palm. Talk about the most awkward shotgun wedding in fantasy history. The chief grins widely, admiring his handiwork and proclaiming that standing hand in hand like that makes them look just like a happily married couple. Ju-won's mind goes completely blank as he stares down at their joined hands, wondering what on earth is happening with this insanely heavy atmosphere. Incapable of understanding a single word of the village dialect, Ju-won relies purely on context clues, slowly realizing the terrifying truth of his situation. A horrifying image of the demonic fantasy Santa Claus suddenly flashes in Ju-won's mind, echoing his promise of giving him a wife with a heart as pure as fresh snow. Wait, Santa actually delivered on his wish? The creepy Santa memory continues to echo, mocking whisper, promising him a lovely, obedient daughter who respects and adores her new father. Ju-won looks down at Lizzie, imagining a pair of cute, floppy rabbit ears above her timid face as he marvels at how perfectly she fits the description. He turns his attention to the adorable blonde toddler hiding behind her skirt, whose big golden eyes shine like bright stars in total awe. Giggle. Seriously, this child is so outrageously cute, it should be illegal. Bathing in the warm sunlight streaming through the cabin window, Ju-won stares at his new family in complete disbelief, questioning if that sketchy old Santa was actually legit all along. Lizzie looks up at Ju-won with teary, shimmering eyes, her nervous expression gradually softening as she senses no malintent coming from his giant body. Gently wrapping her arms around her toddler, Lizzie looks down while Ju-won reflects that even if Santa granted his wish, transmigrating him into an unknown fantasy realm was way too dramatic. Dark memories of being beaten, shackled in dirty rags, and locked inside a slave cage flicker across his mind, filling him with lingering resentment over the sheer torture he endured.
Lowering his head, a shadow falls over Ju-won's eyes, trembling with barely contained rage as intense, burning anger boils up inside his chest. Eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated vengeance, Ju-won vows in his mind that if he ever runs into that sketchy Santa again, he will brutally eliminate him without a second thought. The scene shifts to a hilarious chibi fantasy gag where Ju-won turns into a roaring red bear monster overflowing with rage, while Lizzie and her little daughter shiver like tiny, terrified bunnies. The artist really loves switching from dark drama to top-tier comedy. Deep inside the sun-dappled woodland, the village chief stands conversing with a group of local hunters in their strange native dialect. The chief suddenly turns toward Ju-won, waving his hands around while shouting in total gibberish. Ju-won rubs his forehead in complete exasperation, realizing he doesn't have the slightest clue what this energetic old man is trying to say. Glancing over his shoulder, the chief signals to the blonde foreign captive standing nearby, gesturing for him to step forward and approach the giant newcomer. The blonde captive walks right up to Ju-won, extending his right arm for a firm handshake, while Ju-won squints down in total confusion, wondering if a handshake is universal across worlds. Their hands lock together in a tight grip as the villager prepares to test the giant stranger's raw physical power.
Suddenly, the blonde guy flexes his fingers, attempting to crush Ju-won's palm with full physical force to assert dominance. Instead of flinching, Ju-won stands completely unfazed while the blonde guy's face turns beet red as he struggles against Ju-won's immovable grip. Seriously? Bro thought he could intimidate a transmigrated protagonist, only to end up breaking his own knuckles. Ju-won squints his eyes slightly, tilting his head as he realizes this little greeting was actually a low-key test of strength. With an effortless squeeze, Ju-won tightens his palm just a fraction, sending the blonde captive crashing down onto his knees in agonizing defeat. Seeing the blonde guy whimpering on the dirt while nursing his bruised fingers, giggles, the village chief breaks into wild applause, cheering ecstatically at Ju-won's unbelievable physical flex. Unstrapping a sturdy hunting bow from his shoulder, the chief marches up to Ju-won while barking fresh instructions in his native tongue. Chief holds up the weapon and an arrow, demonstrating the proper posture while gesturing for Ju-won to take the gear. Taking the hunting bow into his large hands, Ju-won tilts his head in utter bewilderment, reading the peaceful room and realizing the old chief isn't trying to challenge him to a duel. Right on cue, the chief puts both hands up against his ears and starts squatting up and down like an absolute lunatic. Man, watching this grown elder pretend to be a fluffy rabbit is easily the highlight of the week. The chief continues hopping around in circles like a frantic bunny, trying his absolute hardest to convey what kind of wild game they're hunting. Watching the ridiculous spectacle unfold, Ju-won finally gets the hint, nodding to himself as he realizes the chief wants to teach him the basics of mountain archery. Before Ju-won can even adjust his stance, the chief suddenly gasps and starts waving his hands back and forth in a frantic panic. Pointing frantically toward a nearby bush, the chief barks at Ju-won to arm his bow immediately. Tucked harmlessly behind a patch of green leaves, a pristine white rabbit nibbles peacefully on a branch, completely oblivious to the danger nearby. The chief screams in native dialect while pointing violently at the target, causing Ju-won to sweat nervously since he's literally never held a hunting bow in his entire life. Kneeling down into an awkward archery stance, Ju-won pulls back the string, mentally stressing over how beginners on Earth struggle to even make arrows fly straight, let alone hit a tiny moving target. Letting go of the bowstring with pure instincts, a surging wave of blue magic propels the arrow forward like an artillery shell. The arrow flies at blinding speed, grazing right over the rabbit's ears with a sharp swooshing sound, scaring the absolute daylight out of the little creature. Even though he missed the rabbit by a whole yard, the chief starts clapping hysterically in complete awe. Talk about suffering from success. Bro shot so hard he impressed the teacher without even hitting the target. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the forest glade as the chief turns around, greeting whoever just walked into the clearing. Emerging from the sunlit trees, Lizzie approaches the picnic spot, carrying a woven basket while holding her sweet toddler's little hand. Ju-won turns his head around, his eyes locking onto the gentle brown-haired woman as she steps under the warm canopy of leaves. Basking under the golden sunlight, Lizzie looks absolutely breathtaking as she walks alongside her cute blonde daughter, leaving Ju-won completely speechless as he internalizes that this gorgeous woman is now officially his wife. Looking down at his new bride, a sudden wave of heat rushes to Ju-won's cheeks as his heart hammers wildly inside his chest. Ju-won Ju-on turns bright red like a boiling kettle while steam erupts from his head, leaving Lizzie and her daughter blinking in complete confusion at his hilarious reaction. The author's chibi transitions never fail to deliver top-tier comedy. Setting down a crisp white picnic blanket over the grassy glade, the small family sits together, creating a cozy and peaceful atmosphere amidst the wild forest. With trembling, cautious hands, Lizzie softly bows her head and hands a warm ceramic bowl of freshly prepared stew directly to her giant new spouse. A steaming bowl filled with tender meat, carrots, and rich broth rests in Ju-on's palm, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Taking a spoonful of the warm stew, Ju-on eats quietly, while Lizzie and her little girl sit side by side, watching his every move with curious wide eyes. Ju-on chews slowly, savoring the delicious home-cooked meal while noticing how the frightened mother and toddler are still keeping a cautious distance from him. Lowering his spoon, Ju-on looks down in quiet reflection, taking in the serene tranquility of the moment. A faint, tender smile breaks across Ju-on's face, softening his intimidating gaze as he looks upon the innocent pair sitting before him. Like, oh, they're just so oblivious to everything, aren't they? Looking up at the rustling green leaves, Ju-on reflects in his mind on how foreign the concept of family feels to him, having spent his entire life from middle school to 30 living alone in an empty room. Watching Lizzie gently feed her sweet blonde toddler a spoonful of warm broth, a subtle warmth fills Ju-on's chest as he realizes he finally has people to call his own. Still, a dark shadow falls over his eyes as he grimaces slightly, admitting that while forced marriage wasn't ideal, after all the brutal torture he survived in this fantasy dimension, the order of events doesn't really matter anymore. Looking up at the bright blue sky, Ju-on exhales heavily, panting, internally complaining that while he wants to strangle that sketchy Santa Claus for transmigrating him, he's also strangely grateful for this peaceful gift. Tilting his head back into the warm sunlight, Ju-on lets out a breath of relief, letting the heavy burden on his soul melt away for the first time in forever. Setting his empty bowl down on the white blanket, Ju-on looks Lizzie straight in the eyes and softly mutters a genuine thank you. The story jumps forward to the very next morning as the chief leads the way up a steep mountain dirt trail, with Ju-on carrying a massive sack of emergency grain supplies across his broad shoulders. Glancing back over his heavy load, Ju-on checks on Lizzie and her daughter to make sure they aren't falling behind on the rugged path. Gasping for air, Lizzie clutches her chest while her poor little toddler stumbles alongside her, completely drained of energy from the arduous hike. Ju-on clenches his jaw in deep frustration, hating the fact that the severe language barrier prevents him from offering a single word of comfort or checking if they need a break. Glancing up toward the mountain summit, Ju-on resolves in his mind that he needs to master the native language and adapt to this brutal fantasy realm as fast as humanly possible. Bringing his heavy leather boots to a sharp halt, Ju-on stops dead in his tracks on the dirt trail. A heartwarming flashback flashes through Ju-on's mind, remembering his late mother gently patting his head by a city fountain, reminding him that whenever he wants to protect someone, he can never afford to hesitate. Man, what an absolute masterclass in character development. A mysterious woman's advice echoes in his mind, reminding him that protecting his new family requires decisive action right now. Walking through the lush forest path with a massive supply sack strapped tightly to his back, our protagonist moves forward with firm determination. Suddenly, he comes across the trembling woman and the little girl huddled together along the pathway. Looking up at him with enormous teary eyes, the adorable blonde child whimpers softly in deep apprehension. Look at MC kneeling down to lower his intimidating height. Pure top-tier green flag energy right here. Kneeling gently on the dirt ground, he tries his best to reassure them that he only wants to help. Trembling uncontrollably, the mother gasps in fear as dark anxiety grips her heart. Dropping to her knees with her hands pressed together in desperation, she desperately pleads for mercy in her native tongue. Seeing her mother bow in terror, the innocent child bursts into quiet tears, her tiny face flushed red with sadness. Realizing his stern expression is terrifying them, he mentally curses his blunt demeanor while sweating nervously. Host reaction. Bro is realizing resting tough guy face is a fatal flaw when adopting traumatized cuties. Stepping closer with gentle hands, he stoops down while whispering an apology for the sudden move. Swooping down in one swift motion, he easily scoops up both the young woman and the child. Both of them gasp in utter shock as they suddenly find themselves airborne in his powerful grip. Holding the mother in one arm and the child in the other, he carries them smoothly like it's absolutely nothing. Host critique, a double princess carry while lugging a giant cargo sack? The sheer physical flex from this man is ridiculous. Looking up at his calm face, The young woman remains totally stunned by his incredible physical strength. Walking effortlessly through the sunlit forest, he carries the mother, daughter, and all their supplies without breaking a sweat. Peering over his shoulder at the massive bag, the curious blonde girl points her tiny hand and babbles excitedly in her unique language. Moving steadily along the grass path, he keeps his focus forward to ensure they reach safety quickly. Glancing softly at the woman held close against his chest, he quietly tells her to cling tightly to him. He's genuinely concerned about how lightweight they are. Shows how malnourished they've been living out here. Thinking to himself, he notices with heavy concern that both the woman and child weigh almost nothing. Vowing to master the local dialect and hunting skills immediately, he promises himself that he will provide endless warm meals for them. Realizing the massive list of responsibilities ahead, he steels his resolve to build a proper home for his new family. Sweat trickles down his neck as the midday heat catches up with his intense physical trek. Reaching out with a hesitant touch, the young woman gently wipes away the sweat dripping from his temple. Oh, look at her taking care of him already. The domestic chemistry is off the charts. Stopping in his tracks, he feels a sudden surge of surprise as her warm fingers touch his skin. Blushing fiercely, she quickly draws back her hand in sudden embarrassment, worried she might have offended him. Continuing down the forest road with steady footsteps, they follow the old villager who guides them toward their distant cabin. Arriving outside the rustic wooden cabin, our hero bows respectfully to the elderly villager to express his gratitude. Watching the elders stroll away into the forest shadows, he exhales sharply, turns his attention toward their brand new living quarters. Bro is comparing an isekai fantasy cabin to his cheap Seoul rooftop apartment. Modern habits die hard. Gazing up at the drafty wooden roof, he worries about how cold the winter will be inside this humble shelter. Remembering his agonizing memories of freezing in iron shackles, a sudden shiver runs down his spine as he recoils from the chill. Reaching out toward the aged handle, he carefully pushes open the heavy wooden entrance door. Stepping into the interior threshold with wide eyes, he gasps in complete confusion at the scene inside. Standing in the middle of the bare room, the young mother turns toward him with overflowing tears in her eyes. Approaching her with hesitation, he raises a hand in panic and asks why she is weeping so sorrowfully. Host commentary: he's so clueless when a pretty girl starts crying in front of him. Classic dense MC moment. Overwhelmed by deep emotional sorrow, she suddenly turns around and runs straight out the wooden door. Turning his head toward the desolate interior, he stares in utter disbelief at what happened to the house. Looking into the stripped-down cabin, he realizes every single piece of furniture and usable tool has been completely looted. As the warm dusk light filters through the autumn trees, the harsh reality settles in that greedy thieves stripped their home clean. Sitting huddled on the grassy clearing outside, the poor woman sobs uncontrollably as she lists every missing item. Host critique: looting a poor widow's basic tools and weapons is street evil. Villagers in this realm have zero chill. Hugging her knees tightly against her chest, she despairs over how they will survive the freezing nights without weapons or shelter. Walking quietly through the golden forest canopy, our hero locates her sitting alone under the trees. Lowering his massive frame onto the soft grass beside her, he sits down gently without saying a word. Reaching out with a tender gesture, he places his broad hands softly on top of her head. Head pats, the ultimate comfort move in anime history. Gently stroking her soft brown hair with careful precision, he attempts to ease the heavy burden weighing on her spirit. Looking down at her tear-stained face with a gentle smile, he whispers comforting words that transcend their language barrier. Looking up into his reassuring eyes, tears glisten on her cheeks as she realizes this man is her new protector. She's still doubtful because he can't speak her language yet, but his actions speak louder than words. Even though doubts linger in her mind about how a non-hunting outsider will manage, his presence brings undeniable warmth. Staring up with a mix of anxiety and hope, she ponders whether they can truly build a bright future together in this unforgiving wilderness. A confident smile spreads across his face, radiating unwavering strength and security. Looking down with complete confidence and affection, our protagonist silently vows that no hardship will ever tear this family apart. Host critique: what a heart-melting conclusion to this batch. He's ready to grind and craft everything from scratch. Next batch is going to be insane watching him rebuild. Softly reaching out, Ju-won rests his hand against Lizzie's cheek, his touch gentle enough to calm her trembling frame. A single teardrop glides down her cheek, reflecting Ju-on's soft expression in her bright eyes as she stares up at him in disbelief. Holding her tenderly, Ju-on feels a sudden wave of relief wash over him, while Lizzie wonders in her mind why his presence makes her feel so safe. Even with fear and uncertainty racing through her thoughts, she can't fight the soothing comfort radiating from his giant hands. Man, the emotional depth in these close-up panels is insane. Basking in the golden forest light, Ju-on kneels beside her, creating a peaceful bubble away from the harsh realities of this world. A quiet ripple reflects their quiet bonding moment in the nearby spring, sealing a silent bond between them. Recalling his solitary past life, Ju-on reflects on how he survived all alone after his parents passed away, pushing through years of absolute isolation. Gently placing a hand on her shoulder, he looks at her with absolute sincerity, silently making a vow to protect her. Wrapping his arms around her, Ju-on determines in his soul that now that he has a family again, strong emotion, he'll overcome every obstacle ahead. Don't worry, he promises with a reassuring smile, clenching his chest. I'll do whatever it takes to provide for you both. Bro went from lone wolf survivor to peak dad mode in under 5 minutes. Overwhelmed by his sudden kindness, Lizzie lets out a choked sob, her long repressed emotions finally breaking through her defense. Crashing against his chest, she buries her face in his clothes while weeping uncontrollably, leaving Ju-on stunned by her raw grief. Seeing her mother in tears, the little blonde toddler comes sprinting across the grass, screaming at the top of her lungs. Throwing her tiny arms around Lizzie, the brave little girl glares at Ju-on, yelling for him not to hurt her mother. Ju-on sits frozen on the grass as both mother and daughter cling to each other right against his chest, creating a heartwarming yet chaotic sight. Looking down at the weeping woman in his arms, Ju-on internalizes how foreign it feels to have someone rely so completely on him. Watching the toddler sob tearfully beside her mother, he admits to himself that managing a family is completely uncharted territory for a former outcast. Talk about a crash course in sudden fatherhood. Looking back at how Lizzie offered him bread when he was starving, Ju-on finally understands the immense pain she was carrying behind that gentle smile. Pulling them both into a protective embrace, Ju-on gently kisses the top of Lizzie's hair, swearing to be the ultimate husband and father who never lets them cry again. Standing as a shield beside the quiet stream, Ju-on resolves that he'll make sure neither of them ever regrets having him as family. Later that evening, the scene shifts to a quaint, cozy wooden cabin nestled quietly at the foot of the sunlit forest. Inside the quiet room, an awkward silence fills the air as Lizzie and her daughter sit on the wooden floorboards while Ju-on sits across from them in total stillness. Pulling his feet in awkwardly, Ju-on scratches his head, realizing that despite their emotional breakdown in the woods, they're right back to awkward small talk. Glancing at the pair, Ju-on takes comfort in knowing Lizzie looks awkward rather than terrified, but ponders what step he should take first to break the ice. Classic introvert dilemma. How do you start a conversation when you don't even speak the same language? Suddenly snapping his fingers, Ju-on gets a brilliant idea to bridge the massive communication gap. Scooting forward rapidly across the floorboards, Ju-on catches both Lizzie and her toddler completely off guard. Pointing directly at his own chest, Ju-on smiles brightly and clearly pronounces his full name, Kim Ju-on. Realizing that even if they can't understand sentences, knowing names is step number 1 for living under the same roof, Ju-on keeps his tone super friendly. Enunciating every single syllable slowly, Ju-on points at himself again, making sure they catch every sound of his name clearly. Extending his open palm toward Lizzie, Ju-on gestures warmly, asking her to tell him her name. Flustered by his sudden request, Lizzie mumbles softly under her breath, trying to articulate her name while Ju-on leans in to listen carefully. Pointing a delicate finger at her own chest, she timidly says, Lizzie, causing Ju-on to beam with satisfaction as he repeats it back. That's a super pretty name, Lizzie, Ju-on praises with a warm smile, leaving her cheeks slightly flushed from his compliments. Look at him smoothly winning over his target one step at a time. Turning his attention toward the cute blonde toddler sitting beside her, Ju-on gestures gently, asking the little girl what her name is. Instead of answering, the mother and child drop their eyes in heavy silence, causing the warm atmosphere inside the room to instantly deflate. Seeing the toddler shake her little head back and forth, Ju-on feels a sharp pang in his heart as he realizes the poor child doesn't even have a name. Watching the toddler look down pouty and sad, Ju-on clenches his jaw, furious at how horribly her previous captors treated this innocent child. Gently reaching out to pat her blonde head, Ju-on smiles tenderly and promises in his heart that he will give her a wonderful name. Imagining a world filled with magic and endless wonder, Ju-on visualizes classic storybook characters like Dorothy, the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and the Lion protecting her.
picturing the little girl going on thrilling adventures alongside joyful fantasy friends. Ju-won fills her future with warmth and happiness. Watching a majestic white dove soar into the bright sky, Ju-won envisions her growing up into a bright, beloved child who spreads joy everywhere. Like a page ripped straight out of a beautiful fairy tale picture book, Jo-won imagines all three of them running through fields of glowing flowers together. Stroking her soft hair, Ju-won beams down at her, deciding on a name that'll draw kind friends and genuine love into her life. Sparks of absolute joy light up the toddler's eyes as she beams brightly, instantly melting Ju-won's heart with her adorable smile. Protect this smile at all costs. If anything happens to her, we riot! The next morning, Ju-won works up a heavy sweat outside, swinging a massive iron axe down onto thick logs with powerful precision. Peeking stealthily from behind a nearby tree, Lizzie watches Ju-won chopping firewood, marveling in her mind at how bizarrely kind this giant stranger is. Splitting a giant log effortlessly with one heavy stroke, Ju-won's sheer muscle power leaves Lizzie reflecting on how much bigger his hands are than her terrible late husband's. Clutching the rough tree bark, Lizzie admits to herself that Ju-won is completely different from any cruel man she's ever encountered before. Whispering his name softly under her breath, Lizzie notes that despite not understanding his language, his voice sounds impossibly refined and gentle. Remembering the shadow of her abusive past versus Ju-won's golden warmth, Lizzie feels her deep-rooted fears finally beginning to dissolve into hope. Ju-won offers a soft, handsome smile as the warm sunlight filters through the lush canopy above them. Looking back while holding his axe, Ju-won notices Lizzie staring at him intently, while she secretly ponders how out of place this refined stranger seems in a remote village. Waving his hand with a bright, open smile, Ju-won calls out her name warmly, instantly breaking her quiet train of thought. Staring into his eyes, Lizzie catches herself observing his distinct features, dark hair and dark eyes that trigger a sudden memory. She recalls kingdom rumors about a devastating war where an enemy nation successfully performed a sacred hero summoning ritual. Villagers had been gossiping everywhere that the rival kingdom summoned a legendary hero straight out of ancient tales to turn the tide of battle. According to legend, this newly summoned champion possessed jet black hair and striking dark eyes, built like a warrior destined for total victory. Man, imagine if she actually pieces together that he's an otherworldly transfer. Watching Ju-won casually stroll closer along the sunlit trail, Lizzie tries to align the rumors with the gentleman standing right in front of her. She inspects his face closely, thinking that, while he shares some basic traits with the described hero, the idea still feels ridiculous. Shaking her head internally, she reasons that a grand legendary hero would be living inside an extravagant imperial palace, not working as a humble mountain keeper. She dismisses the whole thing as mere tavern talk while standing right beside his towering frame. Classic anime logic. If he's wearing peasant clothes, there's zero chance he's the chosen one, right? Ju-won leans down slightly to meet her gaze, letting out a polite greeting that snaps her right back to reality. Looking up at him from a hair's breadth away, Lizzie notes that up close, his dark hair actually carries warm brown undertones under the sun. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, she chuckles to herself, relieved that he's just an unusually tall, gentle guy after all. But a second later, a sudden thought hits her. Why on earth is she feeling relieved about him being an ordinary man? Clutching her dress right over her beating heart, Lizzie gets flustered, reminding herself that they literally met for the first time today. Instantly turning into a blushing chibi mess, Lizzie's head starts steaming while Ju-won just stares at her in utter confusion with question marks floating around. Bro is completely clueless about the emotional hurricane he just caused. Gentle as ever, Ju-won reaches out and softly rests his large hand on top of her head. Lizzie freezes on the spot, her heart aching as she remembers how every previous man in her life only ever raised a hand to strike her. Yet, Ju-won's touch is completely different, stroking her hair with pure tenderness and warmth. Closing her eyes, she feels a soothing warmth wash over her, silently wishing he would never take his hand away. Cradling her face gently in his palm, softly Ju-won gazes down at her with unfiltered affection, creating a quiet world just for the two of them. Feeling his own heart flutter, Ju-won's face flushes a deep red while subtle pink hearts float through the glowing light. Look at these two dorks blushing up a storm. Lizzie stares up into his eyes with absolute affection, her lingering fear melting away into complete trust. A gentle gust sweeps through the autumn foliage, setting a picture-perfect romantic stage. Leaning down softly, Ju-won presses a sweet, tender kiss onto Lizzie's lips right underneath the falling canopy. Lizzie's eyes shoot wide open in absolute disbelief, her mind completely short-circuiting from the sudden kiss. Snapping back to his senses mid-kiss, Ju-won suddenly realizes what he just did and his eyes go wide with pure shock. Instantly springing backward, Ju-won panics while Lizzie literally turns into a frozen block of ice from pure embarrassment. Face burning like a hot furnace, Ju-won stammers incoherently, waving his hands around in total panic. The man literally kissed her on impulse and immediately regretted his life choices. Looking around frantically for any excuse to escape the awkwardness, Ju-won spots a wooden water bucket resting on the grass. Grabbing the wooden handle in a split second, Ju-won acts like he has an urgent chore to finish. Sprinting away into the deep woods at top speed, Ju-won leaves Lizzie standing completely speechless in his dust. Left standing all alone, Lizzie's face steams bright crimson as she clutches her chest in utter shock. Walking sluggishly down the forest trail with the water bucket in hand, Ju-won buries his face in his hand, wondering what on earth she must think of him now. Scratching his head in pure frustration, he groans to himself that even if they're legally forced into marriage, kissing someone you met hours ago is insane. Realizing they can't even speak the same language yet, Ju-won contemplates whether he should just pretend the whole kiss never happened. Good luck pretending that didn't happen, buddy. The ice effect on her was permanent. Lost in his deep embarrassment, Ju-won wanders way too deep into the woods as the bright sunlight fades into eerie darkness. Glancing around the gloomy, mist-covered trees, Ju-won realizes with a chill that he has completely lost his way. Eerie purple magical tendrils start swirling through the dark woods, heavy with malicious energy. Halting his footsteps, Ju-won decides he needs to fetch the water and hurry straight back before trouble finds him. But before he can take another step, a suffocating aura of pure killer intent crushes down on his chest, sending a shiver straight down his spine. Emerging from the thick dark mist, a massive shadow wolf with glowing crimson eyes slithers into view behind the trees. Snarling viciously, the giant monster wolf bared its razor-sharp white fangs, dripping saliva onto the forest floor. Oh man, talk about going from romantic comedy straight into dark fantasy survival horror. Swallowing nervously, panting, Ju-won breaks out into a cold sweat as the beast lets out a deep, bone-rattling growl. Towering over him like an apex predator, the shadow beast locks its murderous gaze on Ju-won, cornering him completely. Stepping closer with slow, deliberate strides, the monster wolf prepares to turn the defenseless human into its next meal. Shaking violently in terror, Ju-won crouches down low behind his wooden bucket, realizing he doesn't have a single weapon on him. Desperate to survive, Ju-won grabs a broken wooden branch off the ground, holding it up like a makeshift club while facing the roaring beast. Roaring viciously, the giant wolf lunges forward at lightning speed, biting down hard and snapping the wooden stick in half with a loud crunch. Refusing to end up his wolf chow, Ju-won lets out a fierce roar as he swings his fist with everything he's got. The terrifying monster snaps its razor-sharp jaws shut, locking onto Ju-won with lethal force. Clinging desperately to the wooden branch while the beast chews through it with a loud crunch, Ju-won grits his teeth in sheer frustration. Pushing back against the massive shadow wolf's weight, Ju-won shouts at the top of his lungs, refusing to give up his life in this gloomy forest. Suddenly, a shockwave of raw mystical energy surges through his body, turning his eyes a brilliant glowing blue. Did bro seriously awaken his main character power-up right as he was about to become monster food? Searing heat erupts from Ju-won's arms as he pushes the shadow beast back with incredible force. Screaming in sheer pain, Ju-won feels an intense burning sensation coursing through his veins like molten lava. Flashing a look of total panic, Ju-won stares down at his glowing hands in absolute shock. Brilliant golden flames burst from Ju-won's fist, engulfing the wolf's entire snout in intense heat. Holding the thrashing monster down, Ju-won gapes at his burning arm, completely baffled by the fire magic suddenly erupting from his body. With the shadow wolf squirming beneath his grip, Ju-won mounts the beast to keep it pinned against the dirt. Channeling all his adrenaline into his flaming fists, Ju-won pummels the monster's head with a flurry of blazing strikes. He went from struggling against a stick to turning this wolf into an absolute barbecue. Searing sparks explode with every punch, completely breaking the monster's beastly defense. Driving one final devastating blow into the soil, Ju-won slams the shadow beast into complete submission. The scorched monster slumps lifeless onto the grass, smoking gently as Ju-won catches his breath. Collapsing flat onto his back on the soft grass, panting, Ju-won stares up at the night sky,
utterly dumbfounded by the magic that just shot out of his hands. Lifting his arms to examine his forearms closely, he notices with intense confusion that despite the fiery blast, his sleeves aren't even singed. Stroking his chin in thought, Ju-won mutters aloud, wondering if he actually just used real fantasy magic. Memories of fantasy novels flood his brain, making him realize that awakening cheat powers in an alternate world is the ultimate main character trope. Bro literally paused his survival fight to break down light novel cliches. Sitting up with a surge of excitement, Ji-won extends his open palm toward the sky, eager to test out his new magical abilities. Reaching his hand high into the air, Ju-won dramatically yells, "Fireball!" Absolute silence echoes through the quiet forest as Ju-won keeps shouting, "Fireball!" over and over with literally nothing happening. Refusing to accept defeat, Ju-won starts yelling random high-tier spell names like Firestorm and Firewall into the empty air. Shouting out every ridiculous anime incantation he can think of, Ju-won screams, "Dragon Breath!" and calls upon earth spirits while the dead wolf lies there silently. The sheer contrast between his cool hero awakening and this secondhand embarrassment is gold. Turning into a deadpan, chibi mess with a cold sweat drop dripping down his face, flustered, Ju-won realizes just how ridiculous he looks right now. Laying back onto the grass with a soft sigh, Ju-won notes that if he learns to master this magic, he can easily hunt high-tier prey and provide for his new family. A warm vision fills his heart, picturing himself feeding delicious roasted monster meat to Lizzie and little Dorothy inside a cozy home. Reaching toward the trees with a gentle smile, Ju-won realizes that mastering magic could also serve as emergency healing whenever someone falls ill in these remote mountains. Standing up onto his feet, Ju-won wipes the dirt off his clothes, resolving to take his magic training step by step. Telling himself with absolute confidence that if he awakened magic once under pressure, he definitely can summon it again with practice. Painful memories of his past life on Earth suddenly resurface, remembering the tragic days when his parents died, followed shortly by his beloved grandfather. Harsh shouts echo in his mind as angry relatives cornered young Ju-han during the funeral service. Screaming that his father and brother died because they lived with Ju-won, a cruel relative brutally knocked young Ju-won to the floor. Crying helplessly on the cold ground, young Ju-won endured their venomous blame, branded as the sole cause of every family tragedy. Deep emotional scars left him believing for years that he was nothing more than a cursed plague who brought death to everyone around him. Man, understanding his tragic past makes his dedication to protecting Lizzie and Dorothy so much more meaningful. Snapping back to reality with a heavy sigh, Ju-won vows to leave that painful past behind and build a truly happy life in this world. Grabbing the giant shadow wolf carcass, Ju-won thinks about draining its blood, but decides against it to avoid luring other dangerous predators. Effortlessly slinging the massive beast over his shoulders, Ju-won notes that while processing the hides will take effort, skinning it will yield valuable leather. Walking along the peaceful trail with the giant wolf resting on his back, Ju-won smiles, remembering how watching his grandfather butcher farm animals back then unexpectedly gave him survival skills. Looking up at the glowing full moon filtering through the trees, Ju-won whispers softly that his grandfather would be deeply proud to see how strong he's grown. Flexing his fingers in midair as he marches back home, Ju-won ponders how he's going to systematically train his magical powers. Meanwhile, inside the warm, cozy cabin, fireplace crackling pleasantly, Lizzie searches through the wooden cupboards while toddler Dorothy plays nearby. Toddler Dorothy comes running over holding a tiny wooden plate, giddily shouting, "Cat bowl," as she hands it to Lizzie. Smiling fondly at the helpful toddler, Lizzie gently pats Dorothy's blonde hair, warmly thanking her. Giggling with pure joy, Dorothy beams under Lizzie's warm hand, filling the cozy cottage with wholesome warmth. Dorothy is literally the most precious baby in the entire universe. Toddler Dorothy happily prances across the wooden floorboards, wandering toward the front entrance to play. Spotting the small pet hatch built into the bottom of the front door, Dorothy crouches down to peek outside into the yard. Sticking her small face through the lower hatch, Dorothy looks out into the dark night sky with big, curious eyes. Suddenly, a giant, terrifying wolf head shoves right into the hatch, staring directly into Dorothy's face as the toddler shrieks in pure horror. Bro, what is going on? Ju-won literally carried the dead monster home and stuck its giant snout through the doggy door to show them. Stuck right inside the lower window,
no, the massive wolf head sits frozen in the doorway while little Dorothy cries her eyes out in absolute terror. Shawan wanted to brag about his catch and ended up traumatizing his future daughter for life. Suddenly hearing a strange commotion inside the cabin, Lizzie turns around with wide, terrified eyes and screams her little daughter's name at the top of her lungs. Grabbing a sharp kitchen knife off the wooden table with a tight grip, her protective motherly instincts instantly kick into overdrive. Sprinting toward the entrance threshold with quick, urgent footsteps, she raises the blade high while yelling for Dorothy to stay behind her. Host commentary? Look at that dramatic close-up on her eye. The artist really maxed out the visual suspense right here. Sweating nervously as her pupil shrinks in sheer apprehension, she prepares herself to fight off whatever monster is out there. Bursting through the front doorway with the knife raised high, her jaw completely drops in shock as she sees our MC kneeling in the dirt, carrying a giant dead wolf over his back. Gasping in horror at the terrifying size of the beast, she recoils backwards while screaming in utter confusion as the limp wolf hangs over his broad shoulder. Unceremoniously dropping the massive predator onto the grass with a heavy thud, our exhausted hero collapses onto his knees while she screams his name in total disbelief. Bro casually carried a whole apex predator back home like a grocery bag. Talk about the ultimate flex. Running out into the warm sunlight, both mother and daughter scramble towards him as he weakly greets them. Stopping dead in her tracks with tears glistening on her pale cheeks, Lizzie stares down at the terrifying wolf carcass in complete amazement. Dropping her knife to the ground, she frantically cups his face with trembling hands to inspect him for wounds, while little Dorothy bursts into loud tears, crying. Clinging onto a sturdy leg with her tiny arms, the little blonde girl weeps uncontrollably, trembling voice, terrified that her hero might be gravely injured. The emotional relief in this scene is hit so well. Look at how tenderly he holds her wrist. Gently holding her hand with a sweet smile, he soft whispers that it was only a minor bite on his arm and that he is completely fine. Sitting calmly on the grass beside the fallen direwolf, our protagonist gently pats both mother and daughter on their heads to ease their frantic hearts. Unable to hold back her overwhelming emotion, Lizzie suddenly leaps forward and wraps her arms tightly around his neck, sending a bright red blush straight across his face. Flustered, sobbing against his shoulder in deep gratitude, she repeatedly stammers how relieved she is while our MC tries his best to make sense of her foreign words. Hugging his leg even tighter while sniffling loudly, little Dorothy babbles in agreement, letting him know just how terrified they both were. Keeping this family safe is officially his main quest now. He's an absolute top-tier provider. Wrapped in their warm embrace outside the lit doorway, our hero silently vows inside his heart that he will never make them weep from fear again. As the morning sun rises over the rustic wooden cabin roof, a black crow caws loudly in the fresh forest air. Standing beside his outdoor workbench with a sharp hunting knife, our hero gets to work butchering the massive wolf carcass. Carefully making precise cuts along the hide, he slowly peels back the thick wolf pelt from the raw meat beneath. Man is realizing medieval skinning is way harder than video game crafting menus. Manual labor is no joke. Tossed aside onto the wooden frame, he wipes his brow and sighs to himself, recalling how effortlessly his grandfather used to process game back home. Sigh. Sweat trickles down his forehead as he acknowledges that he needs far more practice to master local hunting techniques. Refocusing his energy with sharp determination, he gets right back to carving up clean slabs of wolf meat for their upcoming meals. Hearing quiet footsteps approach from behind, a slender silhouette steps into the sunlit doorway carrying a heavy wooden tub. Turning his head in curiosity, our MC blinks in surprise as he turns to greet Lizzie. She's already helping out with chore duty. Look at this wholesome domestic teamwork. Walking closer with a gentle expression, she carries the wooden bucket to help him store the butchered cuts. Setting the empty wooden tub down on the grass, she politely asks him to put the meat inside. Gesturing cutely with her fingers, she makes adorable miming motions that make her instructions crystal clear. Placing his hand under his chin in deep reflection, he mentally searches his memory for the correct local word to show appreciation. Pointing a shy finger toward her, he stammers out a clumsy attempt in her native language, catching her completely off guard. Her cute little giggle when he stumbles over his words is pure gold. She's falling for him hard. Suppressing a sweet chuckle behind blushing cheeks, Lizzie gazes up at his earnest effort with genuine affection.
Sweating nervously while scratching his face, our hero blushes in embarrassment, wondering if he horribly mispronounced the phrase. Pointing her finger back at herself with a charming smile, she softly repeats the word to teach him the proper pronunciation. Standing close together along the grassy pathway, the space between them shrinks as all remaining awkwardness melts away. Looking directly into his gentle dark eyes with a radiant smile, she voices her heartfelt gratitude in a tender tone. The romance lighting in these panels is absurdly breathtaking. The artist is cooking absolute perfection here. Gazing down at her glowing expression, our protagonist feels a sudden warmth fill his chest. Smiling back at her with soft affection, he smoothly responds in her native dialect, assuring her that she is entirely welcome. Turning back toward the bucket, he leaves Lizzie standing frozen in deep emotional shock as his gentle words ring in her ears. Glancing down at the humble wooden tub in her hands, she reflects on how strange it feels to receive sincere gratitude for such a small gesture. Floating in deep emotional discovery, her heart swells with unspoken feelings as she realizes how much he has changed her world. Wait, did she just bring up their accidental kiss from earlier? She's thinking about it 24/7. Watching his tall back as he moves inside the workshop, her thoughts instantly drift back to the romantic moment. Turning beet red as steam practically shoots out of her head, flustered, she covers her face in deep embarrassment while her heart thumps wildly. Following his footsteps into the wooden shed with quick steps, she rushes inside to stay close by his side. Pressing a trembling hand against her chest, she wonders why her heart aches with such intense joy that she feels like crying tears of happiness. Placing the heavy wooden tub onto the floorboards, our hero sets it down so they can begin packing the food away. He's breaking medieval gender roles without even trying. Modern domestic MCs hit different. Reaching out to grab a cut of meat, she marvels in confusion at how naturally he handles kitchen prep work that usually falls on women. Reaching into the tub beside him, she picks up a fresh slab while admiring his thoughtful and respectful personality. Accidental proximity strikes once again as their hands brush against each other while holding the raw meat, sending a fiery jolt straight through her body. Clutching her lace corset in absolute panic, she internally panics over how close his broad masculine frame is standing right next to her. Tightly shutting her eyes with a blushing pout, Lizzie succumbs to total romantic overload. Host critique? What a heart-fluttering cliffhanger to wrap up this batch. The romance in this cabin is reaching absolute boiling point. Next batch is going to be insane. Leaning down closer to her trembling face, our hero gently lowers his head toward Lizzie as she holds her breath in sheer anticipation. Pressing his lips softly against her forehead, he gives her a sweet, reassuring kiss, while her eyes widen in absolute astonishment. Rebounding backwards in a panic with a fiery red blush, she internally screams at herself for closing her eyes like a nervous teenager. She really thought she was getting a full fairy tale lip lock. The romantic cringe is beyond off the charts right now. Holding the wooden tub with a clueless expression, our MC blinks in utter confusion at her dramatic retreat. GB Lizzie flails her arms around in total despair, terrified that he might think she was begging for a kiss on the lips. Stepping back into her personal space with a calm demeanor, our hero tilts his head down and gazes into her eyes once more. Staring back with fierce determination, she silently vows to keep her eyes wide open this time so there are zero misunderstandings. Wait a minute. He actually went in for the real thing this time. Bro is not playing around. Closing the distance without warning, he softly plants a real kiss directly onto her lips. Pulling back with a smug, warm smile, he leaves Lizzie completely paralyzed on the spot, her brain thoroughly fried from romantic overload. Picking up the heavy wooden tub of butchered wolf meat, our MC casually turns around and calls out Dorothy's name as he heads outside. Peeking out from behind the doorframe with wide, curious eyes, little Dorothy catches her blushing mother red-handed, sending Lizzie into another internal meltdown. Little sister witnessed the whole core plot development. Lizzie is sprinting out of there at light speed. Bolting out of the workshop with dust swirling behind her, she flees the scene in ultimate embarrassment. Walking down the sunlit forest path together, our hero carries the meat bucket while little Dorothy trots along right beside him. Tugging lightly on his pants leg, the little blonde girl looks up at him with a pouty frown on her tiny face. Turning his head down with a bright, friendly smile, our MC warmly thanks her in her native tongue for walking beside him. Look at that precious, pouting face! The artist makes Dorothy the absolute cutest character in the entire series. Dropping her head with sad puppy dog eyes, she seems deeply disappointed by his short response. Scratching his head in realization, He mentally connects the dots and realizes she wanted her name explicitly mentioned. Kneeling down to her eye level with a sweet expression, he smoothly repeats his thanks, explicitly saying Dorothy's name this time. Instant happiness explosion. Her face lights up with sheer joy as she nods enthusiastically with bright flower sparkles floating around her. Inside the warm cabin living room, Lizzie sits gracefully on the wooden floorboards, gently running her hands over the giant wolf pelt. Sitting cross-legged across the room, our hero observes her quietly, wondering why she brought the smelly pelt indoors to dry. He's analyzing her every move like a true observant provider. He really cares about her comfort. Realization dawns in his eyes as he studies her soft smile. Watching the tender glow on her face, he realizes that this massive wolf hide holds immense sentimental value to her as a sign of safety. Crouching down beside her mother on all fours, little Dorothy stares down at the terrifying predator with sparkling wonder. Reaching out her tiny hand, she pokes the big wolf nose and lets out an adorable gasp of awe. Bursting into sweet laughter together, mother and daughter share a wholesome moment of pure joy inside their cozy home. Seeing them laugh together after all that trauma is so deeply therapeutic. My heart is officially healed. Watching their happy faces, our protagonist feels a deep sense of contentment settle into his soul. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy above the quaint timber cabin, surrounding their home in peaceful forest serenity. Moving into the kitchen corner, Lizzie carefully arranges the thick, raw wolf cuts inside a large carved wooden tub for salt curing. Watching her precise technique from across the room, our hero takes mental notes, resolving to master medieval food preservation himself next time. Nothing goes to waste in a survival scenario, right? Fat rendering is literally liquid gold back then. Seeing her bright smile as she handles the preserved fat, he feels proud that he saved every single part of the hunt. His relaxed expression sharpens into intense focus as he evaluates his current survival knowledge gaps. Staring down at the fur pelt, he vows inside his mind to quickly learn the local currency, trade rules, and market economy to secure their future. Standing up from the wooden floor, he stretches his limbs and decides it's time to get back to hard labor. Approaching the sunlit doorway, he startles Lizzie, making her snap around with wide, startled eyes. Waving her hands around in a frantic motion, she insists that he stay seated and rest his wounded arm. She's treating his tiny scratch like a mortal battle wound. Protective wife mode is fully activated. Waving his hand back with a reassuring laugh, he tells her that he's rested plenty and feels zero pain. Gently resting a hand on her shoulder, he assures her with a warm look that he won't overexert himself. Stepping out through the doorway, he leaves Lizzie staring after his dependable back with eyes full of quiet admiration. Deep in the sunlit forest, our hero stands holding a heavy iron wood-chopping axe, eyeing a sturdy tree trunk. Inspecting the sharp reflection on the axe blade, he grips the wooden handle firmly, confident that his brute strength will make quick work of the timber. Raising the heavy axe high over his head, he shouts aloud with all his might as he swings downward. Tightening his muscle grip on the handle, he channels his full physical power into the chop. No way! The axe head popped off like a cheap plastic toy? Manual labor in another world is brutal. With a loud snap, the heavy axe head flies clean off the stick and lands in the tall grass. Holding the useless broken wooden stick while sweating buckets flustered, our MC buries his face in sheer embarrassment over his colossal fail. Fast forward a little later, our hero carries an immense basket overflowing with neatly chopped logs on his back into the cabin doorway. Turning around in shock, both Lizzie and Dorothy stare wide-eyed at the absurd mountain of firewood he just brought inside. Fearing that his arm injury might reopen, Lizzie rushes forward and tightly grabs his wrist to pull him away from the heavy load. She'd literally tackled him out of concern. Look at how fast she moved. Losing his balance from her sudden rush, our MC lands flat on his backside with a heavy thud. Holding his hand tightly against her pounding chest, Whisper, Lizzie tenderly checks on him, while our hero gazes into her eyes with soft, endless affection. After the terrifying standoff outside, Ju-won turns toward Lizzie and gently holds her hand, offering a quiet token of relief as little Dorothy stands nearby in her cute pink apron. Feeling super accomplished, little Dorothy suddenly turns around and dashes across the wooden floorboards, her tiny feet moving at full speed. Reaching the wooden water tub in the corner, she eagerly dips her tiny hands right into the cool water, focusing intently on her little task. Oh, his critique. Look at those tiny wet footprints trailing across the floor. The artist adding those small details makes Dorothy 100 times cooter. Without missing a beat, she scampers right back toward her parents, leaving wet puddles behind her.
She suddenly reaches up and splashes cold water directly onto Juwon's chest. Juwon freezes in complete shock, leaving both him and Lizzie utterly stunned. Flustered beyond belief, Juwon stammers with a sweating, awkward grin, trying to figure out if he just got pranked by a toddler. Seeing her husband's hilarious, defeated expression, Lizzie completely loses it and bursts into a fit of giggles. Host commentary: Dorothy's big golden eyes glowing with pride right now is adorable. She genuinely thinks she solved all his problems with a handful of tap water. Looking up proudly, Dorothy sparkles with sheer joy, convinced she did an incredible job. Kneeling down to her eye level, Juwon offers a warm, affectionate smile while patting her head gently, thanking her for the refreshing gesture. Excited by the praise, Dorothy dashes right back toward the water tub to get another load. Panicking, Juwon raises his hand and shouts for her to stop before the house gets flooded. Holding his hand out in desperation while Lizzie kneels beside him, wiping tears of laughter, Juwon begs his overly enthusiastic daughter to give the water tub a break. Reflecting on the moment, Juwon gazes at Lizzie's glowing smile and thinks about how he never believed he could find genuine happiness again. Host critique: Juwon's internal monologue is so wholesome. Gasp! He went from a cold-hearted hunter to a devoted family man. Outside, total serenity washes over the dense forest surrounding their cozy wooden cabin, nestled safely beneath towering green trees. Thin white smoke curls gracefully out from the stone chimney, signaling a warm, home-cooked meal inside. At the dinner table, a feast of roasted meat and savory stew sits half-eaten, while little Dorothy is already passed out cold on a floor pillow, utterly exhausted from her busy day. Host commentary: Dorothy passing out on the floor right beside her food plate is maximum toddler energy. She really fought sleep until the very last second. Sitting across from each other, Juwon and Lizzie glance down at their sleeping daughter with deep affection. Sleeping soundly on her pillow, Dorothy clings tightly to her little spoon even in her dreams. Lizzie catches Juwon's eye and shares a soft, heartwarming laugh, basking in the peaceful silence of their home. Moving with gentle care, Juwon kneels down and scoops Dorothy into a cozy princess carry, taking extra caution not to wake her. Juwon handling her like fragile glass is so sweet. He really treats his daughter like the most precious treasure in the world. As Juwon stands tall with Dorothy in his arms, Lizzie kneels to pick up the wooden spoon that slipped from the little girl's grip. Carrying her across the room, Juwon heads straight toward the cozy sleeping area where the fireplace casts a soft, golden glow. Gently lowering her onto the soft mattress, he carefully pulls up the thick, patterned blanket to keep her warm throughout the night. Deep within the tranquil quiet of the cabin, a single candle flickers softly inside a small nook, bathing the wooden room in amber light. Over by the hearth, Lizzie dips a clean white cloth into a pot of steaming water, preparing a warm rag for Juwon. Stepping quietly behind her, Juwon approaches silently as she wrings out the excess water from the warm cloth. Post critique: the romantic tension in this scene is off the charts. The slow burn romance between these two is executed so well. Juwon reaches out and gently wraps his fingers around her wrist, catching her completely off guard. Turning her head around, Lizzie looks directly into his eyes while clutching the warm cloth to her chest, her heart fluttering nervously. Looking down at her softly, a faint, flustered blush creeps onto Juwon's cheeks as he hesitates to speak. Through the open wooden window frame, the two stand close together in the warm candlelit room, bathed in cozy domestic bliss. Raising the warm, damp towel to his neck, Lizzie gently wipes away the sweat from his hard day's work. Lizzie taking care of him so tenderly proves how deeply she trusts him now. Look at how soft her hand movements are. She carefully traces the warm rag across the back of his neck, ensuring he feels completely comfortable. Reminding herself that a devoted wife shouldn't feel timid, her heart pounds rapidly in her chest as she builds up her courage. Taking a bold step forward, Lizzie slips her hand straight under his shirt, brushing her warm hand across his bare torso. Caught completely off guard, gasp, Juwon lifts his shirt slightly, staring down at her in sheer, speechlessly stunned silence. Juwon's subtle smirk right here is lethal. Bro knows exactly the kind of effect he has on her. A charming, playful smirk flashes across his face as he enjoys her sudden boldness. Overwhelmed by sudden embarrassment, Lizzie frantically pulls her hand back and turns away with a bright crimson blush on her cheeks. But before she can retreat, Juwon's large hand firmly clasps around her wrist, pulling her back toward him as her heart leaps into her throat. Leaning down close to her ear, Juwon whispers in a deep, velvet voice telling her it's time for them to go to sleep. Guiding her by the hand, Juwon leads Lizzie straight toward the bed, their fingers locked tightly together. The latting setup in this bed scenario is absolute art. The artist transformed a simple bedroom into a masterclass romantic dynamic. Gently lowering her onto the mattress, Juwon hovers above her beside the dim glow of the lantern. Positioned right over her, Juwon gazes down into her eyes with an intensely romantic and protective gaze. Looking up at him through long eyelashes, Lizzie's breath hitches as a beautiful blush spreads across her soft features. Letting out a soft, trembling exhale, she surrenders entirely to the passionate heat of the moment. Closing the remaining distance, Juwon presses his lips against hers in a soft, passionate kiss, marveling internally at how incredibly soft she feels. Nearby, in her own cozy bed, little Dorothy slumbers peacefully, completely untroubled and safe in her dreams. Suddenly, a dramatic dark shift cuts through the warmth, revealing Gus observing a framed memory of Juwon holding his family, accompanied by a desperate prayer begging Santa not to tear them apart. Host critique. Wait, who is this Santa figure Gus keeps bringing up? Is there a secret mastermind behind the world's grand design? A stark narrative transition explains how wealthy lords and nobles dwell in massive estates with endless rooms and servants, remaining totally ignorant of commoner life. Unlike the nobility, every peasant child grows up sharing the exact same cramped sleeping space alongside their parents. The panel reveals how young Lizzie once lay under thin blankets, forced to hear everything that happened in the dark room during the night. This tragic trauma reveal for Lizzie's past explains so much about her character. Seeing her dark childhood memories makes her newfound happiness with Juwon hit 1,000,000 times harder. A chilling shadow memory shows a violent figure brutally threatening abuse in the dark, leaving young Lizzie trembling beneath her covers in terror. A poignant memory flashes through Lizzie's mind as she recalls her traumatic past, remembering how her mother would sob quietly in the dark once her father fell asleep. Fearing that her mother's endless nightly tears would eventually become her own grim fate, whispering, she used to pray for the day her world would finally know peace. Slowly fluttering her eyelashes open, Lizzie gradually wakes up from her heavy slumber as gentle morning warmth fills the room. The sound of crackling wood is literally the ultimate cozy aesthetic. Talk about a peaceful wake-up call. Listening to the soft pops coming from the hearth fireplace, she takes a deep breath of the cozy cabin air. Shock washes over her as she turns her head and realizes she is snuggled snugly under the thick bed blankets right beside our shirtless protagonist. Blushing wildly, she notices how gently he holds her frame, willingly letting her rest her head against his bare arm like a human pillow. Wrapped tightly in his warm, protective aura alongside little Dorothy, Lizzie feels a profound sense of security wash over her troubled heart. Host commentary? Compared to her abusive ex-husband, our MC is giving her absolute maximum gentleman treatment. Gasp! This woman deserves all the happiness in the world. Snuggling closer against his side, she marvels internally at how remarkably sweet married life can feel. Gently placing her hand against his broad, muscular chest, she reflects on how drastically her entire world is transformed since meeting him. Our hero suddenly stirs from his sleep, opening his dark eyes and catching her staring right at him with a startled look on her face. Unconsciously pulling her and Dorothy into a tight, affectionate slumber hug, he lets out a cozy sleep murmur that sends her heart into overdrive. Her heart rate is reaching dangerous levels right now. The romance in this cabin is purely off the charts. Clutching his arm in sweet agony, Lizzie feels as though her heart might literally explode from romantic overload. Sunlight streams over the bed as all three of them lay nestled together under the cozy blanket, forming a perfect picture of familial bliss. Waking up fully as morning light bathes the cabin interior, our protagonist rubs his eyes and glances down at little Dorothy sleeping soundly by his side. Gently sitting up from the mattress, he takes care not to disturb the resting child as he pulls the thick blanket over her shoulders. Tenderly stroking her soft golden hair, he smiles down at her serene sleeping face with absolute fatherly warmth. Stepping into the room carrying a heavy metal water bucket, Lizzie prepares to start her daily domestic chores around the hearth. Intercepting her immediately, our hero reaches out and firmly takes hold of the heavy bucket handle before she can lift it any further. Post commentary, he refuses to let her lift a single heavy object. Domestic MC of the Year strikes again.
Giving her a bright, reassuring smile, he casually relieves her of the chore, making Lizzie gasp in sweet confusion. Splashing cool, fresh water over his face and neck, he washes away his morning grogginess over the wooden basin. Turning back toward her with a charming smirk, he casually uses her native language to check up on her rest. Flabbergasted by his smooth linguistic charm, Lizzie stands completely frozen with a flushed face and wide, bewildered eyes. Asking her directly if she slept well, our hero uses the word honey, causing Lizzie to instantly cover her face with both hands in pure embarrassment. Watching her cheeks turn completely crimson, our MC tilts his head in curiosity, wondering if calling her pet names is the source of her flustered state. Post-critique, bro is playing with fire and he knows it. Teasing your medieval wife is high-stakes business. Smirking inwardly, he realizes terms like darling or honey make her totally lose her composure. Turning to face her directly with the water bucket in hand, he asks her warmly what title she prefers him to call her by. Lizzie clutches her chest in utter panic, squirming where she stands as romantic tension fills the entire kitchen. Playfully leaning in and repeating the word honey with a sweet grin, he sends Lizzie into a full internal meltdown as she covers her burning face. Watching the bright red flush spread all the way down to the back of her neck, our hero can barely contain his amusement. He finds her reaction so ridiculously cute that he can't stop teasing her. The playful chemistry between these two is gold. Slyly watching her flustered reaction, he decides to tease his cute wife just a little bit more. Reaching out a single finger, he gently pokes the back of her neck and teasingly tells her to look at him. Before Lizzie can react, little Dorothy suddenly sits upright in bed with a groggy yawn, rubbing her tired eyes. A hilarious dream bubble appears above the child's head, depicting a roasted drumstick meat floating away on fairy wings. Staring blankly into space with drool dripping from her chin, snicker, the little girl utters the single word closest to her heart, meat. Sliding clean off the bed mattress onto the wooden floorboards, Dorothy begins crawling forward with single-minded determination. Forget morning routine. This toddler is on a primal protein quest. Look at her speed sprint. Sprinting across the cabin floor at light speed, she zooms right past her parents toward the kitchen. Turning around in utter shock, both MC and Lizzie wave their hands in panic as they call out her name. Ignoring their warning calls entirely, little Dorothy charges forward like an unstoppable missile targeting the meat tub. Sparkling stars erupting from her eyes, she spots the massive tub filled with salt-cured wolf meat and gasps in sheer ecstasy. Head diving directly into the wooden tub, her tiny legs flail wildly in the air as her parents laugh hysterically in the background. She literally dove headfirst into the meat bucket. Dorothy is officially the MVP of pure chaotic joy. Pointing at the bucket with a booming laugh, our hero shouts out her favorite food word in utter delight. Kick-flipping her feet inside the tub, Dorothy enthusiastically chants for meat while rummaging through the cured wolf cuts. Throwing his head back in genuine joy, our protagonist enjoys a moment of pure, uninterrupted happiness with his new family. A bold inner resolve takes hold of his mind as he realizes it is time to take his hunting efforts to a whole new level. Striding purposefully through the sunlit green forest with his heavy iron axe in hand, our hero readies himself for any wild beast that dares cross his path. Inspecting the solid forged iron weapon, he feels totally confident in his ability to handle whatever danger the wilderness throws at him. Suddenly, an eerie purple haze creeps across the woodland floor as the bright ambient light dims into unsettling darkness. Stopping dead in his tracks, our MC glances around the shadowy woods, wondering why the surrounding atmosphere feels unnaturally heavy. Tightening his grip on the wooden handle, he feels a suffocating pressure in the air that makes breathing difficult, despite being in an open forest. Hold on! That dark, shadowy figure walking out of the woods isn't a normal animal. Next batch is going to be insane. Staring intently into the creeping shadows, our hero braces for impact as heavy, sinister footsteps limp closer out of the darkness. Dropping a cold bead of sweat, Bulps, her protagonist turns around in confusion as an unsettling aura approaches him from the woods. Step by step, a cloaked figure limps out of the dim forest foliage, carrying a heavy atmosphere that immediately puts our hero on high alert. Squinting into the shadows, the old man calls out into the misty woods, questioning who could possibly be standing in such a remote area. Wait, look at those dried blood splatter patterns on the rocks? This forest is definitely hiding some gruesome backstory. Inspecting the rock formation stained with dark blood, the old traveler notes clear traces left behind by a deadly beast. Surveying the massive claw marks across the stone, he deduces that whatever creature raged through here was extraordinarily massive. Pondering the strange scene, he wonders if the hunter had an accomplice, aiding him during the frantic struggle. Looking toward the cozy cabin in the distance, he reflects on how we watched our protagonist for days, observing a guy who couldn't even swing an axe properly. He literally called our MC an amateur! Bro has no idea he's dealing with an overpowered protagonist. Stepping onto a mossy rock, the old hunter questions how an inexperienced lumberjack could take down a giant monster. Shaking his head in disbelief, Snicker, he remains convinced that no ordinary man could defeat such a wild beast without proper weapons. Turning his gaze back toward our hero, the mystery stranger prepares to uncover the truth behind his impossible survival. With a sharp glare from under his hood, he resolves to inspect our hero close up to confirm his growing suspicion. Limping closer through the purple twilight haze, the cloaked stranger closes the distance between them. Shadow falling across his weathered face, the old hunter fixes his intense gaze upon the young man before him. He spotted the wolf bite mark right away. Nothing gets past this veteran's eyes. Staring directly at our hero's forearm, the stranger gasps internally upon noticing the jagged scars. Examining the distinct outline of the wound, he immediately identifies the teeth marks as belonging to a rabid forest wolf. Contemplating the lethal nature of wolf bites, he knows an ordinary human would have succumbed to fatal infection days ago. Observing our protagonist standing perfectly healthy and strong, he realizes that shredded muscles and exposed bone should have crippled him permanently. Swallowing hard in chalk, a wild theory crosses the old man's mind. Could this muscular youth actually be an ultra-rare mage? Flashback visuals fill his thoughts as he recalls how legendary mages possess incomprehensible powers far beyond mortal limits. Common folk rarely ever glimpse these mystical sorcerers, making their sudden appearance in the deep woods an unheard-of event. The old guy is practically sweating bullets. He thinks he just stumbled upon a mythical high-tier wizard. Sweating under the old man's intense scrutiny, our hero wonders why the stranger is staring at him with such overwhelming tension. A sinister, ecstatic grin spreads across the old man's shadowed face. Gasp, his eyes flashing with a menacing purple glow. Trembling with dark joy, he realizes that his long-awaited opportunity for bloody vengeance has finally arrived. High above in the sunlit forest canopy, the two men stand facing each other in heavy, silent anticipation. Sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, panting, our hero narrows his eyes, wondering what kind of dangerous individual has crossed his path. A haunting memory flashes back to decades prior, depicting a fierce young warrior wielding a massive polearm in battle. In his youth, serving as a forest ranger for noble lords required mandatory military service during times of brutal war. The lore depth in this manhwa is incredible. Look at that terrifying silhouette on the battlefield. Distinguishing oneself on the blood-soaked battlefield was the only path to becoming a respected advisor to the Lord. Leaving his father's side to forge his own path, the ambitious young hunter set out into the treacherous mountain wilderness. Settling down in a resource-rich mountain valley, he quickly established himself as the local village woodcutter. Pushing deeper into dense thickets, he sought out unclaimed firewood beyond the common harvesting grounds. Scrambling up steep rocky cliffs, he believed navigating the dangerous high ground was a great way to map out the region. Standing atop a towering precipice, he admired the vast, misty mountain range, thrilled, completely oblivious to the lurking horror below. Classic tragic mistake. The villagers avoided the deep forest for a terrifying reason. He never realized why the cautious locals restricted their wood gathering strictly to the mountain borders. Exhausted and battered on the muddy terrain, panting, the young ranger collapsed before ever fulfilling his contract requirements. Glancing up in sheer terror, his heart stopped as a menacing shadow enveloped his battered body. Snarling viciously into his face, a hideous green goblin bared its razor-sharp fangs in dark triumph. Cowering helplessly against a thick tree trunk, the young ranger realized he was completely trapped in the monster's lair. Vile memories resurface as he recalls how the foul goblins captured human women to build their grotesque hybrid packs. This old hunter's past is so tragically dark. No wonder he's completely obsessed with revenge. Grabbed violently by the beast, his peaceful life was destroyed in an instant as the village fell to ruin. Over time, the surrounding domains came to fear the entire mountain settlement as an infamous goblin territory. Screaming out in pure agony, the captive youth endured endless torture at the hands of his captors. Trapped in a bleak wooden dungeon with heavily bandaged legs, his heart hardened into pure, unrelenting venom against his tormentors. Living alongside the filthy creatures for decades, he survived on one single single burning obsession: total brutal retribution. Visualizing her ultimate goal, he envisioned marching into the heart of their nest, holding a roaring torch high. He swore to endure any level of suffering until every last goblin den was burned into ash. He sees our MC as his ultimate weapon of destruction. This alliance is about to get intense. Looking back at our protagonist, the old man realizes this extraordinary youth possesses the raw power to make his dream a reality. Returning to the present moment, the sunbeams cut through the forest canopy as the two hunters stand face to face. Standing firm with his sturdy axe resting in hand, our hero projects a powerful aura of absolute strength. Staring down at our hero's rapidly healing arm, the veteran hunter marvels at his unnatural regenerative gifts, declaring him stronger than any monster hunter in existence. Deep within the misty mountain roots, a dark cavern orifice yawns wide, harboring the lurking nightmare. The twisted old veteran knows that once their captive supply runs dry, those foul goblins will inevitably surge downhill to butcher the nearby hamlet. Scheme taking shape in his mind, the hooded hunter turns his gaze onto our hero. Deep breath, fully determined to forge this raw youth into a ruthless monster slayer before the impending invasion hits. Fixing his glare on our hero's axe, he resolved to keep the hidden goblin cavern a total secret until the training arrangement is sealed in blood. This old guy's manipulative mindset is wild. He's basically tricking our MC into a magical contract so he can't back out. He chuckles internally, knowing that a binding contract will lock our protagonist into the fight with zero chance of fleeing. Lowering his upper body in a polite bow, our protagonist utters a calm acceptance, formally agreeing to take the mysterious veteran as his mentor. Watching the young man bow, the veteran notes with keen eyes that our hero keeps his center of gravity shifted firmly back, maintaining full battle readiness even behind a polite demeanor. Extending his calloused palm with a gentle smile, feigning warmth to earn the young hunter's complete trust. Bro is given major shady boss vibes during an interview. Look at our MC sweating bullets. Professing that our protagonist will become an exceptional monster slayer, the old man leaves our hero feeling slightly bewildered. Morning light filters into the cozy timber cabin as our protagonist rouses from sleep, observing Lizzie and little Dorothy preparing a warm breakfast by the crackling fireplace. Turning toward the front doorway, he prepares to step outside and begin his morning routine with his new mentor. Spotting the green-cloaked ranger waiting in the yard, our hero deliberately prevents him from entering, silently establishing boundaries to protect his vulnerable home. Our MC is such a protective husband already. He's not letting any creepy stranger near his family. Looking over at Lizzie stirring the simmering pot, he resolves never to allow outside men into the house when he isn't around. Pausing right at the threshold, our MC flinches slightly upon catching the elder's eye contact. Receiving an overly gentle grin from under the elder's hood, our hero's intuition bells start ringing at full volume. The corporate trauma is real. He literally compared the old hunter to a shady HR manager. Flashback images of his old corporate boss fill his mind, recognizing that identical fake smile used during brutal salary reductions. Adjusting his travel sack over his shoulder, our protagonist pushes past his doubts, determined to absorb every bit of wilderness survival knowledge offered. Calling back into the warm hearth, he reassures Lizzie that he will return shortly while she hurriedly wraps up a warm container. Sweating profusely as she carefully handles the scorching box, panting, Lizzie clumsily finishes packing a wholesome lunch for his journey. Look at his blushes! This domestic wholesome fluff has given me life! Watching her flustered efforts, a faint blush touches our hero's cheeks as he marvels at how cute his new wife is. Standing silently near the hearth with wide, curious eyes, tiny Dorothy watches her mother package the steaming meal. Suddenly breaking into a rapid sprint across the wooden planks, the little girl charges straight toward the doorway. Spreading her tiny arms wide to block the exit, Dorothy stands ground, completely shocking our protagonist. Realizing the adorable holdup, our hero realizes the little girl refused to let him leave without his proper lunchbox. Dorothy literally acted like a miniature border security guard. You're not crossing without your food, sir. Slipping the warm meal container into his satchel, Lizzie gently reminds him to eat properly on the road. A genuine, peaceful smile spreads across our MC's face as he feels the immense warmth of having a caring family at his back. Turning around as Lizzie calls out her sweet farewell, our protagonist mentally translates her native phrase into a warm wish for a safe journey. Pointing a friendly finger back at her, he repeats the local phrasing back to Lizzie to confirm her safe trip wish. Nodding her head with bright, joyful eyes, Lizzie smiles back, completely charmed by his sincere attempt at her language. Turning toward her little daughter, Lizzie encourages Dorothy to say her proper goodbyes to her new father. Cheering at the top of her lungs with pure childish excitement, Dorothy dashes forward shouting her happy farewell. If anything happens to this sweet, wholesome family, I'm throwing hands! Look at how happy they all are. Waving his hand merrily toward the little girl, our hero promises to return home before dark. Walking out alongside the hooded veteran, an overwhelming reluctance grips his heart, dreading every step taken away from his peaceful sanctuary. Glancing back one final time with an intense, lingering gaze, his heart swells with profound attachment. Bright visual halos shine over the memory of his wife and daughter waving merrily, reminding him why he must grow strong enough to protect them. Venturing deep into the sunlit forest canopy, the two hunters walk along the dirt trail, surrounded by lush green foliage. As the trek stretches on without a single word spoken, a textual note marks the grueling length of their quiet march. Host critique? The old guy is total silent protagonist material right now. Bro hasn't said a single word in hours. Sweating slightly from the long trek, our hero wonders what secret location the veteran is guiding him toward. Halting dead in his tracks with an abrupt turn, the hooded ranger suddenly mutters an enigmatic ancient phrase that startles our protagonist. Stomping his boot heavily into the damp earth, the old hunter leaves a prominent, deep footprint in the soil. Pivoting his weight smoothly across the path, the veteran demonstrates a distinct, deliberate marching cadence. Closely inspecting the deeply carved tracks left in the dirt, our hero notes how every step sinks with abnormal density. Wait, is the old man secretly teaching him high-tier martial arts footwork? Oh, this is massive. Gasping in realization, our protagonist stares intently, detecting hidden martial power behind the simple movement. Limping steadily forward without looking back, the enigmatic elder leads the way through the towering woodland trees. Analyzing the subtle shift in body mass, our MC wonders if this unique tread is a high-level footwork technique straight out of martial arts legends. Pondering the physical mechanics, he speculates whether it resembles the famous 1,000-pound drop or a heavy stomping step technique. Realizing that practical copying is the fastest route to mastery, our hero decides to mimic every exact detail of his mentor's posture. Shifting his weight heavily into every step, our MC matches the veteran's stride, sinking his boots deep into the path. The old veteran noticed him copying already. Look at that subtle, satisfied smirk under his hood. Glancing over his shoulder with a faint, impressed smirk, the elder acknowledges the young man's sharp intuition. Continuing deeper into the misty emerald woods, the mentor and student walk in perfect sync along the winding trail. Summing up the beginning of their journey, a clear text narrative confirms that the old hunter began imparting all the ancient secrets of the mountain wilderness. Recalling his grueling hunter training with the old veteran, Ju-won remembers touching thick tree bark while the master explained how every mountain harbors unique plant species. Learning to read nature's subtle cues, he traced the jagged terrain again and again under the old mentor's strict guidance. Crawling across the damp grass, Ju-won pressed his palms directly into the dirt while the hunter pointed out subtle shifts in soil and terrain. Resting his tired legs on a nearby boulder, Ju-won waited patiently while the old veteran observed the quiet forest around them. Bro's getting a full-blown wilderness survival masterclass. Reaching beneath his green cloak, the gray-bearded hunter unzipped a small leather pouch tucked at his waist. Pulling out a slender wooden pipe with practiced ease, the veteran hunter prepared for a brief breather. Pointing his pipe directly toward Ju-won while taking a puff, the master signaled that break time had officially begun. Brightening up with absolute excitement, Ju-won eagerly unwraps the cloth bundle around his lunchbox, thrilled to finally taste the meal Lizzie poured her heart into making. Unlocking the metal latches, Ju-won pops the lid open, practically salivating at the thought of a warm home-cooked meal. Catching a mouth-watering aroma wafting into the chilly air, Ju-won grins from ear to ear, eager to dig in. Gazing down at a beautiful fried egg served over thick, juicy slices of roasted meat, Ju-won's stomach rumbles loudly right before the old hunter suddenly barks out a warning. Wait, don't tell me bro's about to get denied his lunch? Snapping his fingers disapprovingly, the veteran hunter glares sharply at Ju-won, ordering him to lock that lunchbox right back up immediately. Shaking his head in absolute disapproval, the old hunter gestures out toward the vast wilderness surrounding them. Sternly reprimanding his novice student, the master explains that packed food carries a heavy, unnatural scent. Pointing out wild deer and grazing rabbits across the sunny meadow, he emphasizes that the strong aroma of seasoned meat will instantly alert every wild animal and predator in the forest. Sitting Standing cross-legged on the dirt, Ju-won reluctantly snaps the lid back shut, heartbroken that his sweet homemade meal just got banned mid-hunt. Fighting back actual tears of disappointment, Ju-won inwardly groans in total anguish. Imagine getting your wife's homemade lunch confiscated because you're too stinky for deer. Sniffling pathetically, crying tone, Ju-won sits slumped over in despair while the master stands beside him completely unbothered. Arriving at a cozy timber cabin nestled deep in the woods, the master gestures to his humble dwelling. Standing in front of the rugged wooden house, Ju-won inspects the secluded base camp where the real training takes place. Stepping out of the tool shed, the old archer carries two massive wooden longbows taller than a grown man. Squinting in total confusion, Ji-won stares at the towering wooden weapons, noting how bizarrely shaped they look. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Ji-won ponders that every bow he's ever seen in books was curved like a sharp C or D. Watching the master grip the thick wooden stave, Ji-won wonders how anyone could possibly draw back a bow that huge without breaking their arms. Thrusting one of the heavy bows into Ji-won's hands, the veteran orders his young apprentice to grab the gear and follow him into the training glade. Following the stoic master across the misty field, Ju-won doubts whether he even possesses enough upper body strength to pull the string back. Standing firmly in place, the master knocks a heavy iron-tipped arrow, preparing to demonstrate proper archery technique. Pulling the bowstring all the way back to his jaw, the old veteran showcases mind-boggling arm strength with zero effort. Locking his razor-sharp gaze onto a distant tree trope, the master holds his draw with surgical precision. Marveling at his mentor's perfect posture, Ju-won realizes the old man hasn't swayed a single millimeter. It's like time has stopped. The artist went all out detailing the master's muscular form here. Releasing the arrow with a thunderous snap, the projectile punches deep into the thick bark with a violent impact. Smoke rises from the shattered wood as Ju-won gapes in absolute awe, stunned by the sheer destructive force behind a single shot. Internalizing the master's flawless technique, Ju-won's eyes glow with newfound inspiration. Raising his giant longbow with full determination, Ju-won takes a firm stance and aims toward the target tree. Stepping in close, the master gently adjusts Ju-won's posture, nudging his elbow and positioning his arms into perfect alignment. Feeling the master's firm support, Ju-won marvels at how rooted and unyielding the old hunter's body feels under pressure. Sweat dripping down his temple, panting, Ju-won channels every ounce of his concentration into keeping his aim steady. Reflecting on every lesson learned throughout the day, quick catch a breath, from reading tree bark to tracing terrain, Ju-won connects all the dots of hunter training. Vowing to work twice as hard every single day, Ju-won resolves to master hunting so he can stand alone as a true protector. Holding his draw steadily against the wind, Ju-won proves he can pull the heavy bow through sheer willpower. Narrowing his eyes with intense focus, Ju-won's sharp gaze reflects a warrior's unwavering grit. Deep down in his soul, Ju-won vows to become a reliable, strong provider who can protect and feed his beloved wife and daughter. Meanwhile, back at the cottage, a sweet little voice sings aloud, rhyming about the bright blue sky, white snow, and Lizzie's radiant golden hair. Sunlight shines brightly over the cozy wooden roof, filling the mountain cottage with peaceful serenity. Flapping her arms and legs on the soft blanket like making snow angels, giggle little Dorothy cutely continues her song, rhyming about Ju-won's black hair and delicious red meat. Patting her round, adorable belly with a happy sigh, toddler Dorothy giggles softly, completely stuffed from a delicious meal. Looking down at her cute little food baby, Dorothy cutely thinks to herself that it feels like the yummy meat is still growing inside her tummy. Dorothy is officially the most precious character in existence. Hearing Lizzie chuckling softly by the wooden shelves, Dorothy turns her head in surprise. Observing Lizzie's cheerful laughter, little Dorothy realizes that ever since Ju-won joined their small family, Lizzie laughs all the time now. Turning around with a radiant, heart-melting smile, Lizzie beams with genuine happiness, remembering how quiet and lifeless their home used to be before Ju-won brought love into their lives. Kneeling down beside the wooden bed, Lizzie carefully folds a soft white blanket with a gentle smile on her face. Watching her adoptive mother work, little Dorothy inwardly notes that whenever she hears Lizzie laugh, a soothing warmth washes over her, like sitting right beside a cozy fireplace. Touching her round belly, the toddler cutely hopes her little food baby disappears quickly so she can stuff her face with more delicious roast meat. Dorothy's entire worldview revolves around warm food and cozy naps. And honestly, Who can blame her? Rolling around happily on the soft mattress, Dorothy lets out a content sigh, basking in the peaceful cottage atmosphere. Suddenly, a random thought pops into her tiny head as she wonders to herself who Ju-on really is in the grand scheme of things. Piecing together her toddler logic, Dorothy recalls Lizzie explaining that she used to be her daddy's wife, which means if Ju-on is now Lizzie's husband. Remembering how gently Ju-on carried her under the starry night sky, the sweet little girl ponders what role he actually plays in her life. A sudden wave of melancholy hits as Dorothy realizes deep down that neither Ju-on nor Lizzie share her actual bloodline. Visualizing the two adults walking hand in hand into a bright, blinding horizon, Dorothy's eyes dim with quiet insecurity. Fearing the worst, the child wonders if these kind people will eventually pack up and abandon her one day, just like her biological father did. Man, seeing a tiny toddler carry this much emotional baggage is actually heartbreaking. Standing alone in a harsh white void, little Dorothy clutches her pink apron in deep distress, almost like she's crying, feeling completely isolated from the world. Pondering her situation further, she worries that since Ju-on is only bound to Lizzie, he might just take Lizzie away and leave Dorothy behind in the cold. Oh boy, big teardrops well up in her huge golden eyes, while her lower lip trembles uncontrollably with existential fear. Dark dread settles into her soul as the heavy question lingers in her mind. What will become of poor little Dorothy? Snapping abruptly out of her dark daydream, Dorothy opens her eyes on the bed, sweating profusely from her sudden panic. Sitting up quickly on the large mattress, Dorothy glances around the empty room, gasping out in confusion when she realizes Lizzie is nowhere to be seen. Dark, terrifying shadows crawl over the walls as suffocating memories from her painful past begin to resurface. Cruel insults echo inside her head, recalling how her former family used to berate her for being a useless girl who did nothing but waste precious food. In her vivid trauma flashback, a giant towering man points his finger down at tiny crouching Dorothy, shouting spatters of toxic hatred. Trembling in sheer horror, Dorothy's face goes pale as the suppressed nightmare resurfaces with terrifying vividness. The artist did an incredible job conveying visceral childhood trauma here. You can literally feel her anxiety. Scrambling off the wooden bed as fast as her chubby legs can carry her, Dorothy rushes straight toward the kitchen barrel, determined to check on the food first. Peeking into the wooden tub, Dorothy lets out a relieved sigh, confirming that the fresh red meat is still sitting safely inside. Suddenly, a rough, aggressive male voice screams from right outside the front door, demanding to know what someone is hiding. Jerking her head in pure shock, gasp, Dorothy flinches as violent crashing noises ring out from the yard. Tiptoeing up toward the high wooden shutter window, Dorothy carefully peeks through the slit to investigate the commotion outside. Looking out into the sunlit clearing, she spots 3 shady village thugs wielding axes and scythes while cornering Lizzie. A chill runs down Dorothy's spine as she recognizes those menacing faces instantly. They're the exact same ruthless loan sharks who used to terrorize her old home. Recalling her grim past, Dorothy remembers how these thugs used to barge in, beat her biological father black and blue with wooden clubs, and extort his money. Shaking violently in fear, she remembers how her father would vent his cowardly rage afterward by brutally beating her and her stepmother. Seriously, these village thugs are absolute scum of the earth, but that deadbeat dad was even worse. Ducking behind the wooden sill, Dorothy peers out nervously, gasping, her heart pounding against her ribs as she fears for Lizzie's life. Horrifying thoughts consume her mind as she wonders if Lizzie is about to be beaten to death, just like her birth mother was. Outside, that blonde thug steps forward aggressively, demanding Lizzie tell him where the mouth-watering scent of fresh meat is coming from, accusing her of stealing from the village. Grabbing Lizzie roughly by her dress collar, the blonde brute violently shakes her while Lizzie stammers out a desperate protest. Tears welling up in her eyes, Lizzie fiercely defends herself, declaring that her new husband hunted that game and brought it home fair and square. Leaning in with a filthy, condescending smirk, the brute sneers into Lizzie's face, mocking her claim and asking if she really thinks wild hunting is that easy. The red-haired thug beside him joins in with a harsh glare, reminding Lizzie that her previous husband died penniless, leaving her completely helpless. Glaring down at the frightened woman, the thugs arrogantly claim they did her a huge favor by arranging a new husband, accusing her of ungrateful deceitful robbery. Shouting back through her tears, Lizzie desperately insists that Ju-won killed the beast himself, but the thugs scoff and demand to barge inside to raid the house. Screaming at her to shut her mouth, the lead thug loses his patience entirely. With a violent shove, the brute slams Lizzie straight down onto the hard grass as she cries out in agony. Bro, these guys are cruising for a major beatdown once Ju-won gets back. Barging straight through the front entrance, the three thugs freeze in their tracks upon spotting a massive black wolf head mounted on a wooden stand. Reaching out his hand in disbelief, the blonde thug slowly approaches the monstrous apex predator's pelt. Staring up at the gigantic beast with wide eyes, the blue shirt thug gasps out in complete shock, asking if this monster fur is actually real. Realizing the immense value before them, the thugs realize that a flawless giant wolf pelt like this could fetch a massive fortune at the city market. Stroking the plush black fur with greedy satisfaction, the blonde leader grins like a hyena, boasting that they just hit the ultimate jackpot. Barking orders to his greedy lackeys, the leader demands they search every single room and steal every piece of meat in the house. Stomping across the wooden floorboards, the three bandits begin ransacking the cottage without a shred of remorse. Hiding beneath a small wooden table, little Dorothy curls up into a tiny ball, holding her breath while listening to the thugs search for the meat tub. Sweating in total awe and fear, Dorothy realizes that Ju-won wasn't lying at all. He actually single-handedly hunted a legendary forest monster. Meanwhile, outside, Lizzie pushes herself up off the dirt floor, frantically charging toward the cottage to protect her precious home. Screaming out at the top of her lungs, a desperate voice echoes through the cottage as the situation turns completely chaotic. Throwing her arms wide open to block the doorway, Lizzie steps directly in front of the giant wolf head, shielding the trophy with her own body. With tears streaming down her pale cheeks, Lizzie shouts back fiercely, declaring that this pelt belongs to her family now. Walking forward with a filthy sneer, the blonde thug scoffingly chuckles, mocking how silent and meek Lizzie used to be when her old husband was alive. With a violent, sudden strike, the brute backhands Lizzie across the face, snickering that having a new husband has made her far too arrogant. Man, these village thugs are absolute garbage. Ju-won needs to hurry back and turn him into compost. Crashing hard onto the unyielding floorboards, Lizzie cries out in pain as the force of the blow knocks her completely flat. Groaning softly on the ground, panting, Lizzie winces in agony, while beneath a nearby table, tiny Dorothy gasps in utter terror upon witnessing her mother being harmed. Lying helplessly on the wooden floor, bruised and trembling, Lizzie squeezes her eyes shut in overwhelming despair. Turning her head slightly with panic in her eyes, Lizzie glances toward the table where Dorothy's hiding, terrified that the thugs might discover the tiny girl. Hiding under the shadows, Dorothy's massive golden eye dilates with pure dread as memories of past violence flood her tiny mind. A heavy, dark realization washes over her soul, sadly as she bitterly thinks to herself how she always used to pretend not to notice when bad things happened. Crawling on her hands and knees beneath the wooden furniture, the little toddler weeps tearfully, blaming herself for always being a bad child who only knew how to run and hide. My heart is breaking into a million pieces for this little girl right now. Standing arrogantly over the fallen woman, the blonde leader mockingly questions if she really thinks her life is better now, casually wondering out loud what would happen if that legendary mountain guardian found out about this raid. Dismissing the concern instantly, the red-haired thug scoffs that the outsider doesn't even speak their local tongue, so as long as they keep quiet, no one will ever know. Glaring down at kneeling Lizzie, the thugs agree that mountain guardians are rare and valuable, so it would be a major loss if the man decided to pack up and leave the village. Grabbed roughly by her arm, Lizzie gasps as the blonde thug yanks her up off the floor, declaring they'll just take her deep into the forest instead. Barking orders to his lackeys, the leader commands them to grab all the fresh meat and valuable pelts while he drags Lizzie along with them. Threatening her with a cold sneer, the thug whispers ominously that if she ever breathes a word of this to her new husband, they'll return in the dead of night to burn down her home and everyone in it. Talk about absolute scumbag behavior. But seriously, did these guys not realize they're setting themselves up for a literal death sentence? Smirking greedily as they haul out the massive wolf pelt and the wooden tub of red meat, the three bandits haul their stolen loot straight out the front door.
Reaching her chubby little hand out from underneath the table, little Dorothy trembles violently, realizing with absolute terror, Lizzie is being dragged away to a horrific fate. Scrambling out from under her hiding spot as fast as her tiny legs can carry her, Dorothy panics in tears, fearing that if Lizzie leaves, she might never ever come back. Standing near the bright sunlight streaming through the doorway, the traumatized toddler covers her mouth with a tiny hand, fighting back her choking sobs. Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, little Dorothy bursts into uncontrollable, heartbreaking wails, tears spilling down her flushed cheeks like a waterfall. Climbing up onto a wooden storage crate by the open window, the poor toddler wipes her tear-stained eyes with her sleeves, screaming out Ju-won's name at the top of her lungs with everything she has left. Looking through the window frame as teardrops fall, the tragic scene shows the three thugs disappearing into the dense forest, dragging poor Lizzie along with all their stolen goods. Meanwhile, deep in the lush green woods, Ju-won walks alongside the hooded old village elder, stretching his tired arms while reflecting on what a long and exhausting day it's been. Pausing mid-stride as the elder points a finger behind them, Ju-won turns his head around in slight confusion. Bowing his head with deep respect and gratitude, Ju-won warmly thanks the old guardian for all his guidance throughout the day. Suddenly, a distant wailing echo rings out through the trees. Jerking his head around in shock, Ju-won recognizes that voice instantly, gasping out Dorothy's name in sheer disbelief. Staring back toward the direction of his mountain cottage, Ju-won's mind races as he knows deep down that little Dorothy would never cry out in such sheer panic unless something was horribly wrong. Panic and dark suspicion flash across his face as he mutters to himself, realizing an emergency must have broken out at home. Breaking into an explosive sprint, Ju-won charges through the thick forest vegetation at breakneck speed, his heart hammering against his chest with terrible worry for his family. Bursting through the tree line with wide eyes, Ju-won suddenly spots the three thugs carrying the stolen meat tub, the wolf pelt, and holding a bound Lizzie hostage in the clearing ahead. A dark, deadly rage consumes Ju-won's face as his eyes glow with monstrous fury, roaring out that no matter who they are, he's gonna rip them apart. Oh man, the artist gave him absolute demon eyes here. It's over for these guys. Turning around in confusion, the red-haired thug barely has time to react before Ju-won flies through the air and hurls a monstrous, bone-crushing punch right into his face. The brutal blow sends the red-haired bandit airborne, smashing him violently into the dirt where he collapses instantly unconscious. Looking up through her tears with a gasp of hope, Lizzie cries out Ju-won's name in relief as he stands towering over the fallen thug like a grim reaper. Stepping forward with murderous intent, Ju-won radiates an oppressive aura that makes the remaining two thugs recoil in pure terror. Panicking frantically, the blue-shirt thug drops the heavy wolf fur and frantically reaches for his weapon in a desperate bid for survival. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, swoosh, Ju-won launches upward and drives a terrifying bam flying knee straight into the thug's jaw. Groaning in agony as his jaw shatters, the blue-shirt bandit crumples to the earth like a sack of bricks, leaving the blonde leader completely isolated. Ha! Bro's throwing out full MMA combinations in a fantasy world. You'll love to see it. Throwing a wild, desperate punch with a furious scream, the blonde leader lunges at Ju-won in pure panic. Slipping smoothly beneath the telegraphed strike, Ju-won wraps his powerful arms around the thug's waist in a tight grapple. Lifting the heavy brute off his feet, Ju-won drives him down onto the hard ground with a devastating spinebuster that rattles the entire forest floor. Mounting the blonde thug instantly and pinning his neck to the soil, Ju-won pulls back his fist, inwardly swearing that he will not spare a single one of these bastards. Monologuing darkly in his mind about how ugly human nature truly is, Ju-won smashes his fist directly into the thug's bloodied face. Erupting with a terrifying black and blue aura that envelops his entire body, Ju-won resolves to engrave absolute terror into their souls, so they never dare return. Holding the terrified, bleeding thug down by the throat, Ju-won's eyes glow with lethal power as dark aura crackles around his clenched fist. Raising his glowing fist to deliver a final, fatal blow, Ju-won pauses for a split second as Lizzie screams out his name in a desperate attempt to stop him. Taking advantage of the distraction, the desperate blonde brute grabs a sharp, rusty scythe from the grass and swings it wildly right at Ju-won's head, while Lizzie shrieks out in horror for him to watch out. Talk about an insane cliffhanger. Will Ju-won dodge in time or catch it with his bare hands? Before the scythe can even graze his hair, Ju-won grabs the blonde thug's arm and twists it behind his back with terrifying strength. The thug shrieks in pure agony, realizing he just picked a fight with a human bulldozer. Ju-won's eyes blaze with lethal intention, his teeth clench so hard they could shatter steel. He is ready to put this scum 6 feet under once and for all. Out of nowhere, the old village elder hurries into the clearing, shouting at the top of his lungs for Ju-won to halt before he commits a bloody murder. Grabbing Ju-won's arm with both hands, the elder desperately commands him to regain control, while Ju-won grunts in frustration, his dark aura still crackling with raw rage. Pointing an urgent finger back toward the cottage, the elder warns Ju-won to look at the house, reminding him that little Dorothy is watching and absolutely terrified of what's happening. Seriously, thank goodness the elder stepped in, because Ju-won was 2 seconds away from turning this manhwa into a full-on horror movie. Over at the wooden cottage frame, tiny Dorothy stands on a crate by the window, her huge golden eyes overflowing with tears as she lets out a helpless sob. The sudden reminder hits Ju-won like a splash of ice water, causing his deadly black aura to instantly disperse as he glances back in stunned realization. Looking at her new husband standing tall, Lizzie's mind races with complex emotions as she reflects on how gentle he always seemed before, never expecting him to wield such terrifying wrath. She silently remembers her horrific past, realizing that for a fleeting second during the beating, Ju-won's violent fury reminded her of her abusive late husband. Oof. Trauma response hits hard here. Poor Lizzie's brain automatically associated violence with her terrible past, even though Ju-won was fighting to save her. Looking at the 3 beaten thugs unconscious on the dirt floor, gasp, a momentary wave of panic had washed over her, fearing she might become the next target of such brutal power. But as soon as her eyes locked onto Ju-won's gentle, worried face, every single doubt vanished into thin air because his eyes weren't filled with malice but pure desperation to protect her. Zooming in on Ju-won's wide, earnest gaze, his eyes reflect nothing but genuine worry and deep care for her safety. Standing stiffly in the quiet forest, Ju-won looks down with an anxious sweat drop, clearly believing that Lizzie is now terrified of him after seeing his brutal strength. Look at this big, scary warrior turning into a nervous puppy because he's worried his wife is afraid of him. You gotta love the contrast. Calling her name softly, Ju-won hesitates to reach out, while Lizzie inwardly wonders why someone as amazing as him would care so much about the reaction of a humble woman like her. Clutching her hands to her chest, Lizzie feels her heart pounding as she realizes she needs to convey her true feelings right away. Noticing her own hands trembling slightly, she understands why Ju-won misinterprets her reaction as fear, making her determined to bridge the gap between them. Staring into Ju-won's sad, remorseful eyes, Lizzie silently pleads for him not to look so pained and heartbroken. Realizing that words won't work due to their language barrier, Lizzie steps forward and reaches her small hands toward his large, bruised fists. Softly speaking his name out loud, Lizzie steps directly in front of Ju-won, offering her warmth to comfort his troubled soul. Reaching out with gentle care, Lizzie wraps both of her delicate hands around Ju-won's large, rough fingers, holding them tight. Look at the lighting in this panel. The artist really cooked with that soft sunlight filtering through the trees to make this moment super wholesome. The moment her fingertips brush against his warm skin, a profound sense of absolute peace washes over Lizzie's heart. Smiling with gentle warmth, Lizzie realizes with absolute clarity that as long as she stays by this man's side, she will always be safe from any harm. Raising his hand up toward her cheek, Lizzie gently cradles his knuckles against her face with deep affection. Pressing his calloused hand tight against her flushed cheek, tears of joy spill from her eyes as she beams with a radiant, loving smile. Stunned by her tender gesture, Ju-won stands frozen in place, his wide eyes overflowing with quiet amazement and relief. Snuggling against his bruised hand, Lizzie whispers his name softly once more, letting all her love and gratitude shine through. Unable to hold back any longer, Ju-won wraps his powerful arms around her body, pulling Lizzie into a tight, protective embrace while she whispers a sincere thank you. Gently patting her back with his massive hand, Ju-won inwardly wonders why she feels so immensely grateful to him. Bro saved her from getting kidnapped by forest bandits, and he's still wondering why she's thanking him.
Talk about humble protagonist syndrome. Resting his head gently against her hair, Ju-won realizes in his heart that he is the one who should be thanking her for coming into his lonely life. Suddenly, Lizzie's eyes snap wide open as a sudden realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. Over at the cottage window frame, tiny Dorothy whimpers softly, panting, still shaken to her core from the scary ordeal. Quickly breaking away from the hug, Lizzie turns around and points frantically toward the house, shouting Ju-hon's name in urgency. Splitting up instantly, Lizzie charges toward the cottage at full speed while Ju-won follows closely behind her. Bursting through the wooden door frame, Lizzie calls out to Dorothy, asking if she's all right as she rushes over to the storage crate. But as Lizzie gets a closer look at the toddler, her expression turns into absolute heartbreak and utter shock. Standing on top of the crate, trembling uncontrollably, little Dorothy has her hands clasped in front of her, crying so hard she literally wet herself out of sheer trauma. Oh man, my heart just sank into my stomach. This poor toddler was so terrified from her past abuse that she physically lost control. Someone give her a hug right now. Flashbacks flash through the little girl's mind, remembering the horrifying sight of Ju-hon swinging his massive fist like a monster to crush the bandits. Haunting memories of her stepmother and Lizzie covered in swollen bruises flood her thoughts, sending chills down her tiny spine. Terrified that her face would look like that one day, Dorothy desperately reminds herself not to cry, believing that crying only brings more beatings. Looking up at Lizzie with wide, tearful eyes, the traumatized toddler resolves to apologize immediately before Lizzie starts ignoring her like a ghost. Reaching her tiny, chubby arms out toward Lizzie, Dorothy tearfully begs for forgiveness for hiding under the table, sobbing for Lizzie not to abandon her. Crying uncontrollably, the poor girl insists that everything bad was all her fault. Dropping to her knees instantly, Lizzie scoops little Dorothy up into a tight, warm hug, crying out in distress at the toddler's heartbreaking words. The emotional damage in this chapter is off the charts. The artist really knows how to break our hearts and mend them in the exact same panel. Stroking Dorothy's golden hair gently, Lizzie chokes up slightly, tearfully explains that she only ignored her earlier to keep those bad men from finding her hiding spot under the table. Hugging the toddler tighter against her chest, Lizzie reassures her with all her heart that she has absolutely zero reasons to feel guilty. Wiping Dorothy's tears gently, Lizzie smiles warmly and tells her that everything is safe now because Papa is here, making Dorothy tilt her head in confusion as she mutters that her dad died long ago. Laughing softly with a light giggle, Lizzie clarifies that Ju-won is her new husband now. Explaining it simply, Lizzie tells her that since Ju-won is her husband and Dorothy is her daughter, that officially makes Ju-won her new papa. Dorothy's golden eyes dilate to the size of dinner plates as she gasps out in absolute shock, shouting "No way" at the top of her lungs. The sudden 180-degree shift in Dorothy's expression, from crying toddler to completely baffled child, is top-tier comedy. Looking out through the cottage window, Dorothy stares at Ju-hon standing tall in the sunlight, her tiny mind completely blown as she whispers, "Papa!" to herself in utter wonder. Dorothy turns her wide golden eyes toward her mother, asking if this giant warrior is really her new papa, and Lizzie smiles softly as she confirms the wonderful truth. Stroking Dorothy's hair with gentle care, Lizzie explains that Ju-hon isn't a monster who beats people, but a true protector who uses his strength to guard them. Looking back at memories of Ju-won's devastating kicks, the toddler finally understands that his terrifying rage was used solely to rescue her mother. Look at her cute little expression shifting instantly. Scrambling right off her knees, Dorothy gets ready to inspect her new hero up close. Running straight over to the open window frame, Dorothy cups her tiny chubby hands and shouts "Papa" at the top of her lungs. Staring out into the quiet forest clearing, she visualizes this towering man with broad shoulders as her grand, invincible dad. Charging through the open wooden door frame, her little mind races with awe as she realizes she finally has someone strong to protect her family. She remembers waking up in the middle of the night wrapped in his massive arms, feeling completely safe and warm without any fear of being harmed. Vivid memories flood her mind of him smiling down at her, sharing delicious roasted meat, and bestowing her very own name. Beaming with pure ecstatic joy, she realizes how incredible it is that the kind man who gave her a name is officially her papa. Standing out in the grassy yard, Ju-won twitches in surprise as an adorable little voice echoes across the clearing. Zooming in on Ju-won's wide eye, his pupil reflects the precious sight of tiny Dorothy sprinting toward him with open arms. Dropping down to his knees, Ju-won catches the toddler in a warm, loving hug, his face lighting up with pure, wholesome joy. Holding her tiny body close to his chest, Ju-hwan inwardly chuckles, not understanding her foreign words, but completely feeling the love behind her voice. Effortlessly scooping her up in his arm, he holds her tight while she happily snuggles against his neck. But right as he basks in this cozy family moment, Ju-hwan twitches his nose, picking up a very suspicious damp smell. Glancing down at his soaked sleeve, Ju-hwan realizes with an embarrassed sweat drop that the terrified toddler completely peed her dress. Talk about a hilarious mood killer. Looking at her innocent, radiant smile, Ju-hwan feels almost bad for noticing, quickly deciding he needs to get her into dry clothes before she catches a cold. Rapid footsteps rustle across the grass as Lizzie hurries out of the cottage frame to catch up with them. In this stunning fantasy spread, the artist depicts the new family laughing together in absolute bliss. Seriously, look at this gorgeous golden lighting. The art team pulled out all the stops. Suddenly, little Dorothy's eyes lock onto something behind Ju-hwan's shoulder as she gasps out, "The meat?" in pure toddler priority. Squeezing right out of his powerful grip, the little food fiend hits the grass running like a tiny Olympic sprinter. Dashing right past the three unconscious thugs lying on the dirt, Dorothy pays zero attention to the fallen villains. Sprinting across the wide clearing, her whole tiny mind is hyper-focused on one thing and one thing only. Kneeling right down beside the wooden bucket filled with raw steaks, her golden eyes sparkle with unbelievable greed. Grabbing the thick wooden handles, the tiny toddler huffs and puffs as she attempts to lift a heavy barrel 3 times her size. Straining with all her might, the giant wooden tub tips backward, nearly squishing her underneath. Horrified by the sudden danger, Ju-hwan and Lizzie scream her name in unison as they sprint forward to stop the heavy tub. Blushing red with raw determination, Dorothy grunts in fury, refusing to abandon her precious meat supply no matter what. Dragging the giant wooden bucket inch by inch, she leaves Ju-hwan standing completely speechless by her feral toddler strength. Sweat dropping at the absurd sight, Ju-hwan inwardly realizes her food obsession is downright terrifying, while Lizzie giggles quietly behind her hand. Reaching down with his large, calloused hands, breathing, Ju-hwan grabs the wooden edges to carry the heavy load for her. Effortlessly hoisting the massive barrel high into the air with Dorothy sitting right on top, the ecstatic child cheers out in sheer joy. Staring into her starstruck golden eyes, Ju-hwan smiles warmly, realizing that becoming a child's legendary hero is remarkably easy when meat is involved. Clapping her hands together, Lizzie speaks in her native language, instructing them to bring the food supply straight inside the cottage. Pointing a firm finger toward the wooden entryway, serious, Lizzie reminds them that standing out in the open is still far too dangerous for the child. Squealing with excitement, tiny Dorothy scampers through the cottage doorframe while Ju-hwan follows right behind her carrying the tub. Setting the heavy wooden barrel down inside, Ju-hwan leans against the doorway frame and exhales a long, weary breath. Walking back outside into the shadowy evening air, Ju-hwan looms over the 3 beaten thugs groaning on the dirt ground. His dark eyes glow with a lethal, terrifying purple glare, ready to execute these bandits so they never threaten his home ever again. Out of nowhere, the hooded village elder leaps into the clearing, extending his arms to physically stop Ju-hwan's bloody crusade. Waving his hands in desperate protest, the elder pleads with him not to commit murder, while Ju-hwan glares back in heavy silence. Closing his eyes in dark contemplation, Ju-hwan realizes that getting arrested or enslaved again would ruin the peaceful life he just built. Looking back at the cozy light glowing inside the window, he reminds himself that he isn't a lonely wanderer anymore. He has a family depending on him. Standing tall over the unconscious bandits, Ju-hwan stares down at them, permanently engraving every detail of their faces into his memory. An ominous warning screen appears across the panel, promising that if these scoundrels ever return, a fate infinitely worse than death will be waiting for them. Patting Ju-hwan's chest with gentle respect, the elder points him back toward the house, urging him to return to his loved ones. Glancing down at a wooden crate left behind by the thugs, Ju-hwan decides to claim their tools, knowing self-sufficiency is vital in the mountains. Looking through the open cottage doorway, his heart warms as he watches Lizzie cradling Dorothy in a sweet, peaceful hug. Slinging a rich black fur coat over his shoulder and carrying the wooden tool crate, Ju-hwan smiles softly as he steps into his cozy home, ready to protect his family forever. Kneeling on the wooden floor inside his cozy cabin, Ju-hwan reaches down into the stolen tool crate, lifting a heavy iron hammer to inspect its sturdy weight. Setting the hammer down against the wooden wall, he promises himself that losing a family once in his past life was more than enough tragedy for a lifetime. Looking up with a soft, resolute warmth in his dark eyes, he makes a silent vow that nothing in this world will ever tear his quiet life apart again. Turning toward the glowing hearth where Lizzie holds little Dorothy in her arms, his heart swells as he vows that no matter what threats come, he will protect these two with his very life. Stepping closer to Lizzie, Ju-on gently cups her soft cheek with his large hand, staring down at her faint bruise while inwardly wishing he possessed magic to heal her pain instantly. Smiling softly with pure affection, Lizzie reaches up with both hands and squishes Ju-on's cheeks together, gushing out that she's totally fine and doesn't hurt at all.
Look at Ju-on's face, completely squished like a silly golden retriever. Manhwa female lead squishing giant warrior cheeks will never fail to make me laugh. Lizzie bursts out into a quiet giggle at his goofy expression.
Before she can even process what's happening, Ju-on effortlessly scoops Lizzie right off the floor into a gorgeous, heroic princess carry. Cradling her gently against his broad chest, Ju-on gazes down into her blushing face, softly explaining that sitting on the bare wooden floor is way too cold for her. But right as he holds her close, Ju-on's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated shock, suddenly feeling a strange surge of warmth passing between them. Touching her own collarbone in utter disbelief, Lizzie gasps out in wonder as she realizes that the dark bruise on her skin completely disappeared without a trace. Holding her tight in his arms, Ju-on twitches in amazement, wondering if his intense magic meditation training from earlier actually channeled healing aura into her body. A radiant, proud smile lights up Ju-on's handsome face as he realizes he successfully mastered healing magic on his very first try. Staring up at his beaming smile with wide, baffled brown eyes, Lizzie tilts her head in complete bewilderment, wondering how her strong husband keeps pulling off literal miracles. Meanwhile, over in the bustling village down the valley, an furious shout echoes across the farmhouses, screaming about whether some bird-brain idiot has completely lost his mind. An angry older woman kicks a poor white chicken right across the dirt path, screaming in frustration that the stupid bird doesn't even recognize its own owner. Walking out from behind the wooden fence with his arms crossed, the village chief scowls back at his nagging wife. Dramatic sigh, asking if giving a simple bolt of fabric to the mountain guardian bothers her that much? Throwing her hands on her hips in a fiery rage, the chief's wife barks back that she saved that precious fabric for 10 whole years, insisting there was no reason to hand it over to a stranger. Looking down at the chicken pecking at the dirt ground, the chief sternly explains that Ju-on is clearly a hardened warrior, warning that if more villagers get killed by beasts, this year's entire harvest will be completely ruined. Seriously, this old couple arguing over 10 old fabric while the chicken just sits there chilling is top-tier rural comedy. The chief scoffs at her lack of vision, telling her she fails to see the bigger picture. A sinister, dark aura consumes the background as the village chief recalls the eerie event he witnessed with his own eyes just yesterday. Flashing back to when he handed the fabric to Ju-on, the chief remembers noticing severe beast bite marks on Ju-on's arms that weren't there when he first arrived, yet those deep wounds were visibly closing at supernatural speeds. Staring down at Ju-on's rapidly regenerating flesh, a cold sweat broke out across the chief's face as he realized that their quiet scout Gus was telling the absolute truth. A dramatic black warning panel reveals the chief's shock, confirming that the mysterious mountain guardian living in the woods is actually a high-tier healing mage. Stroking his chin in deep scheming thought, the village chief realizes he needs to play his cards with extreme caution, knowing even powerful high nobles would pay endless gold for a healing mage. Visualizing a massive, radiant royal palace shining under golden sunbeams, the greedy chief calculates that selling a rare healer to royalty would yield a fortune big enough to buy an entire province. A terrifying, villainous smirk stretches across the chief's shadowy face as he gloats to himself, realizing this single secret could grant him a luxurious life far beyond a petty village chief. Walking through the village square surrounded by gray silhouettes of oblivious peasants, the chief gloats that these uneducated farmers are far too ignorant to notice a mage living in their midst. But his grin quickly fades as he visualizes Ju-on surrounded by heavily armored knights, worrying that if high nobles or a powerful guild finds out first, he won't make a single copper coin. Plotting out his corrupt strategy in the shadows, the chief plans to have his sneaky scout Gus keep close tabs on the mountain guardian's every move. He realizes all he needs to do now is quietly travel out to the capital and locate a wealthy, corrupt noble who's desperate to buy a captive healing mage. Talk about a snake in the grass.
Turning back to his nagging wife in the bright sunlight, the chief instructs her to act friendly with Lizzie, mentioning that Ju-hwan learns hunting skills unnaturally fast and is dangerously sharp. Lowering his voice with a worried scowl, the chief warns her that if they aren't careful, Ju-hwan might uncover that they've been illegally skimming taxes off the Lord's grain shipments and report them. Reaching out to touch his wife's shoulder, the chief suggests that becoming close friends with Lizzie might also allow them to buy high-quality rabbit pelts for dirt cheap. Tossing her hair over her shoulder, the wife reluctantly agrees, muttering that there are plenty of household chores and gossip that local women can handle together anyway. Walking toward the outdoor stone hearth, the chief decides that returning some of the stolen items they took from the cabin earlier is necessary to earn Ju-hwan's trust. Bending down to pick up dry wooden sticks from the grass, he reminds himself that Ju-hwan isn't a clueless fool like the previous mountain guardians, so every detail must be perfect. Dropping the dry firewood straight into the blazing outdoor stone oven, bright orange flames roar to life against the stone wall. As the fire blazes hot inside the hearth, the chief mutters that losing a few stolen goods is a tiny sacrifice for the massive fortune waiting for him later. Looming sinisterly over the fiery blaze with a dark, twisted grin, the corrupt chief sneers that in order to capture the ultimate prey, you always have to give up a little flesh to secure the bones. The scene cuts to the peaceful mountain forest, where cheerful musical notes float right out of Ju-hwan's cozy wooden cottage. Pulling on a sleek, black, long-sleeved tunic inside his bedroom, Ju-hwan smiles softly to himself, noticing that Lizzie is humming a beautiful, happy melody in the living room. Sitting on the wooden floor, Lizzie happily inspects large paper sacks of flour and metallic milk jugs sent over by the village chief early this morning. Look at cute chibi Lizzie sparkling with pure angelic joy while hugging a giant milk jug. She's so easily satisfied. Ju-hwan inwardly chuckles, amazed that getting back simple baking ingredients can make her this ecstatic. A humorous thought bubble highlights Ju-hwan's internal realization, noting that Lizzie wasn't even this thrilled when her dark facial bruise vanished in a split second. Fastening his dark leather harness across his broad chest, Ju-hwan smiles tenderly, reflecting on how Lizzie constantly reminds him that true happiness resides in the simplest moments. Walking softly across the room, Ju-hwan approaches his lovely wife as she sits on the floor admiring her fresh supplies. Looking down at her with a gentle, loving smile, Ju-hwan sweetly announces that he's heading out for his daily hunt, making Lizzie pop up an adorable surprise. Engaging in the cutest domestic banter ever, Lizzie and Ju-hwan playfully point their fingers at each other with silly smiles, laughing together in pure marital bliss. Stepping out through the wooden doorway into the warm golden sunlight, Ju-hwan waves back at Lizzie with a loving smile, while she beams radiantly from inside, wishing her hero a safe journey. Walking back toward the wooden storehouse, Ju-hwan recalls how Gus mentioned setting off on a rabbit hunt earlier today. Stepping into the cozy wooden shed where neatly stacked logs rest, he wonders if they'll manage to capture any wild game during their trip. Ju-hwan's thought process always revolves around making his family happy. Dad of the year right here. He remembers how little Dorothy is constantly begging for fresh meat at dinner time. Imagining his adorable daughter dancing around with juicy meat bones in her tiny hands, a gentle warmth fills his heart. Yet holding his heavy iron axe, Ju-hwan hesitates nervously, wondering if he even has the heart to slay a cute bunny himself. Shaking his head frantically to break out of his sentimentality, he scolds himself, knowing a true fantasy hunter must abandon modern softness to survive. The way his mind instantly jumps from cute wild bunnies to his wife in bunny ears is hilarious. The man is hopelessly devoted. Pictures of fluffy white rabbits immediately evoke images of his wife looking like a cute bunny. Blushing heavily while covering his face in flustered embarrassment, Ju-hwan agonizes over how he could ever bring himself to harm something so precious. Glancing up into the sunlit forest canopy, he quietly hopes that if they do catch a rabbit, it turns out to be a total monster instead. Deep in the shadows of the woods, a terrifying shadow-draped beast with glowing red eyes lurks among the bushes. Be careful what you wish for, Ju-hwan. That terrifying demon rabbit is definitely gonna crash the party later. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Ju-hwan steps outside after finishing his daily chores. Surveying the high pile of chopped firewood tucked safely beside his trusty axe, he realizes he still has plenty of free time before dusk. Stretching his arms out wide toward the bright, warm sunlight, Ju-hwan takes a deep, refreshing breath of crisp mountain air. Gazing down at his own palms, Ju-hwan contemplates how easily he can harness basic healing magic to cure minor cuts and bruises. Host critique? Ju-hwan trying to debug his magic system like a software engineer is peak relatable MC behavior. Bro just wants a cool fireball.
he mutters in confusion, wondering why he can't spawn a single flame spark when it ignited so easily during combat.
Remembering the ferocious beast attack from before, Ju-on ponders whether his fire magic only triggers under extreme, life-threatening adrenaline. Taking a slow, deep breath, Ju-on focuses all his mental concentration on circulating energy deep within his lower dantian. Thrusting his palm open towards the sky with dramatic flair, Ju-on attempts to summon a majestic flame stream. And absolutely nothing happens! The anticlimactic silence is golden. Looking at his completely empty hand, Ju-on deadpans, admitting he didn't expect much, so he isn't even disappointed. Comic panel depiction shows Ju-on lecturing Lizzie while little Dorothy scratches her head in confusion, illustrating how healing magic lacks cool, flashy effects. Dropping his arms with a disappointed sigh, Ju-on feels a bit bummed out since he really wanted to show off cool fire tricks to his family. Suddenly, tiny golden embers crackle right at the tip of his fingers, catching him completely off guard. Hey, a win is a win! Who needs an explosive fireball when you have a built-in lighter for campfires? Holding a tiny flickering flame above his index finger, Ju-on smiles wryly at his mini lighter. Just then, little Dorothy sleepily opens the house door, rubbing her eyes as she wanders outside into the courtyard. Blinking her drowsy eyes, Dorothy looks around the sunlit yard to see what her father is doing. Gasping in sudden shock, her big yellow eyes widen like saucers as she locks onto the glowing orange flame. Look at Dorothy running out like she just saw a real-life superhero. Her reaction is way too cute. Sprinting across the grass with pure joy, Dorothy points excitedly at her dad. Pulling his hand back slightly, Ju-on frantically warns his daughter not to get too close lest she accidentally burns herself. Ignoring the warning completely, Dorothy shouts at the top of her lungs that she has to report her father's magical feat to her mother. Clinging tightly onto Ju-on's wrist, Dorothy gazes up at the flickering miniature fire with sheer visual amazement. Hearing her daughter's loud cheers, Lizzie rushes outside into the yard to check on what the commotion is all about. Lizzie's jaw literally dropped. Gasp, seeing her husband casually bend fire element is a whole new level of flex. Gasping in utter astonishment, Lizzie covers her mouth in total shock at the sight. Staring wide-eyed, Lizzie exclaims in total disbelief that actual fire is spouting straight out from Ju-on's fingers. Jumping up and down with boundless energy, little Dorothy repeatedly yells for her mother to watch her dad's cool magic trick. Seeing both his wife and daughter looking at him with starry eyes, Ju-on feels motivated to expand the flame, though controlling the mana proves surprisingly tough. Host commentary: Ji-won's grand ambition for his magical powers is just lighting campfires. Practical dad goals right there. He quietly hopes he can master this fire ability to easily light campfires during future travels. Suddenly, an idea flashes inside Lizzie's mind, causing her to gasp audibly in realization. Without saying a single word, Lizzie spins around and darts back inside, leaving Ju-on staring in total confusion. Dorothy follows right behind her mother, trotting quickly back into the cozy kitchen area. Ju-on standing there like a confused statuette holding a tiny matchstick flame is hysterical. Talk about a quick audience exit. Standing alone in the middle of the field, Ju-on grumbles that he worked so hard to show them. Waving his burning hand through the air, Ju-on suddenly realizes he has no idea how to turn off the elemental fire magic. Looking down at the persistent flame dancing on his skin, Ju-on resigns himself to his fate, figuring he'll just wait for it to burn out naturally. In a split second, the spark abruptly fizzles into thin air, leaving his palm completely empty and sparkless. Host critique? Magic systems and fantasy manhwas always love trolling the main character. One second it's stuck, the next second it vanishes. Shaking his head in exasperation, Ju-on trudges forward, admitting that magic in this world makes zero sense. Stepping inside the dimly lit home, Ju-on heads toward the dining area to see what his family is up to. Glancing over, he sees little Dorothy leaning deep into a large empty wooden barrel, staring solemnly into the bottom. Turning her head with a hilariously cute pout, Dorothy looks back at her father with sorrowful puppy dog eyes. Standing nearby, Lizzie giggles softly behind her hand, amused by her daughter's dramatic behavior over food. Host commentary: Dorothy sulking over smaller meat rations is the most relatable kid reaction ever. Meat is life. Realizing the situation, Ju-on chuckles to himself, recognizing that Dorothy is heartbroken over her reduced dinner portion. Fixing his daughter with a look of firm, resolute determination, Ju-on vows to bring back plenty of delicious rabbit meat from today's hunt, no matter what. Just as Ju-on turns toward his cottage doorway, a raspy voice calls out from behind the tree line, asking if he's finally ready to head into the forest. Stepping into view under the green canopy, old hunter Gus, leaning on his wooden walking stick, scoffs softly, greeting Ju-on with his usual grumpy demeanor. Slinging his heavy travel satchel over his broad shoulder, Ju-on nods firmly, letting the veteran hunter know he's good to go. Before he can even take a step, a tiny, adorable voice squeaks out from inside the cabin, yelling for her dad to have a super safe trip. Turning back with a bright smile, Ju-on watches little Dorothy come waddling right out the doorway toward him while Lizzie watches fondly from behind. Bending down to pat his daughter's soft blonde hair, Ju-on warmly praises her for being such a sweet, good girl. Puffers out her tiny chest with pure pride, cute cheepy Dorothy happily chirps that she's definitely the best girl in the entire world. Looking up at Lizzie with a protective, gentle gaze, Ju-on reminds his wife to stay vigilant and stay safe while he's away hunting in the woods. Stepping forward without hesitation, Lizzie pulls Ju-on close and plants a sweet goodbye kiss right on his lips. Dorothy gasps in utter astonishment. Puckering up her tiny lips with an adorable pouting expression, little Dorothy demands that she deserves a goodbye kiss from her heroic dad too. Kneeling straight down on the wooden floorboards, Ju-on chuckles affectionately, agreeing that his precious daughter definitely gets a kiss too. Cupping her chubby little cheeks, Ju-on plants a giant loving peck right on Dorothy's smiling face, making her squeal in pure joy. But right as Ju-on pulls back, he sniffs the air suspiciously, teasingly accusing Dorothy of sneaking extra dried meat behind her mother's back again. A hilarious cartoon text bubble confirms her guilt immediately, loudly yelling that she totally snuck meat and isn't even trying to hide it. Leaving the cozy cabin behind, the scene shifts to the vast mountain valley where wild hawks soar across the overcast sky, following Gus to his hunting grounds. Walking alongside the hooded veteran, Ju-on pays close attention as Gus points out various oak trees, testing Ju-on on which ones make the best firewood. Stopping along the dusty dirt path, Gus halts Ju-on to examine fresh rabbit droppings scattered across the green grass. Suddenly, Gus holds out his arm, warning Ju-on to freeze on the spot and keep his voice down. Gesturing toward a dense patch of bushes ahead, the old hunter quietly instructs Ju-on to take a look at what's trapped over there. Ju-on squints into the shadowed foliage, his dark eyes instantly widening in sheer, unadulterated shock. Bound securely by a rope snare, a monstrous, hyper-muscular rabbit glares back with glowing golden eyes and razor-sharp predator fangs. Sweat drops down Ju-on's face in complete disbelief as he realizes this terrifying demonic creature is supposed to be a regular rabbit. Seriously? Look at this thing. That's not a cute bunny. That's a kangaroo that spent 10 years in federal prison doing heavy bench presses. Ji-hyun inwardly panics, realizing fantasy world wildlife is utterly insane. Thrashing against its rope bindings, the beastly rabbit snarls viciously, exposing a jaw full of carnivore fangs. Stepping through the bushes, Gus notes that since the beast still has plenty of energy left, it must have been caught in the snare only recently. A dramatic text box appears over the scene, declaring that this enraged, thrashing monster is the absolute ideal target for Ju-on's very first live hunt. A sinister, shadowy smirk spreads across old Gus's weathered face beneath his dark hood, remarking that taking down this target won't be a walk in the park. Standing tall against the forest background, Gus sagely explains that hunting an enraged beast is entirely different from shooting defenseless prey, recalling how his own first kill still haunts his memory. Turning back to Ju-on, Gus sternly commands him to reach into his leather quiver and pull out a sharp hunting arrow. A narrative text panel praises Ju-on's incredible intellect, noting how quickly he learned the local language and hunting terminology in just a few short weeks. Looking Ju-on dead in the eyes, Gus officially grants him the rights to this target, declaring that this first hunt belongs entirely to him. The snared rabbit thrashes savagely against the tree branch, while Gus sinisterly adds that he's going to teach Ju-on how cruel true hunting really is. Stepping closer through the thick grass, Ju-on approaches the aggressive beast just as Gus instructs. But Gus's next command completely stuns Ju-on, ordering him to intentionally shoot the thrashing rabbit right in its foot first. A dramatic text panel reveals the cruel reasoning behind the hunter's method, disgusted, explaining that this sadistic tactic forces the beginner to practice aiming at a live, moving target. Sweat trickles down Ju-on's temple as the heavy text boxes break down the brutal progression, first hitting a still animal, then forced to shoot a target thrashing in agonizing pain. Looking up at the forest canopy,
Gus ominously warns that nature never favors human arrogance, cautioning that acting with unnecessary cruelty always comes with a terrible price. A dark warning box emphasizes the old hunter's cryptic lesson, warning that if a hunter forgets respect, the day will inevitably come when beasts get the upper hand. Lowering his wooden bow, Juwan knocks the sharp arrow against the taut string, menacingly as Gus demands he memorize this heavy lesson forever. Raising his bow and pulling the string back tight to his cheek, Juwan carefully lines up his aim right toward the furious rabbit's paw. But internal conflict grips Juwan's heart, realizing that shooting its leg won't kill the creature, but will only inflict useless, sadistic agony. Sweat glistens on his forehead as his grip trembles on the bow, completely failing to understand why the veteran hunter is forcing him to torture a trapped beast. Losing his patience, Gus shouts aggressively at Juwan to shoot immediately, demanding he hit the foot first before finishing it with a blow to the head. Drooling savagely with sharp fangs exposed, the demonic rabbit growls viciously, staring down the arrowhead pointed directly at its face. A dramatic text panel cuts through the tension as Juwan's deep internal voice echoes in confusion, admitting he doesn't fully grasp the old man's cruelty. A close-up on Juwan's dark brown eye reveals a deep, haunting shadow taking over his usually warm gaze. The vibrant green background dissolves into total pitch-black darkness as Juwan mentally recalls the exact nightmare of when he first woke up in this brutal world. A terrifying flashback panel reveals a dark, filthy prison cell, showing Juwan's emaciated past body locked up in heavy iron chains alongside starving captives. Look at the brutal artistic shift here. The artist completely removed all vibrant colors to highlight the sheer horror of his past life. The panel depicts rotting corpses left to decay and filth, while flies buzz around starving prisoners. A heavy, pitch-black narrative box concludes the horrifying memory, describing that cramped, wretched dungeon where desperate human beings completely cease to be human. The demonic rabbit thrashes violently against its rope snare, growling in a furious frenzy as it attempts to break free. Digging its sharp claws into the soft earth, the enraged beast thrashes with terrifying raw power. Overwhelmed by the brutal reality of this fantasy world, Juwan recognizes that surviving here requires a total shift in his mindset. A dramatic text panel highlights his internal realization, understanding that Gus isn't just teaching him archery, but forging him into a hardened hunter capable of taking life. Suppressing his inner reluctance, Juwan pulls the bowstring taut against his cheek, breathing deeply as he locks his focus onto the trapped monster. With a sharp release, the arrow pierces clean into the rabbit's rear leg, making the beast howl in agonizing rage. Look at that bloody precision! Staring at the wounded creature, Juwan exhales a shaky breath, panting, softly muttering to himself that he actually landed the hit. But before he can even catch his breath, Gus yells sternly, commanding Juwan to load another arrow and shoot the target again. Seriously? Old Gus is demanding he hit the front paws now? Juwan inwardly groans, but complies because he respects the veteran's tough training methods. Knocking a fresh arrow against the bowstring, Juwan hardens his gaze, refusing to let pity distract his aim. He tightens his grip on the wooden bow, actively tuning out the beast's pain shrieks. A heavy thought bubble encapsulates Juwan's internal discipline, reminding himself that these agonizing cries are merely natural animal sounds of survival. Loose! The arrow slices through the air with blinding speed, driven by his fierce determination to protect his new family. An epic extreme close-up reveals the glowing golden pupil of the monster reflecting the incoming arrowhead mid-flight. Talk about an intense cinematic frame. Later, in a quiet forest clearing, Juwan sits quietly on the grass while Gus wraps up their fresh game, reflecting on the deliberate pain he just inflicted. Watching the old veteran carefully tie up the target in a burlap sack, Juwan acknowledges that hunting is entirely stripped of romance. Looking down at his broad, calloused hands, Juwan ponders how survival in the wild remains a relentless struggle for both humans and beasts alike. A dark narrative panel captures his solemn vow, promising never to forget the heavy weight of taking a living creature's life today. Shaking off the grim mood, Gus tosses a heavy sack toward Juwan, instructing him to carry all the caught game back home. Looking up under his dark hood, the veteran hunter gives Juwan a subtle, approving nod of genuine gratitude. Leaning on his sturdy wooden walking stick, Gus announces that they still have one final rabbit left to gather. Peeking curiously into the top of the canvas bag, Ju-on sees a cute live bunny tucked quietly inside. Pointing toward a rustling bush nearby, Ju-on notes that the final target looks completely different from the muscular demonic rabbits they caught earlier. Right as Gus commands him to hurry up and kill it, Chuckles' Chalon suddenly pauses in place, an unexpected idea sparking in his mind. Wait, Ju-on just unlocked the ultimate gamer idea domestication? He turns to Gus asking why kill it when they can simply raise rabbits as livestock instead. A practical text bubble outlines his brilliant strategy, realizing that breeding rabbits provides a steady, reliable food supply during severe winter months. Wave gesturing his hands frantically, Ju-on does his absolute best to explain his farming idea using his limited local vocabulary. Chuckling softly into his hand giggle, old Gus cracks up at Ju-on's surprisingly clever idea, totally caught off guard by his practical logic. With a gentle smile and a nod, Gus readily approves the plan, agreeing that capturing the rabbit alive is a much smarter move. Handing over the sack bindings, Gus tells Ju-on to catch the remaining beast without harming it. Lifting the heavy burlap sack over his shoulder, Ju-on marches forward into the lush woods with renewed purpose. Lowering his body into the thick brush, Ju-on carefully creeps towards the bush with the sack wide open. Later that afternoon, the scene shifts to Gus's rustic wooden workshop nested deep under the forest trees. Standing together inside the wooden cabin, Ju-on reflects on his past life, remembering how back in his original world, he had no family and zero sense of direction. Carefully carving a wooden plank with his knife, Ju-on marvels at how satisfying simple manual labor feels when doing it for his loved ones. Looking up with a gentle, contented gaze, Ju-on realizes that having Lizzie and Dorothy finally gave him a real reason to work hard every single day. Suddenly, Ju-on catches sight of a wooden display box sitting on the bench, holding wooden signs carved with strange symbols. A detailed close-up shows wooden rune plaques carved with the official written alphabet of this fantasy realm. Look at the cool artistic rune detail here. Picking up one of the carved wooden plaques, Ju-on's eyes sparkle with realization as he identifies the local written script. Hurrying over to Gus, Ju-on holds up the wooden plaque, enthusiastically asking in broken phrases for the old hunter to teach him how to read and write. Turning around in surprise, Gus stares at Ju-on, asking if he's actually serious about learning the local language script. Scratching his head under his green hood, Gus is completely baffled by Ju-on's endless curiosity. Walking across the workshop floor, Gus approaches a heavy wooden storage chest kept in the dark corner. Opening the reinforced wooden chest lid, Gus reaches deep inside to grab something he stored long ago. Gus pulls out an entire bundle of wooden practice alphabet tablets bound on a cord, presenting them to Ju-on as a gift. Motioning toward the workbench, Gus invites Ju-on to take a seat so they can begin his very first writing lesson. Holding a black feather quill pen, Ju-on carefully traces the local rune characters onto parchment paper with intense focus. Watching Ju-on write like an eager scholar, Gus secretly wonders why a simple village hunter would ever need to know how to read. A close-up on the wooden practice tablets triggers Gus's nostalgic memory, recalling how he bought them years ago, hoping to earn military merit and get hired by a noble family. Looking down at his old leather boots as he walks around the room, Gus chuckles softly, admitting how long and painful it was for a commoner like him to learn reading back in his youth. Turning away from his old belongings, Gus shakes his head under his dark green hood, mentally telling himself to leave the past behind where it belongs. Walking over to the cabin window to gaze at the mountain range, the old hunter notes that it's finally time to begin scouting the higher ridges for goblin movement. A dark background panel reflects his serious intent, knowing he'll have to push deeper into untamed monster territory to track them down. As spring arrives, nature wakes up, and just like wild animals entering mating season, monster populations undergo a terrifying surge in activity. Shadows flicker across the forest floor as sinister green creatures emerge with glowing red eyes. Look at the eerie lighting in this panel. The artist really nailed that unsettling goblin threat. Back inside the cozy workshop, Gus glances over his shoulder at Ju-on, quietly amazed at how insanely fast the young man absorbs hunting skills, despite his complete lack of experience. Watching Ju-on carefully trace letters onto parchment, the old veteran reflects that if Ju-on teams up with seasoned adventurers, he'll easily be able to stand his ground. Suddenly, Gus clutches his leg with a tight grimace, realizing that his old aching war injury always flares up right before monster encounters. A dramatic close-up frames the old hunter's face as a cold, menacing sneer takes over his weathered features. A pitch-black narrative box echoes his cold resolution, promising to ruthlessly hunt down and slaughter every last goblin in the forest.
The perspective shifts to Ju-won's rustic wooden cottage resting peacefully among the lush green woodland trees. Inside the warm room, Lizzie sits on the floor carefully cutting beige cloth with scissors while little Dorothy hovers right beside her, eagerly asking when her new outfit will be finished. Lizzie chuckles softly into her hand, playfully teasing the little girl for asking that exact same question a million times already. Honestly, toddler impatience when waiting for new clothes is totally universal. Suddenly, the wooden floorboards creak loudly near the entrance, making Lizzie glance over in surprise as she calls out Ju-won's name. Wearing his hunter gear with a quiver packed on his back, Ju-won steps inside with a warm smile as little Dorothy dashes forward with open arms to greet him. Scooping his daughter into his arms with an affectionate swing, Ju-won chuckles warmly while Dorothy squeals in excitement about her brand new dress. Carrying Dorothy securely in one arm, Ju-won crouches down to grab the heavy burlap sack he brought home, only to catch a strange movement. The coarse canvas bag sitting on the wooden floor suddenly thrashes violently, wriggling around as whatever is trapped inside fights to get out. Dorothy's golden eyes widen in pure wonder as she gasps in astonishment, innocently asking her dad if this is some kind of magical bag illusion. Smiling at her wild imagination, Ju-won decides to show off his dad's strength, using a single hand to untie the tight cord knot while casually carrying Dorothy. Talk about effortless dad flexes. A close-up frame shows Ju-won's strong fingers effortlessly sliding the tight rope knot free from the burlap sack opening. Pop! Two long bunny ears suddenly shoot right out of the burlap bag, startling everyone sitting in the cottage room. Pointing her small hand in absolute shock, Dorothy stammers in surprise as she watches the burlap bag continue to move. Recognizing those long ears instantly, the little girl gasps with joy, shouting out that it's a real live bunny, while Ju-won chuckles nervously in the background. Stepping forward with a protective gesture, Lizzie motions for Dorothy to stay back while offering to safely extract the wild animal herself. Gently peeling open the heavy canvas folds, Lizzie peeks inside to find a soft, fluffy white head looking right back at her. Whoosh! The bunny suddenly vaults straight out of the sack, completely catching Lizzie off guard and knocking her flat onto her rear. Look at that hilarious jump scare! A wild rabbit knocking down the house mom! An extreme close-up captures Dorothy's sparkling golden eyes staring in absolute fascination. Covering her mouth in surprise, the little girl points excitedly, exclaiming that something looks super strange about this particular bunny. A tight close-up focuses on the fluffy white crown of the animal's head as its long ears twitch dynamically in the ambient light. Right between its ears sits a tiny spiral horn. It's an adorable fantasy horned rabbit standing upright and tilting its head in total confusion. Dorothy's eyes erupt into literal sparkles as she squeals over how cute it is, completely tuning out Lizzie's panicked warnings to keep her distance. Pushing herself up nervously, Lizzie holds her hands out in defense, reminding the little girl that any horned creature in this world could be dangerous. Creeping forward step by step, Lizzie musters up her courage, promising Dorothy that Mom will catch the mysterious horned beast. Closing her eyes tight with a tense inhale, huffs, Lizzie lunges forward with open arms, desperately trying to catch the quick little monster. Clack! To her total disbelief, Lizzie easily scoops the fluffy rabbit into her hands. Holding the horned rabbit high in the air, Lizzie squints in total bewilderment, wondering why a wild fantasy creature surrendered so easily. But as the tiny beast twitches gently in her grasp, Lizzie senses a subtle stiffness in its lower body movements. Turning the bunny around to inspect its stomach, Lizzie gasps softly upon discovering a dark bruise on its hind leg where Ju-won had shot it earlier. Tugging anxiously on Lizzie's blue dress, little Dorothy whimpers softly, realizing the poor little bunny is in serious pain. Turning back toward her father with big teary eyes, the little girl begs Ju-won to fix the hurting animal right away. Stepping forward with a calm, comforting expression, Ju-won reaches out his broad hands, asking Lizzie to pass the injured creature over to him. Lizzie carefully transfers the delicate horned bunny into Ju-won's hands, trusting him to handle the wounded creature. Cradling the tiny beast gently against his chest, Ju-won stares down thoughtfully, taking a soft breath to channel his inner energy. Suddenly, a soothing golden light emanates from Ju-won's palms, enveloping the injured rabbit in a gentle restorative glow. Host reaction. Hold on. Did Ju-won just activate hidden healing magic? That is absolute peak protagonist power right there! A close-up frame shows his glowing fingers gently massaging the rabbit's bruised thigh, instantly smoothing away the swelling and pain. Seeing the golden light fade, Dorothy gasps in pure delight, noticing that the bunny stopped trembling completely. Hopping up and down with star-filled eyes, the little girl cheers loudly, declaring that her papa is the most amazing person ever. Clearing his throat with a bashful blush, Ju-won gets totally flustered by the praise while Dorothy tightly wraps her arms around his leg. As Ju-won gently sets the fully healed bunny onto the wooden floor, Dorothy comes running back carrying a small woven basket, eagerly showing her dad the cozy bed she brought. Ju-won reaches his hands down toward the wooden woven basket as little Dorothy proudly holds it up, eager to show off the sleeping horned rabbit inside. Nestled comfortably inside the basket, the soft fantasy horned rabbit slumbers peacefully, with its tiny spiral horn glistening in the light. Smiling warmly down at his daughter, Ju-won gently asks Dorothy to protect and take good care of the little creature, leaving the toddler slightly confused as she tilts her head. Lizzie kneels nearby with a sweet laugh, clarifying that her father is assigning her the super important job of looking after the baby bunny. Host commentary? Wait, giving a toddler full responsibility over a wild fantasy monster? That is top-tier protagonist dad confidence right there. Dorothy's face erupts into pure bliss as she cradles the basket on the floor, excitedly promising that she will give the horned rabbit the absolute best care. The entire family sits together on the warm wooden floor, peacefully watching little Dorothy gently stroke the sleeping pet inside its cozy bed. Turning toward Lizzie with a gentle expression, Ju-won shares a soft, affectionate smile as they enjoy this quiet family moment. Outside, night falls peacefully over the rustic forest cottage, nestled quietly among the tall woodland trees. Underneath thick, cozy blankets, Dorothy sleeps soundly with her new furry companion resting in its basket right beside her bed. Sitting beside the fireplace late at night, Ju-won inspects wooden practice alphabet tablets with Lizzie, thoughtfully reflecting on how human nature always hungers for more despite already having so much. Looking around their humble home, he acknowledges how getting a roof over their heads immediately made him dream of expanding the cottage so Dorothy could have plenty of room to run around. Lizzie gently points at the carved runes to teach him the proper pronunciation, making Ju-won realize his genuine desire to learn reading and writing for his family's bright future. A tender smile graces his face as he looks sideways at Lizzie, privately feeling that out of everything in this world, he's most grateful for her presence. Host reaction? Aw, look at this wholesome husband energy. If anything ever happens to this sweet family, I am gonna lose my mind. Even though she's completely exhausted from working hard all day, Lizzie patiently repeats words like apple and pear to help him memorize the characters. Wanting to show his deep appreciation, Ju-won gently leans in from behind and rests his hands on her tired shoulders. Lizzie gasps in surprise as Ju-won begins softly massaging her tense shoulder muscles, making her blush deeply while stuttering out a warm thank you. Flushing crimson across her cheeks, Lizzie melts under his gentle touch, marveling inside at how soothing and warm his hands feel against her skin. A close-up frames his broad hands skillfully kneading away all the lingering fatigue from her upper body. Slowly sliding his fingers down her arms, Ju-won pulls her closer into a gentle, loving embrace. Lizzie's breath catches in her throat as Ju-won wraps both arms securely around her, holding her tight against his chest in the quiet room. Beside the soft golden glow of the table lantern, Whisper the two share a deeply romantic moment together as the night deepens. As the candle smoke drifts upward, the cozy cottage scene slowly fades out, transitioning into the journey of the next day. On a sun-dappled dirt road, a line of wooden merchant wagons travels through the dense green forest. Squeezed tightly between two bulky travelers inside the bumpy carriage, the old hunter groans inwardly about how stiff his body feels after riding for half a day, complaining about carriage fares and broker fees. Yet, a bold thought crosses his mind, knowing that all this travel stress and money spent will end up being entirely worth it in the end. Looking down at his lap, the old hunter reflects that standard healing mages in this world are usually frail, small, and completely defenseless. Host critique, classic fantasy cliché healers are squishy, so when a Giga Chad healer appears, everyone loses their minds. A dark memory panel recalls Ju-won standing like a giant in the woods after effortlessly taking down enemies, proving he's the most massive and terrifying healer the old man has ever laid eyes on. A dark, greedy sneer twists across the old hunter's weathered face as he gloats about how many gold coins the information broker will pay for this secret. Bumping along the bumpy trail, the passengers sitting beside him talk animatedly about rumors of summoning a legendary hero to save their kingdom. Travelers debate back and forth, wondering if the religious temple already brought forth a hero, or if the hero claimed by the enemy nation is nothing more than a fake. Leaning forward, one passenger scoffs in doubt, questioning how anyone could blindly trust legends from centuries ago when no living person has ever seen a true hero face to face. Listening quietly to their chatter, the greedy old hunter suddenly remembers that their rural region sits right along the border of the rival enemy kingdom. The covered wagon continues its steady journey across the forest road, heading directly toward the major trade city. Back at the rustic cottage, little Dorothy leans over the woven basket to poke the sleeping horned rabbit, brightly asking if it wants to play. Approaching from behind, Lizzie warns the little girl not to turn the delicate creature into her next snack, making Dorothy turn around in complete shock. Playfully teasing her mother, Dorothy giggles that even a kid like her knows nobody eats cute baby bunnies. Wiping a stray drop from her daughter's chin, Lizzie jokingly tells her to stop drooling if she expects anyone to believe her. Host commentary. Wait, was Dorothy actually drooling over a fantasy rabbit? She really inherited her dad's wild hunter instincts. Giggling happily, Dorothy turns on her heels and scampers out the cottage door with an energetic burst. Walking over to the yard, the little girl tilts her head in utter confusion, wondering why her dad built a wooden fence when they already have a house. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in her head as she gasps out loud, remembering her important chore. Heading over to the outdoor animal enclosure, Dorothy beams with joy upon seeing two wild rabbits hanging out inside the wooden pen. Staring over the fence, the toddler hilariously judges one of the large brown rabbits, deadpanning that it looks big and super ugly. Holding a massive bundle of freshly picked green leaves, Dorothy calls out for the bunnies to come enjoy their feast. Setting the foliage down, the little girl instructs the animals to eat nicely by themselves since she has a super busy day ahead. A close-up frame shows her tiny hands spreading out the lush greenery on the wooden floor. Thrilled with her hard work, Dorothy gasps in pure excitement, eager to boast about her magic touch when her papa returns home. Her wild toddler imagination bubbles up, picturing herself sitting triumphantly on a massive mountain of hunted monster meat while her proud parents cheer in total awe. Host reaction. Look at that hilarious fantasy bubble. Dorothy literally wants to become the supreme monster hunter of the household. Throwing her arms up in total victory, the little girl cheers loudly while watching the wild rabbits happily munch on their green pile. Inside the cottage, Lizzie holds a giant, thick, dark wolf pelt Ju-on brought back, anxiously noting that the merchant carriage will arrive in town very soon. Stroking the soft fur with conflicted eyes, Lizzie hesitates to trade away Ju-on's very first trophy hunt, yet worries deeply about how they'll afford all the supplies they desperately need. Looking over her sparse household inventory, Lizzie mentally tallies everything Ju-on needs, from sturdy leather boots to fresh clothing, along with basic kitchen supplies and cooking ingredients. Holding a small pair of shears near the brown rabbit pelt, she lets out a soft breath, acknowledging that a single pelt simply isn't going to cover all their upcoming expenses. A quiet determination settles over her face as she makes a heavy personal choice for the sake of her family. Gathering her long, golden brown hair in her hands, Lizzie tightly ties it back with a piece of fabric, preparing to make an unexpected sacrifice. Outside, warm sunlight bathes the wooden roof as Ju-on's cheerful voice echoes across the yard, announcing his return home. Host reaction, wait, what is Lizzie planning to do with her hair? Don't tell me she's about to sell her own hair for shopping money? Sinking down onto one knee, Ju-on warmly welcomes little Dorothy as the toddler rushes straight into his arms with a joyful squeal. Walking out toward the doorway, Lizzie offers him a gentle welcome back smile, keeping her hands tucked quietly behind her dress. Stopping dead in his tracks, Ju-on's eyes widen in sheer shock as little Dorothy bounces up and down, asking if her dad noticed the dramatic change too. A radiant bloom of light frames Lizzie's sweet smile, revealing that her beautiful long hair has been trimmed down into a shoulder-length bob. As the story continues forward into this heartwarming chapter, the deep emotional bond within this tiny family shines brighter than ever. Host commentary. Look at how adorable she looks. But man, selling hair in fantasy worlds is always the ultimate sign of wholesome sacrifice. Sweat trickling down his temple, Ju-on stammers out her name in complete disbelief, staring blankly at her shortened locks. Bouncing back and forth around her mother, little Dorothy gasps out loud, demanding to know where all that lovely hair disappeared to. Puffing out her chubby cheeks with adorable pout, the toddler huffs angrily, declaring that her mom's long hair was the absolute prettiest thing ever. Connecting the dots in his head, Ju-won realizes the truth with a heavy heart, while Lizzie softly explains that she felt terrible watching her hair grow while he lacked proper shoes. Host critique. This scene is hitting right in the feels. They literally care so much about each other. It's peak wholesome romance. Stepping closer across the wooden floor, Ju-hwan stands tall before her with a serious, deeply moved expression. Gently reaching out to brush his fingers against her short hair, Ju-hwan softly apologizes for making her make such a sacrifice. Looking up into his solemn eyes, Lizzie marvels silently at how incredibly gentle and caring her giant husband truly is. A somber memory panel shows peasant women lined up at local markets, offering cut braids of hair to merchants just to scrape together enough coins for basic food. Cupping her cheek with his large, warm hand, Ju-won speaks with such profound sincerity that tears well up in the corners of her eyes. Host commentary. Honestly, Ju-won is setting the standard for green flag husbands. Most male leads are busy flex-slaying dragons, but Ju-won is out here giving top-tier emotional support. Throwing her arms around his neck, Lizzie buries her face into his chest, letting out a tearful hug of pure, overflowing happiness. Watching her parents cuddle from below, little Dorothy beams with a brilliant smile, declaring that her heart feels completely warm inside. Preparing for their trip to the market, Ju-won kneels down with a wooden carrying frame strapped to his back, while Dorothy hops on top and shouts for her mom to climb aboard too. Standing tall with effortless ease, Ju-hwan carries his laughing daughter high on his shoulders, smiling proudly as she waves her hand in the air. Strolling along the sunlit woodland path, the happy family makes their way toward the regional trade city. Host reaction? Look at him using a traditional wooden carrier like an absolute pro dad. Dorothy gets the best seat in the entire kingdom. Nestled among rolling hills, the bustling merchant town comes into view, overflowing with wooden shop stalls, timber houses, and lively crowds. Walking side by side into the main town square, little Dorothy scampers ahead with starry eyes, sniffing the air as delicious cooking aromas drift through the market. Looking around at the lively crowd, Ju-won reflects internally on how long it's been since he walked through a busy street, wondering if the last time was Christmas back in his former world. A cloaked traveler trudges past him in the crowd, dragging his feet through the busy thoroughfare. Watching the hooded stranger pass by silently, Ju-won looks down at little Dorothy walking happily in front of him. Host commentary. Wait, is Ju-won getting hit with a sudden wave of modern world nostalgia right now? That contrast hits surprisingly hard. A bleak, monochromatic memory resurfaces, recalling a cold winter day in his past life where he watched happy families walking together through falling snow. Standing isolated in the middle of a crowded city street, his past self walked through the freezing snow completely alone, without a soul by his side. Present-day light returns, contrasting those cold memories with his beautiful wife walking by his side and a spirited daughter bounding happily ahead. A warm, heartfelt smile spreads across Ju-won's face as he realizes the sheer joy of finally having a real family to walk with. Host reaction? My heart! He went from total loneliness in the real world to having the sweetest fantasy family ever. Spotting something exciting up ahead, little Dorothy darts toward a bustling merchant counter. Bending over the wooden trade stall, the toddler glimmers with pure awe, mesmerized by the giant iron cooking pots displayed on the counter. The merchant shouts loudly to the crowd, boasting that he pays top coin for monster furs and trade goods. Dorothy lets out an amazed gasp, completely entranced by all the shiny metal cookware surrounding the stall. Host commentary. Look at Dorothy staring at iron pots like they're legendary magical artifacts. She takes kitchen supplies very seriously. Nearby, a blonde boy dressed in fine red clothing turns around, locking eyes with Dorothy in sudden surprise. A cute chibi gag depicts Dorothy pointing an accusing finger at the boy, squeaking that he looks totally scary, while the boy yells back in utter confusion. Looming right behind them, Ju-won tilts his head in deep confusion, wondering if the kid really resembles him, while Lizzie chuckles softly to keep an eye on their silly toddler. Stepping up to the merchant counter, Lizzie carefully lays out her bundled braid of hair alongside the cured brown rabbit pelt. Host critique. Uh-oh, look at that merchant's shady face.
You just know this guy is about to pull a classic scam on a soft-spoken village lady. Clearing his throat with a fake troubled sigh, the old bearded merchant stares down at the items resting on his table. Feigning extreme reluctance, the scammer lies directly to her face, claiming the market is flooded with rabbit furs and prices have completely collapsed. Secretly inspecting the pelt under his hands, the merchant gloats inside about how thick, glossy, and high quality the fur actually is. Shrugging his shoulders with a deceitful frown, he claims he can only offer a few worthless, cheap items in exchange, making poor Lizzie drop her head in utter disappointment. Host reaction: "Oh, no, you didn't!" Scoff. This greedy merchant thinks he can swindle Lizzie while her literal Giga-Chad monster-slaying husband is standing right there? The greedy merchant sneers internally, celebrating that his obvious lie almost hooked the gullible customer. Reaching down to hand over some low-quality junk, the scammer prepares to finalize his dishonest trade when suddenly a freezing chill paralyzes his spine. Erupting with a terrifying shadowy aura, Ju-Han rises like a towering dark titan right behind Lizzie, glowing with murderous purple eyes. Host reaction: holy protagonist intimidation. Look at Ju-Han looming like the final boss behind his wife. That merchant is about to meet his maker. Trembling in absolute terror, the scammer freezes stiff under the crushing pressure of Ju-Han's towering shadow looming over the counter. With a terrifying sudden movement, Ju-Han's colossal hand slams straight onto the wooden stall, sending a clear message that scamming his family is a fatal mistake. Gripping the greedy scammer's wrist with crushing force, Ju-Han locks him in place as the merchant squeaks in pure agony, realizing too late that this massive villager possesses horrifying physical power. Without wasting another breath, Ju-Han casually snatches the premium rabbit pelt back from the desk, turning toward his wife and softly telling her that they should head off to a different town, since he can instantly tell this merchant is a blatant liar. The swindler's jaw drops to the floor as a massive shockwave of panic paralyzes his chest, completely unable to comprehend that his prey is walking away before he can even start haggling. Lizzie hesitates for a second, gently pointing out that traveling to another town would be way too far, but Ju-Han warmly rests his large hand on her shoulder and reassures her that they can easily make the trip in no time. Host commentary: look at Ju-Han casually using his monstrous physical speed as a casual commuting flex. Traveling 50 miles is just a light morning stroll for this guy. Sweating profusely, the merchant realizes inside his head that Ju-Han didn't just reject his offer, he completely cut off his ability to bargain from the very start. Meanwhile, Ju-Han turns to Lizzie and points out that the pelt is actually in pristine condition, making her eyes widen in realization. Flustered beyond belief, the old merchant frantically waves his arms around, stammering that he was simply quoting standard market rates, while Lizzie softly sighs as she realizes he took advantage of her innocence to buy it for absolute dirt cheap. Desperate to stop them from leaving with such high-grade loot, the merchant flashes a fake slimy smile and dramatically yells out that he's willing to take a massive loss today, offering to toss in salt, a heavy cooking pot, and a fresh outfit of men's clothing. Lizzie tilts her head in utter confusion, staring blankly at the merchant, who is now sweating bullets and pointing frantically, completely bewildered by his sudden, desperate change of heart. Host reaction: the duality of scammers. The moment a Giga-Chad husband looms over the desk, suddenly prices drop by 90%. Turning her back on that shady counter, Lizzie gently takes Ju-Han's large hand, firmly declaring that they should walk away and find an honest trader who'll actually pay them fairly, leaving the merchant freezing in place. Watching the couple stroll away into the bustling crowd, the greedy scammer clutches his head in absolute agony as dark clouds of regret hover over his stall, knowing he just threw away the best high-grade fur he'd seen all day. Reaching his hand out toward the crowded street, the old scammer desperately bellows for them to wait, but Ju-Han and Lizzie simply glance back over their shoulders with completely unbothered expressions. Sinking into total despair, the scammer stares blankly into space with hollow eyes, whimpering to himself that his greed completely ruined his entire business day. Host commentary: serves him right. That's the ultimate karma speedrun. Imagine losing out on top-tier monster loot because you tried to cheat a sweet village girl. Sunshine beats the lively market square as the sweet family happily strolls together down the main street, leaving that miserable merchant wallowing in dark purple clouds of misery behind his counter.
encounter. Nearby, little Dorothy stands with her hands proudly resting on her hips, boasting loudly to the local children that the big, strong man carrying the frame is her amazing dad, while Lizzie softly calls out for her to hurry along.
Waving a cheerful goodbye to her new playmates, the energetic toddler scampers happily after her parents along the sun-drenched woodland trail.
Tucked snugly inside Ju-won's massive outer coat as he carries her, little Dorothy nuzzles her face against his chest, thinking to herself how warm and safe she feels under her super strong dad's protection. Host reaction. My heart is officially melting. Dorothy getting wrapped up inside his giant coat like a tiny pocket puppy is the purest thing ever. Rest, cozy and drowsy, the toddler blinks her sleepy eyes, wondering silently why she feels so amazingly warm and safe when she was shivering cold just moments ago.
Walking beneath the glowing forest canopy, Ju-won gently wraps his thick blue coat around his resting daughter, keeping her warm as Lizzie walks peacefully by his side. Suddenly popping her blonde head straight out from his collar with a wide-eyed gasp, Dorothy lets out an excited squeak as a sudden urgent thought crosses her mind. Tugged by sudden worry, Dorothy squirms inside his coat collar, begging her dad to put her down immediately so she can run over and feed her pet rabbit. Host critique. Wait, she completely forgot that the rabbit pelt they just traded actually came from... Oh no! Poor Dorothy doesn't know. Arriving back at their peaceful wooden home, Ju-won gently sets his spirited daughter down on her tiny feet in the front yard. Raising her arms high into the air with pure excitement, Dorothy darts toward the wooden rabbit hutch, loudly singing out that she's finally back home to feed her pet. Bending down over the green grass, the toddler scoops up a giant, oversized bundle of fresh green leaves into her small hands. Trotting eagerly toward the wooden shelter, Dorothy happily calls out that she brought a huge, tasty meal when suddenly her voice cuts completely short. Host reaction. Oh, no. Brace yourselves, guys. The tragic truth is about to hit this poor toddler like a freight train. Her wide golden eyes dilate in complete shock as a cold drop of sweat trickles down her cheek, staring blankly ahead in absolute disbelief. Inside the wooden pan, nothing remains except empty floorboards. The pet rabbit has completely vanished without a trace. Drops of fresh green grass scatter onto the ground as little Dorothy bursts into uncontrollable, heartbreaking tears, letting out a loud sob that echoes across the entire yard. Rushing over in a complete panic, Lizzie drops to her knees beside her weeping daughter, panicked, frantically asking what on earth happened. Rubbing her wet, tear-stained eyes with her chubby fists, little Dorothy cries out in utter heartbreak, begging her pet rabbit to please come back home to her. Host commentary. Oh, look at her crying. This scene is so bittersweet. She has no idea her mom literally sacrificed the pelt to help the family. Hearing the chaotic crying echoing from outside, Ju-won rushes out through the front doorway with a deep, worried look on his face, calling out to ask what's wrong. Sinking down onto his knee beside him, Ju-won looks back and forth between him in complete confusion, asking if they're really crying this hard just because a tiny rabbit escaped from its cage. Turning her face toward him with tears flooding down her cheeks, Lizzie buries her mouth in her hand, crying softly as she guiltily confesses that the rabbit went missing after he worked so hard to hunt it down for them. Staring blankly at his sobbing wife and daughter, Ju-won sweat drops in sheer bewilderment, completely dumbfounded that both of them are having a full emotional breakdown over a missing wild rabbit. Breaking out into a loud, boisterous laugh, Ju-won's heavy giggles echo through the sunlit woods as he towers over his sniffling family. Host reaction. Look at Ju-won laughing like a proud dad. To him, it's just a simple meal, but to these two sweet girls, it's a dramatic family tragedy. Pouting her chubby cheeks in intense toddler rage, Dorothy marches up to his massive leg and begins, "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." Pounding her tiny fists over and over while yelling at the top of her lungs, Dorothy pouts dramatically while Ju-won and Lizzie share a warm, hearty laugh under the sunny afternoon light. Host commentary, those tiny angry toddler punches are doing zero damage to a guy who slays forest monsters for fun. They are literally the most precious family in manhwa history. Later that evening, deep within the gloomy forest, a sinister hooded figure with a long white beard silently peers out from behind a jagged mossy boulder. Clad in a dark green cloaked mantle, the battle-worn village elder narrows his sharp, weathered eyes, glaring intensely into the dark shadows ahead. Emerged from the misty darkness, a vile green-skinned goblin with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs lets out a low, growl-churning snarl. Leaning tightly against the cold stone, the old hunter grinds his teeth in deep frustration, knowing inside his mind that charging out alone against a monster horde would mean nothing short of a pointless, suicidal death.
Host critique. Whoa, the atmosphere just shifted completely. We went from wholesome family comedy straight into dark fantasy Goblin Slayer stakes. Looming in the pitch-black cavern depths, dozens of malicious red eyes glow in the dark as shadowy goblins nest in an overcrowded underground warren. The old hunter reflects grimly that while an isolated goblin is weak and pathetic on its own, their true danger erupts the moment a single wild beast loses control, causing the entire ravenous pack to go completely berserk. Flashback imagery depicts a heavily armored knight getting overwhelmed and dragged down by an endless horde of hideous green beasts, as the old hunter explains that goblins breed at a terrifying rabbit-like speed by kidnapping human women. Deep inside a cold, desolate stone dungeon, captive women sit huddled together in absolute despair, broken and forced into horrific, endless suffering until death takes them. Host commentary? Man, goblin lore in fantasy manhwas is always so brutal and dark. No wonder the old hunter is desperate for Ju-on's help. Clutches his wooden walking stick tight, the old veteran steps through the dark forest, grimly stating that as spring approaches, their primal breeding instincts will trigger an immediate massacre unless they are wiped out first. Limping forward through the shadowed path, the old hunter's eyes, they gleam with absolute resolve as he acknowledges that to eradicate this nightmare horde, he desperately needs the strength of that giant villager. Remembering Ju-on's bright, innocent smile whenever he taught him basic forest skills, the old man feels a heavy pang of guilt in his heart, knowing he is intentionally manipulating a kind-hearted soul into a deadly bloodbath. But he has no choice. Dragging his injured leg behind him, the hooded elder trudges through the woods, firmly declaring that Ju-on is the only force capable of slaughtering the entire goblin pack. As bright morning sunlight streams through the wooden cabin window, Lizzie stretches her arms wide and lets out a long, sleepy yawn, waking up in her crisp white nightdress. Walking out toward the doorway, Lizzie calls out her husband's name, spotting Ju-on's tall silhouette already hard at work in the sunlit yard outside. Walking out onto the sun-drenched front yard, Lizzie calls out her husband's name, looking around the peaceful clearing to see where Ju-on has gotten off to. Stepping inside the open doorway, Lizzie stops dead in her tracks with a shocked gasp, staring in complete disbelief at two freshly prepared rabbits hanging from the wooden beam. Host commentary. Wait, hold on. Didn't they just trade the last pelt in town? Ju-on is out here running a whole hunting supply store. Holding his hunting axe by his side with a cheerful grin, Ju-on chuckles softly, acting completely modest when Lizzie asks if he went out and caught yet another beast today. Flashback imagery shows Ju-on out in the mountain woods earlier that day, wildly swiping his bare hands through the air, trying to snag the agile woodland creature. Plunging headfirst onto the grassy ground, Ju-on groans as the speedy brown bunny easily leaps over his head and escapes into the dense thicket. Watching the smug rabbit mock him from a safe distance, Ju-on pushes himself up on one knee, panting heavily, as he realizes catching the slippery animal alive without injuring it is practically impossible. Host reaction. Look at that rabbit mocking him. You know a guy is powerful when he can slay giant forest monsters but loses his mind trying to catch one small bunny. Gritting his teeth in fierce determination, Ju-on's eyes ignite with burning passion, swearing under his breath that no matter what it takes, he will capture it. Sprinting like a desperate madman through the bright sunlit forest, Ju-on dives across the brush in hot pursuit of the fleeing rabbit. Back in the present, Ju-on rubs the back of his neck with a bashful smile, lying through his teeth that it was super easy, while Lizzie claps her hands together with sparkling, adoring eyes. Host commentary. Classic husband behavior. He fought for his life out in those woods for 2 hours, but tells his wife it was an absolute piece of cake. Cupping her blushing cheek with a sweet smile, Lizzie asks whether they should roast the fresh meat over an open flame or salt cure it for long-term storage. Holding up the rabbit carcass, Ju-on suggests salting it down, giddy with excitement, while Lizzie simultaneously suggests roasting it immediately over the hearth. Sweating nervously under her gaze, Ju-on stammers in confusion until Lizzie cheerfully interprets his answer as a genius culinary request for salt-roasted meat. Clasping the meat tightly against her chest with a fiery determination, Lizzie beamingly promises to cook the most delicious meal they've ever had, telling him to look forward to it. Host reaction. Lizzie's cooking arc is honestly so wholesome. Look how proud she is to prepare a feast for her family. Deep in thought, Ju-on reflects on the precise culinary technique, noting how wrapping the meat in fresh green bamboo leaves will infuse a subtle aroma while keeping the pickled filling juicy. Kneeling outdoors by a crackling campfire pit, Ju-on carefully turns the whole rabbit on a wooden spit over the open flame, attaching fresh bamboo leaves to enhance the roast. Staring down at the glowing embers, Juwon notices the flames beginning to sputter and die down beneath the roasting meat. Raising his index finger, a tiny spark of fire magic flickers onto his fingertip, leaving him staring at it with an unbothered, deadpan expression. Host critique: imagine having literal fire magic and using it as a glorified pocket lighter for BBQ. Modern transmigrators really have their priorities straight. Looking down at the tiny flame with a skeptical grimace, Juwon mutters to himself that this weak gift seems kind of pathetic, doubting if it's even useful for anything real. Turning the spit over the fire, Juwon sighs softly, realizing he needs to roast the meat to a rich golden brown before his wife and daughter wake up hungry. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of fiery energy erupts outward, engulfing the entire spit in a massive pillar of roaring flame. Waving his arms frantically in complete terror, Juwon screams at his own magical fire to stop burning his family's dinner. Host commentary: bro is literally panicking over a burnt roast like it's an S-rank dungeon boss fight. You gotta love his dedication to mealtime. Watching the magic flame instantly snuff out at his command, Juwon blinks in utter confusion, wondering why his fire magic suddenly triggered perfectly after so many failed attempts. Recalling his brutal combat encounter with the giant wolf monster, Juwon remembers how the fire didn't shoot out from his body, but erupted directly onto the beast itself. Tapping his chin in deep realization, Juwon realizes that since his magic applies directly onto the target object rather than emitting from his hands, his own body never gets burned in the process. Kneeling beside the fire pit, Juwon focuses his mind on the spit, closing his eyes as he visualizes the gentle warmth wrapping around the rabbit meat. Breathing slowly, he concentrates deeply, picturing the outer skin crisping up evenly into a mouth-watering, golden brown perfection. Opening his eyes in shock as brilliant flames surge around the meat, Juwon gasps out loud as his precise mental visualization actually works. Host reaction: wait, he actually mastered target-based thermal magic just to make rotisserie chicken? That is unironically peak genius. Under his perfectly controlled fire magic, the roast rabbit glows with a glistening, juicy golden brown crust over the hot coals. Poking the savory, crispy skin with a triumphant grin, Juwon chuckles to himself in absolute awe that he managed to create a gourmet rotisserie roast out in the woods. Steaming hot and glistening under the indoor light, the beautifully carved roast sits on a platter in the center of the wooden cabin table. Sitting across the table, Lizzie stares in utter bewilderment, while little Dorothy slams her tiny hands on the wood, excitedly chanting for meat. Host commentary: look at Dorothy's eyes sparkling. That toddler has a serious appetite for monster-grade meat. Grabbing the tender roast with his bare hands, Juwon effortlessly rips the juicy drumsticks apart, releasing a cloud of delicious steam into the air. Handing two massive, perfectly roasted drumsticks across the table, Juwon smiles warmly, encouraging his wife and little girl to dig in and try it. Taking massive, greedy bites out of the drumsticks together, Lizzie and Dorothy happily chomp into the succulent feast. Chewing with adorable blushing cheeks, Lizzie lets out a delighted hum while tiny Dorothy shouts out with heart-shaped eyes that it's the most delicious food ever. Resting his chin on his crossed arms, Juwon gazes at his family with a deeply contented smile, thinking to himself how true the saying is that watching your loved ones eat well fills your own soul. Host reaction: my heart is overflowing. Juwon literally went from an overworked modern corporate slave to the ultimate devoted fantasy dad. Sunlight filters through the cozy cabin window as the sweet family shares warm laughter around the table, enjoying their meal in peaceful tranquility. Later that afternoon, out in the forest clearing, Juwon thrusts his palm forward, blasting a massive wall of fire onto a jagged boulder 50 centimeters away. Staring at the scorched, smoking rock face, Juwon's expression darkens with serious, intense thought, realizing that if he uses this direct target fire magic on living targets, it's a terrifyingly lethal weapon. Looking down at his large, rugged hands, Juwon's eyes fill with unshakable resolve, firmly vowing that this power exists to protect Lizzie and Dorothy from any threat. Host commentary: he's not wrong. Imagine instantly igniting an enemy's internal organs from 50 centimeters away. Juwon is low-key terrifying when he gets serious. Remembering the strange, cheerful Santa Claus figure who transmigrated him into this fantasy world, Juwon wonders if he was granted this insane ability specifically so he could guard his new family and live happily. Standing tall under the bright canopy light, Juwon turns his head around as an energetic little voice echoes across the sunlit yard. Shouting at the top of her lungs for
from near the wooden storage shed, little Dorothy announces to the whole clearing that her pet rabbit is officially awake. Trotting down the wooden hallway with tiny, eager steps, little Dorothy carries a small woven basket, enthusiastically promising to give her cute horned bunny a full tour of the house. Stopping right in front of the stone fireplace hearth, Dorothy points excitedly, explaining to the tiny bunny sitting inside the basket that this is the kitchen where all the tasty food gets made. Perking its long, floppy ears, the tiny white bunny with a tiny horn on its head twitches its nose with a curious, wide-eyed stare. Host reaction? Look at that tiny horn! That's not just a regular bunny, that's a whole legendary horn rabbit baby. Holding the basket up toward the wooden plank wall, Dorothy proudly declares that this is a wall, leaving the confused bunny tilting its head with floating question marks. Scampering into the cozy bedroom where Lizzie is kneeling on the floor folding laundry, Dorothy calls out that she's about to introduce someone super important. Thrusting the basket right into her mother's face, Dorothy loudly commands the rabbit to remember her mom's face forever, making Lizzie sweat drop in utter shock. Host commentary: Dorothy thrusting that basket right into Lizzie's face is peak toddler energy. She's taking her tour guide duties way too seriously. Pushing the wooden front door open with a gentle creak, Ju-won steps into the room, causing little Dorothy to look up and shout out for her amazing dad. Bending down with a gentle smile, Ju-won greets the tiny horned bunny as little Dorothy holds out her woven basket, eagerly introducing her new pet to her dad. Tilting her head up, Dorothy innocently announces that the rabbit's name is also Dorothy, leaving Ju-won blinking in total confusion, asking what on earth she means by naming the bunny after herself. Ju-won glances over at Lizzie, who stands awkwardly by the wall with an embarrassed look on her face. Sweating nervously with bright red cheeks, Lizzie bites her lip, looking completely flustered as Ju-won's eyes widen in dramatic realization. Host reaction: look at Ju-won's brain completely short-circuiting right now. Bro is overthinking a simple toddler name so hard. Gasps escaping his throat, Ju-won stares at his wife's slender waist in sheer astonishment, convincing himself that she must be hiding a secret pregnancy. Staring with wide, dramatic eyes, Ju-won marvels at the thought that a tiny new life could already be growing inside her delicate frame. Dropping gracefully onto one knee, Ju-won tenderly places his hand near her waist, envisioning a cute little baby angel floating on a fluffy cloud while asking if it's really true. Host commentary: he literally went straight to angelic baby daydream mode in 2 seconds flat. The fantasy dad instincts are off the charts. Blushing furiously to the tips of her ears, Lizzie shrieks in complete panic, caught totally off guard by his absurd misunderstanding. Waving her hands frantically back and forth, Lizzie blurts out that there is definitely no baby and forbids him from ever speaking of it, leaving Ju-won stammering in disappointment. Letting out a quiet sigh, Ju-won scratches his cheek, admitting to himself that it really is a bit too early to expand their little family just yet. Reflecting quietly in his mind, he rationalizes that it would be much better to bring another child into the world once their lives in the forest are fully established. Host reaction? Honestly, Ju-won's grounded practical mindset is so refreshing. He wants to make sure his home is completely safe first. Standing nearby with her basket, little Dorothy stares down at her father in sheer bewilderment, asking why he's suddenly kneeling on the floor. Turning his head with a warm, loving expression, Ju-won thinks to himself that his highest priority right now is building an unbreakable bond with Dorothy and showering her with all the affection she missed. Chipping in with an adorable beam, Dorothy proudly holds up her basket, announcing that she actually named the cute horned bunny Tosuni instead. Glancing down at the tiny creature, Ju-won notices with a skeptical hum that the little horn on the rabbit's forehead seems noticeably bigger than before. Host critique: wait, hold up. Is that horn actually growing day by day? That's definitely not a harmless pet rabbit. Considering the strange magical ecology of this fantasy world full of giant direwolves, Ju-won initially brushed off the strange horn as a simple quirk of nature. Staring directly into the bunny's sharp, surprisingly intense eyes, he begins to suspect that this tiny creature might actually be a dangerous monster. Questioning whether it's even safe to keep a potential beast around their cozy home, Ju-won weighs the potential threat to his family. Remembering how both Lizzie and Dorothy dramatically threw their arms out in protest when he tried to move it, Ju-won chuckles nervously, admitting he had no choice but to surrender to their puppy dog eyes. Host commentary: the mighty monster slayer defeated by his wife and daughter's combined pout power. You love to see it.
Working hard under the bright afternoon sun, Juan fastens sturdy green bamboo stalks into a tall perimeter fence, wondering why old hunter Gus hasn't visited in 5 whole days. Picturing the lone hunter walking through the misty woods in his green cloak, Juan worries that the elderly man shouldn't be pushing his bad leg on steep mountain trails, resolving to heal him with magic once trust is firmly earned. Looking down at his hands, Juan feels deep gratitude for all the survival skills and guidance the old man provided during their toughest weeks. Resting his hand against the smooth bamboo poles, Juan reflects on how badly he wants to repay the old hunter for his endless kindness. Host reaction: Juan's character arc from isolated modern guy to caring community member is so touching. He really views Gus like actual family. Softening his gaze with a warm smile, Juan thinks about how lonely life in this strange new world would be without the people who welcomed him. Looking through the window at Lizzie and Dorothy happily organizing clothes inside, Juan imagines Gus becoming a loving grandfather to Dorothy and a reliable father figure to Lizzie. Sitting cross-legged on the lush grass before a line of wooden posts, Juan reminds himself that mages are rare in this realm, making flashy spells way too dangerous to reveal publicly. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, he decides to master internal thermal magic, wanting to heat objects discreetly without drawing any unwanted attention. Host commentary: stealth thermal magic practice in the backyard? Man is out here inventing secret high-level mana control methods. Visualizing a massive roaring volcano spewing molten lava deep inside his core, Juan channels the intense heat through his internal energy pathways. Shaking with immense concentration, his hand trembles as focus pours into controlling the volatile, fiery energy without letting a single spark escape outwards. Opening his eyes with a bead of sweat dripping down his cheek, Juan stares forward, wondering if his internal mana transfer actually worked. Looking at the pristine wooden stakes standing unchanged on the lawn, Juan frowns in disappointment, wondering if the heat was too weak or his mental image was flawed. Exhaling softly, Juan lowers his hand, muttering to himself that his magical control still needs a lot of work. Host reaction: bro thinks he failed just because there are no flashy explosions. Just wait until he realizes what actually happened. Suddenly, the internal core of every wooden stake erupts into a glowing, infernal red, instantly charring the logs from the inside out. Gasping out loud in sheer shock, Juan leaps to his feet and grabs a heavy wooden bucket full of water to extinguish the hidden blaze. Splashing the bucket's contents across the smoking stakes, Juan frantically douses the smoldering wood before the entire yard catches fire. Watching the black charred logs smoke quietly on the damp grass, Juan realizes with a triumphant grin that his magic burned the wood internally without producing outer flames. Host commentary: he literally invented internal combustion magic on his first try. This man is an absolute tactical genius. Turning his head with a bright, handsome smile, Juan reacts as a familiar, joyful voice calls out his name across the clearing. Scampering across the green lawn with tiny footsteps, little Dorothy excitedly shouts that it's time for lunch and that they're eating roasted rabbit meat. Leaping into the air with total boundless toddler energy, Dorothy launches herself straight toward her father's chest. Catching her securely in his arms, Juan gently scolds her for jumping so high while Dorothy giggles happily, chanting for delicious food. Host reaction: look at that adorable dad-daughter energy. Dorothy jumping straight into his arms is literally the cutest thing ever. Carrying his cheerful daughter across the sunlit yard, Juan smiles warmly, agreeing that it's time to head inside and enjoy their feast together. Halting abruptly in his tracks, Juan's playful expression instantly stiffens as a sudden shift in the atmosphere catches his attention. Raising his eyes toward the bright blue sky above the mountain canopy, Juan listens intently to a strange noise echoing through the trees. High above the dense green forest, an unusually massive flock of blackbirds circles frantically in chaotic patterns, screeching loudly in panic. Host commentary: wait, flock of birds fleeing the deep forest? That's textbook manhwa foreshadowing for a massive monster wave or threat coming. Tightening his grip around Dorothy, Juan's brow furrows with deep unease, realizing he has never seen the local wildlife act so terrified since arriving in these woods. Innocently pulling at his shirt collar, Dorothy tugs on him, complaining that the roasted meat on the table is going to get cold if they don't hurry. Snapping back from his serious thoughts, Juan reassures her with a gentle smile, putting his family's comfort first as he walks
back toward the cabin. Standing outside near the newly built wooden fence, old hunter Gus, wrapped in his green traveling cloak, calls out toward the cabin for Ju-on to step outside. Pushing the rustic wooden door open, Ju-on steps into the sunlight, surprised to see the old hunter visiting at midday instead of his usual dawn routine. Approaching the gate, Gus notes Ju-on's heavy perimeter fence work while Ju-on somberly explains that sturdy defenses are necessary against mountain wolves and dangerous strangers alike. Host critique: Gus showing up unannounced right after those birds acted crazy is no coincidence. Something big is definitely about to go down. Stepping outside his front door, Ju-on inquires what could have possibly brought the old hunter to his home at such a midday hour. Gus bluntly cuts right to the point, revealing that he has come to teach Ju-on how to craft a proper bow from scratch. Turning around with a quick wave of his arm, Gus clarifies that while a real hunting weapon will take time to master, today they will start by building a simple wooden toy bow instead. Ju-on nods in quick agreement, ready to follow the master's guidance. Stepping briskly through the sturdy bamboo gateway, the elderly man mutters that they do not have much time to waste today and orders Ju-on to keep up. Host commentary: wait a second, why is Gus suddenly acting so rushed? This man definitely knows something terrible is coming. High above the quiet mountain clearing, the two men walk together past a massive stack of timber logs neatly piled beside the rustic wooden shed. Standing over a broad tree stump, Gus hoists an iron wood-cutting hatchet in his hand, instructing Ju-on to watch every single movement of his hands with utter focus. Sinking the sharp steel blade into a freshly cut wooden log, Gus begins demonstrating the fundamental mechanics of split timber. Reaching into his thick leather pouch, Gus pulls out a small wooden wedge, declaring that preparing the proper tools beforehand is the most crucial step of woodworking. Host reaction: honestly, watching Gus give a full woodworking tutorial in the middle of a fantasy monster crisis is hilarious. Master woodworker arc unyielding. Raising a heavy iron mallet into the air, Gus carefully taps the wooden wedge into the top split of the log to guide the break. Striking the wedge repeatedly with controlled force, Gus reminds his pupil never to force the wedge too deeply at once, stressing patience over brute strength. With a sharp, echoing crack, the dense log splits cleanly along its natural grain. Observing the technique, Ju-on silently realizes that driving multiple wedges gradually is far more effective than trying to split heavy timber in a single chop. High above the canopy, warm sunlight filters through the dense forest leaves onto the quiet cabin roof, whispering the subtle tension brewing below. Entering the dim interior of the workshop, Gus abruptly tells him to keep watching and retain every detail, leaving Ju-on with a creeping sensation that something is deeply off. Host critique: the sudden shift in lighting inside the workshop is so atmospheric, you can literally feel the hidden dread in the air. Reflecting on the old hunter's strange behavior, Ju-on recalls how Gus had promised to teach him bow making, but something about this sudden lesson feels wrong. Watching Gus rapidly assemble fletching feathers onto a finished arrow shaft, Ju-on wipes a bead of cold sweat from his forehead, noting how unnaturally rushed the old man seems. Unable to suppress his growing anxiety, Ju-on directly asks if some terrible thing is happening on the mountain, but Gus dismissively scoffs, asking why he's bringing up mountain beasts all of a sudden. Raising his index finger upward, Ju-on describes the massive flock of black birds he saw circling frantically over the distant mountain peaks, but Gus casually brushes it off as a simple wolf attack on an unlucky traveler. Host commentary: Gus is lying through his teeth right now. He's deliberately hiding the truth to protect Ju-on. Handing the sharply tipped wooden arrow directly into Ju-on's hands, Gus instructs him to use it for shooting practice around his home. Bowing his head in deep respect, Ju-on offers his sincere thanks, while Gus tells him to return home for now until their next lesson. Watching Ju-on's silhouette disappear down the forest path, Gus stands silently in the doorway, his hooded face shrouded in shadow. Looking back at his weapons rack lined with sharp spears and iron axes, Gus remembers going down to the nearby village a few days ago to inform the local chief about spotted goblin scouts. High above the bustling town buildings where regular trade carriages stop, Gus recalls how the chief sent his own son half a day away to alert the Regional Adventurer Guild branch so they could dispatch a team. Looking into the dark, misty forest where sinister red-eyed crows perch on barren branches, Gus admits to himself that even with guild intervention coming in a few days, he cannot lower his guard against fast-moving goblin hordes. Host critique: look at those red-eyed crows. The visual artist made these birds look straight out of a nightmare. Looking down at a remote mountain encampment enclosed by a wooden palisade, Gus narrows his eyes, pinpointing the exact spot where the monster threat originated. Picturing a young, smiling village woman walking peacefully through the woods carrying a basket of fresh red apples, Gus realizes her presence inevitably drew the goblin's predatory attention. A massive, terrifying goblin silhouette looms menacingly behind the oblivious woman in the sunny grove. Gus grimly predicts that the goblin-suppressed rage will soon explode across the entire valley. Tightening his jaw in ruthless resolve under his dark hood, Gus grimly rationalizes to himself that painful sacrifices are sometimes necessary to achieve greater survival goals. Host commentary, bro has full dark cold pragmatist energy right now. He's literally calculating human collateral damage. Imagining Ju-on sprinting frantically through the woods while gasping for air, panting, Gus cold-heartedly calculates that the strong young man is capable of surviving even if his woman perishes. Standing tall in the bright golden doorway of his quiet log cabin, Gus crosses his hands behind his back in resolute silence. Visualizing a heartbreaking scene where Ju-on cries agonizing tears over Lizzie's fallen body, Gus cruelly rationalizes that a surviving man can always find another woman to start a new family. Walking slowly into his dark armory, Gus reflects on the final chapter of his long, grueling life's journey as a hardened mountain hunter. Host reaction. Wait, hold up. Is old man Gus planning a suicide mission to buy them time? That is heartbreaking. With a dramatic metallic gleam, Gus unsheathes a colossal, heavy iron broadsword, holding the massive weapon up to the light. Tightening his weathered hands firmly around the broadsword's hilt, the veteran hunter readies himself for his final battle. Staring into the mirror-like reflection of the broadsword's polished steel, Gus smiles warmly as he sees the bright image of Ju-on, Lizzie, and little Dorothy laughing together in peace. Softening his cold heart, the old warrior thinks to himself that protecting such pure family happiness is the greatest fulfillment a lifelong warrior could ever ask for. Holding her hands to her chest in the cold evening air, Lizzie shivers slightly as she steps out from the cozy cabin doorway. Standing by his tall bamboo perimeter fence in the dusk light, Ju-on pauses his work as he hears his wife's gentle voice calling his name across the lawn. Carrying a steaming wooden bowl across the grass with careful steps, Lizzie walks out into the cool night air toward her husband. Turning around with a caring glance, Ju-on warm-heartedly scolds her for stepping outside into the chilling night air without proper warmth. Host commentary. Look at Mr. Protective Husband over here. Man cannot stand seeing his wife catch even a tiny draft. Holding up the steaming bowl of hot, hearty vegetable stew with both hands, Lizzie sweetly urges him to eat while it's still fresh and hot. Looking down at her affectionate gesture, Ju-on's face softens into a warm, deeply touched expression, feeling immense tenderness in his heart. Softening his eyes with a subtle blush across his cheeks, Ju-on smiles lovingly at her gentle care. Sitting together beside a crackling campfire outside the cabin, Ju-on takes a warm sip of the delicious soup, offering his sincere gratitude to his glowing wife. Smiling sweetly with bright eyes, Lizzie rests her bowl on her lap, expressing how happy she feels seeing him enjoy her home-cooked meal. Host reaction. Their wholesome campfire chemistry is literally unmatched. Pure cozy domestic bliss after all that dark drama. Staring softly into her beautiful eyes, Ju-on feels an overwhelming rush of gratitude for the life they're building together in this magical realm. Leaning down gently behind her, Ju-on wraps his strong arms around Lizzie in a warm, protective back hug as they sit before the flickering flames. Resting his chin affectionately near her shoulder, Ju-on whispers how endlessly grateful he is to have her in his life, while Lizzie blushes furiously with a happy smile. Bathed in the golden glow of the roaring campfire, the two lovers hold each other tightly under the quiet, starry night. Under the bright morning sun by the sparkling river stream, Ju-on and Lizzie kneel on the grass doing the daily laundry together, insisting on sharing the workload. Wringing out a soaking wet piece of cloth with all his strength, Ju-on wipes sweat from his brow, silently missing modern washing machines back on Earth. Host critique. Bro is out here flying fantasy monsters and magic, but hand-wringing laundry is his true ultimate boss battle. Hoisting a heavy wooden tub filled with clean, damp laundry under the clear blue sky, Ju-on reflects on the peaceful routine of soaking clothes in lye, rinsing them in river water, and drying them before sunrise. Watching Lizzie dip the soaked clothes into the clear river water, Ju-on feels a sudden pang of sympathy. Realizing she had been handling all these exhausting chores completely on her own before he arrived. Before he can brood any further, little Dorothy comes running across the grassy riverbank, eagerly calling out to her parents while carrying a small woven basket. Holding up her basket, Dorothy insistently asks her dad to heal her injured rabbit right away, causing Ju-on to blink in realization as he remembers his earlier promise. Looking inside the basket, Ju-on notices an adorable handmade rabbit doll sitting right next to the wild creature, and Dorothy proudly explains that her mother stitched it for her just yesterday. Host critique. Look at Lizzie's craft skills. She literally made a matching stuffed toy for the horned bunny. Gently scooping the furry little creature into his hands, Ju-on warmly agrees that it's super cute, making Dorothy giggle in pure joy. Positioning his hand over the rabbit's soft fur, Ju-on prepares to channel his magical healing energy. Warm, divine light blazes from his fingertips, wrapping around the little creature's body to mend its internal injuries. The creature lifts its head as bright particles swirl around its tiny horn, leaving Ju-on stunned by how intensely the magical light radiates. The golden glow around the horn suddenly flickers and fades away, puzzling Ju-on since Old Man Gus never mentioned horned rabbits emitting light like that. Host commentary. Wait a minute, is this tiny bunny secretly a legendary mythical beast in disguise? Recalling his archery lesson from the previous day, Ju-on remembers directly asking Gus about the strange horned creature they found in the woods. Gus had explained that these creatures are actually dangerous wild magic beasts roaming the deep forests, showing a terrifying mental image of a giant horned beast monster. However, as long as they are raised from infancy, they become completely docile, and many townspeople actually keep tamed magic beasts as household pets. Staring down at the gentle little creature in his lap, Ju-on wonders to himself if there are different subspecies of horned rabbits living in this world. Lightly tapping its forehead, he nervously asks the tiny creature why it keeps glowing, praying it isn't secretly a lethal threat. Host reaction? Bro is genuinely interrogation testing a fluff ball. The paranoia is so real. The little rabbit suddenly squeezes its eyes shut and squeaks out a high-pitched cry, while Ju-on firmly resolves to protect his family from any hidden dangers. Blinking in total confusion, Ju-on pauses as he hears the odd sound, wondering if actual rabbits back on Earth ever made a noise like that. Holding the bunny up right to his nose, Ju-on seriously asks if it can comprehend human speech, only to receive another cheerful squeak in response. Sighing with relief, Ju-on places the creature back in the basket, right before Dorothy jumps up and down, begging him to give both rabbits official names. Looking down at the matching pair of plush and real bunnies, Ju-on asks if she wants real names, and Dorothy enthusiastically demands pretty names just like her own. Host commentary. Dorothy's pride in her name is so adorable, she really considers herself the golden standard. Striking a deep thinker pose with his hand on his chin, Ju-on carefully ponders while Dorothy waits in utter excitement with sparkling eyes. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his mind as he realizes that since her name is Dorothy, there's only one legendary naming theme that fits perfectly. Pointing dramatically at the live horned bunny, Ju-on proudly bestows the name Oz upon the little magic beast. Next, he points at the plush toy and dubs it Toto, leaving Dorothy gasping in absolute awe at the genius naming choice. Beaming with overwhelming happiness, Dorothy lifts the basket high into the air, thoroughly thrilled with her new pet companions. Skipping happily across the green field, Dorothy excitedly chants all three of their names as she runs back toward her mother. Host critique. Wizard of Oz reference in a fantasy manhwa? That is peak wholesome writing. Lizzie chuckles softly as she watches her daughter celebrate, delighted by the lively energy filling their peaceful afternoon. Meanwhile, back in the nearby town, widespread panic spreads across the streets as villagers whisper terrifying rumors about an impending goblin horde invasion. Gathering in anxious huddles, the men recall ancient grim tales of how monster raids ruthlessly slaughter every male inhabitant while taking captives. Trembling with pure terror, panting, an elderly townsman frantically argues that they should pack up and abandon the settlement immediately before night falls. Nearby, a stressed-out townsman yells at a woman sweeping the town square, demanding to know why she hasn't finished preparing the community escape carriage. Wiping sweat from her brow, the woman angrily snaps back that she shouldn't have to clean the heavy getaway wagon single-handedly during a crisis. Host critique, classic village politics right here. Monsters at the gates and they're still arguing about who does carriage chores. The chief scolds her in a furious whisper, explaining that loading their private cart would expose his plan to flee alone and spark a full-blown riot among the citizens. Ordering her to secretly stash rations into the public carriage while no one is looking, he forces her to reluctantly comply with his shady scheme. Walking off in frustrating anger? The chief curses his luck, remembering how an information broker previously questioned him about the presence of rare healing mages in local villages. Kicking a loose stone across the dirt in explosive frustration, frustrated sigh, he fumes over how his entire web of secretive deals is falling apart. High up in the surrounding mountain thicket, Old Man Gus peers through the dense leaves as blood-curdling monster roars echo through the trees. Red-eyed goblins clash savagely in a brutal brawl, growls driven wild by their primal bloodlust and violent nature. Watching the chaotic monster riot erupt, Gus realizes that a full-scale mutiny has broken out as the beast's suppressed urges completely shatter control. Host commentary. The Goblin army is literally collapsing into anarchy. This horde is completely unhinged. Visualizing a horrific nightmare where the maddened horde torch human settlements and hunt down fleeing women, Gus knows that if they reach the valley now, total slaughter is guaranteed. Narrowing his eyes with cold calculation, Gus considers activating a secret emergency bait measure to divert the entire monster frenzy away from the main town. A sharp, sinister gleam flashes across his eyes as a terrifying location pops into his dark tactical mind. He remembers Lizzie as a traumatized little orphan girl who used to hide in dark corners, only rediscovering her bright smile after Ju-on entered her life. Shaking away any lingering hesitation, the old hunter ruthlessly suppresses his guilt, rationalizing that survival demands cruel decisions. Coldly reminding himself that Lizzie's bloodline owes no loyalty to the native town, Gus brutalizes his conscience into accepting that Ju-on's family must serve as the scapegoat's sacrifice. Host critique. Gus's pragmatic villain logic is unbelievable. He's literally planning to throw Lizzie and Dorothy to the wolves. Remorsefully looking back on his past, Gus thinks of his own biological son, whom he raised as a cold-hearted mountain tracker from early childhood. He recalls agonizing over how forcing a brutal hunter's lifestyle onto his boy ultimately condemned him to a life of hollow misery and hardship. Yet his son had looked up at him with unyielding respect, insisting that pursuing the path of the ultimate hunter brought complete fulfillment to his soul. A twisted grin creeps across Gus's weathered face as he vows to achieve his ultimate legacy by forging Ju-on into the supreme hunter, regardless of the human cost. Gus envisions Ju-on overcoming the ultimate tragic despair to unlock his true potential, believing that losing his loved ones will forge him into an unkillable apex warrior. Host commentary. Bro is literally pulling a full supervillain trauma backstory method on Ju-on. He thinks tragedy is the secret ingredient for greatness. High above the trees, Gus watches the stealthy vanguard of the Goblin horde march directly along the forest trail toward their target destination. Hidden deep beneath his dark traveling cloak, the mysterious man reaches inside his garb, pulling out a thick leather pouch sealed tightly with red wax. Revealing his weathered face under the green cowl, the sinister old man flashes a crafty, unsettling grin as he plots his next move. Elsewhere in the peaceful wilderness, a wild rabbit twitches its ears, sniffing curiously at a rope snare fastened securely to a tree branch. Stepping quietly out from the foliage, Ju-on checks on his traps, pleased to find his hunting skills putting fresh meat on the table. Inspecting the sharp edge of his hunting blade, Ju-on reflects internally on how easily he slaughters prey now, realizes his hesitation and aversion to taking lives have completely faded away. Host critique? Ji-won's character growth from a hesitant rookie to a seasoned wilderness survivor is written so smoothly. He's totally adapted to this ruthless world. He acknowledges to himself that he has seamlessly adapted to his new life in the wild without even consciously realizing it. Carrying his newly caught game by the ears, Ju-on strides gracefully through the sunlit woods, packed with his full bow, quiver, and hatchet. Suddenly, his boots come to a complete halt as a curious thought crosses his mind. Pausing in the middle of the trail, Ju-on turns his gaze towards an unfamiliar sector of the forest, realizing he has never explored that particular area before. Rule number 1 of surviving in a fantasy manhwa: never go exploring off the beaten path just because you have free time. That's asking for trouble. Figuring he still has plenty of daylight left, Ju-on decides a little detour won't hurt. Turning his boots toward the uncharted path, he ventures deeper into the unknown territory. Dense, towering trees and thick wooden thickets block out the sun, creating an eerie, untouched atmosphere deep in the forest. Glancing carefully around the dense brush, Ju-on keeps his hand near his weapon, staying on high alert for any sudden danger. He ponders taking a completely different hunting route today, thinking it might be a great spot to set up a brand new snare line.
Look at the atmospheric lighting in these forest panels. The contrast between the bright sunbeams and deep shadows creates such incredible immersion. Pushing a small twig aside, Ju-on keeps trekking through the dense underbrush. Parting the thick green leaves, Ju-on observes how wild and untamed this zone is, noticing zero signs of human presence anywhere.
Stepping into a quiet clearing, he mutters to himself that there doesn't seem to be much game roaming around after all. Suddenly, a massive roe deer crashes straight out of the bushes, catching Ju-won completely off guard. Startled by his presence, the nimble creature darts across the field in a rapid blur. Ju-won's instant reaction being that deer has more meat than a wolf is peak provider energy. The man is single-handedly feeding the entire household. Eyes lighting up, Ju-won wipes a drop of sweat from his brow, determined not to let such a massive catch slip away. Reaching behind his back, Ju-won pulls an arrow from his leather quiver while bursting into a high-speed pursuit. Drawing the bowstring back to his cheek, Ju-won locks his focus onto the fleeing target, attempting the near impossible feat of shooting on the run. Concentrating all his focus, he tells himself that as long as his aim stays true, he can easily nail the target mid-sprint. But just as he prepares to release the arrow, gasp, his boot violently snags on the thick exposed tree root. The disrespect of getting taken down by a tree root mid-epic bow shot is insane. The artist really loves humbling our MC. Losing his footing entirely, Ju-won tumbles face first onto the dirt path with a brutal crash. Picking his dusty face up off the ground, sigh. Ju-won groans in disappointment as he watches his prime dinner meat vanish into the thick trees. Pushing himself up onto one knee, gasp, something unusual on the ground suddenly catches his eye. Staring down at the soft mud, he notices a series of massive, jagged footprints carved deep into the dirt. Hold up, those are definitely clawed monster tracks. Ju-won went from hunting deer to uncovering a nightmare. Inspecting the weird shape, Ju-won realizes with growing alarm that these clawed prints definitely don't belong to any human. Standing tall with his bow in hand, he notes that the soil inside the tracks is still damp, meaning whatever made them passed through here moments ago. Knocking an arrow just in case, Ju-won cautiously follows the fresh trail through the quiet woods. A grim shift in the atmosphere reveals a dark red haze hanging over a distant part of the forest. Scurrying through the trees out of breath, the old green-cloaked villain hobbles forward as fast as his aging legs can carry him. Looking back over his shoulder with terrified eyes, he checks to ensure his deadly pursuers are still trailing close behind. Right on his heels, a bloodthirsty horde of green goblins charging forward with wild growls. This old guy using musk deer powder as goblin aphrodisiac bait is devious. He's deliberately leading a rabid monster horde. Clutching his leather bag tightly, the villain chuckles at his dark genius, knowing the concentrated musk powder drives heat-frenzied goblins utterly insane. With a swift flick of his wrist, the villain hurls yellow musk powder into the wind, coating the trail behind him. Sniffing the airborne scent, the lead goblin inhales the powerful musk powder deep into its nostrils. Instantly, the monster's eyes flare with a terrifying crimson glow of unbridled rage and primal lust. Losing all sense of sanity, the entire horde stampedes through the forest like a wild avalanche. Grinning wickedly through the chaos, that sinister old man mutters to himself that they are almost at their destination. Wiping the lure powder on tree trunks while yelling at monsters to follow him? This man is literally the worst tour guide in fantasy history. Smearing the powder along the tree bark, he commands the raging horde to follow him closely without wandering off. Meanwhile, back on the muddy trail, Ju-won stops in his tracks as an unexplainable dread washes over his soul. Clutching his chest as his heart races wildly, wonders why a sudden wave of intense anxiety and nausea is twisting his stomach in knots. Driven by a terrifying gut instinct, he scrambles up a steep pile of jagged rocks to gain a higher vantage point. Standing atop the high vantage point, Ju-won gazes out across the vast canopy, his face turning deathly pale in realization. Looking down at the direction of the fresh footprints, he realizes that even though he's never walked this specific path before, the layout of the valley is horribly familiar. Oh no, the monster horde path leads straight to his cabin, where Lizzie and little Dorothy are completely defenseless. Shock and sheer terror paralyzes his face as he realizes the horrifying truth of where this trail leads. Without a single second to lose, Ju-won leaps off the rock face and bursts into an all-out frantic sprint. Pushing his body beyond its absolute limits, Ju-won races against time through the dense woods, praying he isn't too late to protect his family. Sprinting through the dense forest at breakneck speed, Ju-won desperately prays to whatever higher power exists in this brutal world, panting, begging not to have his peaceful new life torn away. Branching vines snap against his body as he slides recklessly past towering trees, terrified that the divine gift of his family might be ripped from his hands. Tears well up in his eyes, his breathing ragged as he pushes his muscles beyond their limits, pleading in silence for his wife and child to still be safe. Meanwhile, inside their cozy home, little Dorothy hums happily while carrying tiny Oz in her apron pocket, mouth watering as she stares at the warm stew simmering on the table. Host commentary. Dorothy holding the horned bunny in her custom pocket pouch is peak wholesomeness. She really turned him into a portable pet. Shaking her finger at the hungry little magic beast, Dorothy sternly warns Oz that eating before her dad arrives will officially make him a bad rabbit. Poking the fluff ball deep back into her apron pouch, she giggles softly while declaring that breaking dinner rules means getting into serious trouble. Proudly showing off her customized outfit, the little girl beams with absolute joy, gushing over how comfortable her brand new handmade apron feels. Heading straight for the front exit, she cheerfully announces to her mother that she's going out front to wait, while Lizzie kindly reminds her to stay careful outside. Host critique: Lizzie's soft maternal instincts are so sweet. Little does she know the nightmare lurking right outside their front door. Pausing near the threshold, Lizzie calls out one last gentle reminder to keep her father's safety instructions in mind, which Dorothy eagerly accepts with a nod. Skipping across the sunny lawn toward the tall wooden fence, Dorothy happily chatters to Oz about how smiling faces always make her dad's day brighter. Tilting its head in complete confusion, the tiny magic beast blinks curiously. Suddenly, heavy thudding footsteps echo from the other side of the bamboo gate, making Dorothy gasp in surprise as she assumes her father has already returned. Reaching her tiny hand out toward the rough wooden latch, she excitedly prepares to unbolt the lock. Stiffening in place, a sudden realization flashes across her mind as a crucial warning resurfaces in her memory. She instantly recalls Ju-on kneeling beside her, carefully explaining that before unlatching the gate, she must always confirm his identity first. Host commentary. Ju-on's paranoia literally saved her life. Teaching stranger danger in a fantasy world is top-tier parenting. Pouting slightly to herself, Dorothy whispers to Oz that she didn't actually forget the rule. She just got overly excited for a quick second. Tiptoeing up to the narrow gaps in the wooden fence planks, she recalls how her dad always lowers his face so their eyes meet through the gate. But as she gazes through the slit, instead of her father's warm smile, two glowing crimson monster eyes and jagged yellow fangs snarl back at her. Trembling in sheer paralyzing horror, her entire body freezes as her heart drops into her stomach, realizing the monster at the gate is definitely not her dad. The vile goblin sneers through the narrow gaps, letting out a sickening guttural cackle that sends ice through her veins. Long, filthy, dark claws reach aggressively through the wooden slits, stretching toward the petrified child as the beast slobbers in hunger. Screaming in absolute terror inside her head, Dorothy desperately tries to run away, but her tiny legs remain completely paralyzed by fear. Host reaction: this jump scare transition is pure horror manhwa perfection. My heart literally stopped seeing those claws reach for her. Tears spill down her cheeks, crying, her dilated eyes reflecting the horrific clawed hand creeping closer to snatch her. Suddenly, an enraged roar shatters the dread as Ju-on bursts out from the tree line, shouting his daughter's name at the top of his lungs. Spotting the shadowy creature crouching right against his family's wooden fence gate, Ju-on's vision flashes blood red as he identifies the foul intruder. Seeing the disgusting goblin looming directly over his terrified daughter, every shred of Ju-on's human restraint instantly vanishes into pure primal rage. Charging forward like an unleashed battering ram, Ju-on unleashes a blood-curdling scream consumed by pure Papa Bear fury. Leaping high into the air with explosive power, he roars out a ferocious threat, telling the monster to get its filthy hands away from his home. Delivering a ruthless airborne kick directly into the goblin's skull, Ju-on hurls his entire body weight into the strike. Host critique: Ju-on's flying knee attack was brutal. You do not mess with a protective dad's household. The goblin gets violently slammed face first into the dirt, spraying blood and dirt across the grassy pathway. Standing tall over the twitching monster corpse as it lets out a pathetic final gasp, Ju-on catches his breath through heavy gasps, panting. Turning rapidly back toward the wooden gate, Ju-on desperately calls out Dorothy's name to ensure she hasn't been harmed. Clinging tightly to Oz behind the safety of the wooden fence slits, Dorothy bursts into relieved tears, crying out in immense joy upon seeing her father. Exhaling a massive breath of relief, Ju-on offers a gentle smile, thanking the heavens above that his precious child is completely uninjured. Standing guard firmly in front of the gate entrance, Ju-on keeps his back turned to protect his family's view from the gory battle scene. Glancing sternly back over his shoulder, his acute hunter senses pick up eerie rustling sounds echoing from deep within the surrounding tree line. Dozens of red-eyed goblins erupt from the thick brush, wildly snarling as the bloodthirsty horde charges forward. Gripping his heavy hunting weapon with both hands, rapidly Juwon immediately drops into a lethal battle stance, ready to slaughter the incoming wave. A cold, ruthless mindset takes over his soul, completely uncaring whether he faces tens or hundreds of vile beasts. Stepping forward over the dead goblin's body, he advances toward the oncoming swarm with absolute dark resolve. Shadow covers his face as his eyes glow with pitch-black murderous intent. Host commentary: look at Juwon's dark anime eyes right now. The gentle hunter persona is completely gone, bro, in full Demon Lord mode. With terrifying fury burning in his chest, Juwon vows to butcher every single monster that dares step foot near his family. Hearing the loud commotion outside the perimeter, Dorothy turns her head around as a panicked voice suddenly shouts her name from behind. Fast, heavy footsteps rush across the grassy yard as a terrified figure sprints full speed toward the front gate. Lizzie skids to her knees and wraps her arms tightly around Dorothy. Tears streaming down her face as Dorothy whimpers that her dad arrived to save her. Sitting safely in her mother's warm arms while Oz snuggles inside her pocket, Dorothy blinks through her streaming tears. Whimper, wondering why she can't stop crying. Peeking back through the fence slits, her heart sinks as she watches her father standing completely alone against an endlessly advancing wave of monsters. A horrific wave of trauma washes over the little girl's mind, recalling how her biological father tragically lost his life deep within the dark mountains. Host critique: connecting her past trauma to Juwon's current battle makes this scene so heavy. The emotional stakes are off the charts. Screeching in wild bloodlust, a lead goblin leaps through the air with bared claws, aiming straight for Juwon's throat. Raising his heavy club high overhead with brutal speed, panting excitedly, Juwon prepares to split the monster's skull in two. Sprinting at terrifying speed, Juwon surges forward with glowing blue eyes, breathlessly desperate to cut down the distance before tragedy strikes. Arriving at the perimeter fence, Juwon instantly chops down the lead monster, but the surrounding woods echo with horrifying monstrous roars. Dozens of bloodthirsty goblins swarm out of the dense brush like a rabid pack, their eyes flashing crimson. Juwon moving like a total blur to protect his family is peak main character hype. Look at that sheer speed. Darting low through the grass, Juwon carves a fatal line through the vanguard in a blink of an eye. Splatters of dark goblin blood paint the air as the rest of the horde continues their relentless surge. Gritting his teeth in sheer annoyance, Juwon notices something deeply wrong with how these creatures are acting. Standing right in the middle of the horde, he realizes in utter shock that the rabid monsters are completely ignoring his presence and sprinting right past him. When the monsters literally ignore the main character to sprint toward his house? You know that lure powder was way too effective. A nasty monster flashes a grotesque grin while drooling madly. Bypassing Juwon entirely, the heat-frenzied horde scrambles directly toward the wooden estate compound. Horrifying realization strikes Juwon's heart like a bolt of thunder, knowing these bloodthirsty beasts are targeting Lizzie and little Dorothy. Refusing to lose anyone he loves, Juwon lunges forward with feral intensity, grabbing a goblin by the neck mid-stride. Juwon turning into a literal localized inferno when his family is in danger is so satisfying. Protect mode completely activated. Channeling fiery aura through his blade, Juwon roars at the top of his lungs to incinerate the surrounding beasts. Scorching flames swirl across the field, whoosh, roasting several monsters into ash in an instant. Shrieking in pure agony, a burning goblin leaps wildly as it tries to escape the lethal flames. Refusing to let a single beast slip by, Juwon tackles another monster violently down into the dirt. Delivering a devastating flaming kick, whoosh, Juwon crushes the beast beneath his boots. Host critique: the intensity in Juwon's eyes right now is unreal. You can literally feel his heart pounding through the screen. He pauses briefly, sweating profusely, as his chest heaves from the brutal energy expenditure. Striding forward through the smoldering grass, Juwon leaves a trail of burning monster carcasses behind him. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard wall, two hideous green goblins scaled the bamboo fence, cornering a terrified Lizzie and little Dorothy. Shielding her trembling daughter, Lizzie clutches Dorothy close while crying out in horror as a rabid beast looms over the wall. Lizzie instantly stepping up into protective mom mode gives me so much respect for her. She isn't just going to sit back and play victim. Pushing Dorothy toward the house, Lizzie instructs her to run inside, lock the door, and hide beneath the bed. Sobbing tears down her flushed cheeks, little Dorothy cries out asking what her mother will do, but Lizzie vows to stay outside and aid her father. Squeezing her daughter's hands, Lizzie yells for her to move quickly just to another monster climbs atop the barrier. Shoving Dorothy safely toward the front entrance, Lizzie turns back to face the terrifying threat head-on. Seeing Lizzie grab a homemade bamboo spear to defend her child is so badass. The motherly instinct in this manhwa is off the charts. Reaching down to the grass, Lizzie grips a sharp bamboo spear with determined hands. Trembling with adrenaline, she reminds herself that Ju-hwan is fighting dozens of monsters alone, so she must hold the line. She knows deep in her soul that even if she can't kill them all, she has to push back any beast trying to break over the wall. Raising the bamboo spear high above her shoulders, breathless, Lizzie readies herself for a desperate thrust. Driving the bamboo tip forward with all her weight, she pierces the climbing goblin right through his shoulder. Lizzie actually landed a hit on a goblin, but holding on to a weapon against a monster's raw strength is terrifying. The monster grins malevolently as its sharp claws tightly lock onto the spear shaft. Pulling back with all her remaining strength, Lizzie gasps in panic as the wooden spear remains completely stuck in the beast's grip. Watching from the open yard, little Dorothy quivers in sheer terror as she sees the monster trying to force its way over the fence. Dark thoughts cloud the little girl's mind, causing her tiny heart to freeze in paralyzing fear.
Dorothy's thought process is so heartbreaking. She isn't just scared for herself, she's terrified of losing her parents. Watching Lizzie fight frantically, Dorothy cries out in agony at the thought of her parents getting eaten. Streaming tears down her small face, crying, Dorothy clutches her chest while sobbing for her mom, dad, and her tiny pet bunny, Oz. Hearing Dorothy's desperate cry, Oz, the little horned rabbit, suddenly pops its head up out of her dress pocket with glowing determination. Bursting out from the pocket like a rocket, the tiny bunny flies through the air, taking Dorothy totally by surprise. Wait, did the tiny, cute horned rabbit just launch itself into battle like a miniature cruise missile? Best pet in all of manhwa history. Landing on the turf, Oz charges forward while Dorothy yells for it to come back. Speeding across the grass in a rapid blur, the small horned rabbit moves at absurd, blinding velocity. Soaring high up into the open sky, Oz aims its tiny horn directly at the goblin's ugly mug. Slamming headfirst into the monster's snout with brutal force, Oz catches the beast completely unawares. Unleashing a relentless flurry of rapid headbutts and scratches, the cute little bunny utterly wrecks the monster's face. Host critique, look at Dorothy's wide-eyed expression. Her cute fluffy pet is casually beating up a full-grown fantasy monster. Staring in absolute awe, Dorothy yells out in surprise at how insanely fast Oz is moving. Gasping in total disbelief, Lizzie stares wide-eyed at the tiny horned creature saving her life. Having caught up to the perimeter wall, Ju-hwan arrives just in time to witness the chaotic bunny assault. Taking a quick breath, Ju-hwan looks on in utter bewilderment at the wild scene unfolding before his eyes. Ju-hwan yelling "get off him" to his own pet rabbit so he can steal the kill is hilarious. The team synergy here is unmatched. Reaching back, Ju-hwan hurls his heavy hatchet with lethal precision. Flying through the air, that heavy iron blade cleaves straight through the goblin's neck as Oz smartly hops out of the way. Blood sprays into the sky as the headless monster corpse topples backward over the bamboo wall with a heavy thud. Landing gracefully back on the soft grass, Oz gives a proud squeak, completing an epic family defense operation. Pumping her tiny fist with pure excitement, little Dorothy cheers on her fluffy hero. Watching Oz completely wreck the monster, she shouts out in utter awe at how awesome her pet is, declaring that she's gonna do her absolute best to fight back too. Her bright yellow eyes lock onto the battlefield in a flash, instantly scanning the perimeter fence for any leftover threats. Pointing her small finger right across the courtyard, Dorothy spots another hideous green monster scaling the barrier and screams for Oz to take action. Dorothy giving tactical command speeches to a mini horned rabbit like she's a military general is top-tier comedy. This kid has zero fear. Standing tall, she shouts to Oz that they are an unstoppable team, ordering the tiny beast to leap forward and bite those nasty monsters to shreds. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, golden sunlight breaks through the dense canopy, illuminating the brutal aftermath where Ju-hwan stands silently surrounded by dozens of slain goblin corpses. Sprinting through the open courtyard wooden gate, Lizzie cries out Ju-hwan's name in overwhelming relief, her heart soaring as she sees him alive and well. Pulling her tightly into his chest, Ju-hwan smiles softly through his his fatigue, reassuring her that he's so thankful she isn't hurt. Host critique. You can literally feel the emotional weight lifting off Ju-won's shoulders right here. Man went full beast mode, and now he's just a deeply relieved dad. As little Dorothy comes running up shouting for her father, Ju-won clutches them close, thinking to himself that while he wants to say so much, his choked-up voice simply won't come out. Gently gathering Dorothy into his arms alongside Lizzie, Ju-won speaks softly to his weeping daughter, asking if she was terribly frightened through all the chaos. A profound wave of deep gratitude washes over his soul, echoing the simple yet powerful truth of how thankful he is that they survived. Tears finally spill over his dirt-smudged cheeks, crying as Ju-won closes his eyes, whispering a heartfelt prayer of thanks that his precious family is safe. Even in the middle of a tear-jerking family hug, Ju-won's survival instincts never shut off. True protagonist mindset right there. Still holding them tightly, Ju-won reminds himself that they can't afford to relax just yet, knowing they must evacuate the mountain while sunlight still remains. Gazing down at the motionless monster carcasses scattered across the turf, he reflects on how these vicious beasts will only grow more aggressive once darkness falls, putting humans at a severe disadvantage. Snuggling close against his chest, Lizzie and little Dorothy weep soft tears of utter relief, finding warmth and solace in his safe embrace. Host critique, this tender family reunion surrounded by a field of defeated monsters is such a beautifully poetic panel. The lighting contrast in the art is pure perfection. Holding his entire world securely in his arms, Ju-won silently prays for time to freeze, wishing to hold his family like this just a little longer before facing whatever lies ahead.